Chapter 16 of Marcia Schuyler by Grace Livingston Hill. This recording is in the public domain. Chapter 16. David made what apology he could for his absence on the arrival of his guests, and wondered in his heart who it could have been that they referred to as the maid, until he suddenly remembered Miranda and inwardly blessed her for her kindliness. It was more than he would have expected from any member of the Heath household. Miranda's honest face among the currant bushes when she had said, "You needn't be afraid of me, I'll keep still," came to mind. Miranda had evidently scented out the true state of the case and filled in the breach, taking care not to divulge a word. He blessed her kindly heart and resolved to show his gratitude to her in some way. Could poor Miranda, sitting supperless in the dark, have but known his thought, her lonely heart would have fluttered happily. But she did not, and virtue had to bring its own reward in a sense of duty done. Then, too, there was a spice of adventure to Miranda's monotonous life in what she had done, and she was not altogether sad as she sat and let her imagination revel in what the Spaffords had said and thought when they found the house lighted and supper ready. It was better than playing house down behind the barn when she was a little girl. Marcia was the most astonished when she slipped down from her hurried toilet and found the table decked out in all the house afforded, fairly groaning under its weight of pickles, preserves, doughnuts, and pie. In fact, everything that Miranda had found she had put upon that table, and it is safe to say that the result was not quite as it would have been had the preparation of the supper been left to Marcia. She stood before it and looked, and could not keep from laughing softly to herself at the array of little dishes of things. Marcia thought at first that one of the aunts must be here in the parlor, probably entertaining the guests, and that the supper was a reproof to her for being away when she should have been at home attending to her duties, but still she was puzzled. It scarcely seemed like the aunts to set a table in such a peculiar manner. The best china was set out, it is true, but so many little bits of things were in separate dishes. There was half a mold of currant jelly in a large china plate, there was a fresh mold of quince jelly quivering on a common dish. All over the table, in every available inch, there was something. It would not do to call the guests out to a table like that. What would David say? And yet, if one of the aunts had said it and was going to stay to tea, would she be hurt? She tiptoed to the door and listened, but heard no sound save of men's voices. If an aunt had been here she was surely gone now, and would be none the wiser if a few dishes were removed. With swift fingers Marcia weeded out the things, and set straight those that were to remain, and then made the tea. She was so quick about it that David scarcely had time to begin to worry because supper was not announced before she stood in the parlor door, shy and sweet, with a brilliant color in her cheeks. His little comrade, David felt her to be, and again it struck him that she was beautiful as he arose to introduce her to the guests. He saw their open admiration as they greeted her, and he found himself wondering what they would have thought of Kate, Wild Rose Kate with her graceful witching ways. A tinge of sadness came into his face, but something suggested to him the thought that Marcia was even more beautiful than Kate, more like a half-blown bud of a thing. He wondered that he had never noticed before how her eyes shone. He gave her a pleasant smile as they passed into the hall, which set the color flaming in her cheeks again. David seemed different somehow, and that lonely, set-apart feeling that she had had ever since she came here to live was gone. David was there, and he understood, at least a little bit, and they had something, just something, even though it was but a few minutes in a lonely woods and some gentle words of his, to call their very own together. At least that experience did not belong to Kate, never had been hers, and could not have been borrowed from her. Marcia sighed a happy sigh as she took her seat at the table. The talk ran upon Andrew Jackson and some utterances of his in his last message to Congress. The elder of the two gentlemen expressed grave fears that a mistake had been made in policy, and that the country would suffer. Governor Clinton was mentioned and his policy discussed. But all this talk was familiar to Marcia. Her father had been interested in public affairs always, and she had been brought up to listen to discussions deep and long, and to think about such things for herself. When she was quite a little girl her father had made her read the paper aloud to him, from one end to the other, as he lay back in his big chair with his eyes closed and his shaggy brows drawn thoughtfully into a frown. Sometimes as she read he would burst forth with a tirade against this or that man, or set of men, who were in opposition to his own pronounced views, and he would pour out a lengthy reply to little Marcia as she sat patient, waiting for a chance to go on with her reading. As she grew older she became proud of the distinction of being her father's confidant politically, and she was able to talk on such matters as intelligently and as well, if not better, than most of the men who came to the house. It was a position which no one disputed with her. Kate had been much too full of her own plans, and Madame Schuyler too busy with household affairs to bother with politics and newspapers, so Marcia had always been the one called upon to read when her father's eyes were tired. As a consequence, she was far beyond other girls of her age in knowledge on public affairs. Well she knew what Andrew Jackson thought about the tariff, and about the system of canals, and about improvements in general. She knew which men in Congress were opposed to, and which in favor of, certain bills. All through the struggle for improvements in New York State, she had been an eager observer. The minutest detail of the Erie Canal project had interested her, and she was never without her own little private opinion in the matter, which, however, seldom found voice except in her eager eyes, whose listening lights would have been an inspiration to the most eloquent speaker. Therefore, Marcia, as she sat behind her sprigged china teacups and demurely poured tea, was taking in all that had been said, and she drew her breath quickly in a way that she had when she was deeply excited, as at last the conversation neared the one great subject of interest which to her seemed of most importance in the country at the present day, the project of a railroad run by steam. Nothing was too great for Marcia to believe. Her father had been inclined to be conservative in great improvements. He had favored the Erie Canal, though had feared it would be impossible to carry so great a project through, and Marcia in her girlish mind had rejoiced with a joy that to her was unspeakable when it had been completed and news had come that many packets were traveling day and night upon the wonderful new waterway. There had been a kind of triumph in her heart to think that men who could study out these big schemes and plan it all had been able against so great odds to carry out their project and prove to all unbelievers that it was not only possible but practicable. Marcia's brain was throbbing with the desire for progress. If she were a man with money and influence, she felt she would so much like to go out into the world and make stupid people do the things for the country that ought to be done. Progress had been the keynote of her upbringing, and she was teeming with energy which she had no hope could ever be used to help along that for which she felt her ambitions rising. She wanted to see the world alive and busy, the great cities connected with one another. She longed to have free access to cities, to great libraries, to pictures, to wonderful music. She longed to meet great men and women, the men and women who were making the history of the world, writing, speaking, and doing things that were molding public opinion. Reforms of all sorts were what helped along and made possible her desires. Why did not the people want a steam railroad? Why were they so ready to say it could never succeed, that it would be an impossibility, that the roads could not be made strong enough to bear so great weights and so constant wear and tear? Why did they interpose objections to every suggestion made by inventors and thinking men? Why did even her dear father, who was so far in advance of his times in many ways, why did even he, too, shake his head and say that he feared it would never be in this country, at least not in his day, that it was impracticable? The talk was very interesting to Marcia. She ate bits of her biscuit without knowing, and she left her tea untasted until it was cold. The younger of the two guests was talking. His name was Jervis. Marcia thought she had heard the name somewhere, but had not yet placed him in her mind. "Yes," said he, with an eager look on his face. "It is coming sooner than they think. Oliver Evans said, you know, that good roads were all we could expect one generation to do. The next must make canals, the next must build a railroad which should run by horsepower, and perhaps the next would run a railroad by steam. But we shall not have to wait so long. We shall have steam moving railway carriages before another year." "What!" said David. "You don't mean it! Have you really any foundation for such a statement?" He leaned forward, his eyes shining and his whole attitude one of deep interest. Marcia watched him, and a great pride began to glow within her that she belonged to him. She looked at the other men. Their eyes were fixed upon David with heightening pleasure and pride. The older man watched the little tableau a moment, and then he explained. "The Mohawk and Hudson Company have just made an engagement with Mr. Jervis as chief engineer of their road. He expects to run that road by steam." He finished his fruit cake and preserves under the spell of astonishment he had cast upon his host and hostess. David and Marcia turned simultaneously toward Mr. Jervis for a confirmation of this statement. Mr. Jervis smiled in affirmation. "But will it not be like all the rest? No funds?" asked David a trifle sadly. "It may be years even yet before it is really started." But Mr. Jervis's face was reassuring. "The contract is let for the grading. In fact, work has already begun. I expect to begin laying the track by next spring, perhaps sooner. As soon as the track is laid we shall show them." David's eyes shone, and he reached out and grasped the hand of the man who had the will and apparently the means of accomplishing this great thing for the country. "It will make a wonderful change in the whole land," said David musingly. He had forgotten to eat. His face was aglow, and a side of his nature which Marcia did not know was uppermost. Marcia saw the man, the thinker, the writer, the former of public opinion, the idealist. Heretofore David had been to her in the light of her sister's lover, a young man of promise, but that was all. Now she saw something more earnest, and at once it was revealed to her what a man he was, a man like her father. David's eyes were suddenly drawn to meet hers. He looked on Marcia and seemed to be sharing his thought with her, and smiled a smile of comradeship. He felt all at once that she could and would understand his feelings about this great new enterprise, and would be glad too. It pleased him to feel this. It took a little of his loneliness away. Kate would never have been interested in these things. He had never expected such sympathy from her. She had been something beautiful and apart from his world, and as such he had adored her. But it was pleasant to have someone who could understand and feel as he did. Just then he was not thinking of his lost Kate. So he smiled, and Marcia felt the glow of warmth from his look and returned it, and the two visitors knew that they were among friends who understood and sympathized. "Yes, it will make a change," said the older man. "I hope I may live to see at least a part of it." "If you succeed, there will be many others to follow. The land will soon be a network of railroads," went on David, still musing. "We shall succeed," said Mr. Jervis, closing his lips firmly in a way that made one sure he knew whereof he spoke. "And now tell me about it," said David, with his most engaging smile, as a child will ask to have a story. David could be most fascinating when he felt he was in a sympathetic company. At other times he was wont to be grave, almost to severity. But those who knew him best and had seen him thus melted into childlike enthusiasm felt his lovableness as the others never dreamed. The table talk launched into a description of the proposed road, the roadbed, the manner of laying the rails, their thickness and width, and the way of bolting them down to the heavy timbers that lay underneath. It was all intensely fascinating to Marcia. Mr. Jervis took knives and forks to illustrate, and then showed by plates and spoons how they were fastened down. David asked a question now and then, took out his notebook and wrote down some things. The two guests were eager and plain in their answers. They wanted David to write it up. They wanted the information to be accurate and full. "The other day I saw a question in a Baltimore paper sent in by a subscriber, 'What is a railroad?'" said the old gentleman. And the editor's reply was, "Can any of our readers answer this question and tell us what is a railroad?" There was a hearty laugh over the unenlightened unbelievers, who seemed to be only too willing to remain in ignorance of the march of improvement. David finally laid down his notebook, feeling that he had gained all the information he needed at present. "I have much faith in you and your skill, but I do not quite see how you are going to overcome all the obstacles. How, for instance, are you going to overcome the inequalities in the road? Our country is not a flat, even one, like those abroad where the railroad has been tried. There are sharp grades and many curves will be necessary," said he. Mr. Jervis had shoved his chair back from the table, but now he drew it up again sharply and began to move the dishes back from his place, a look of eagerness gleaming in his face. Once again the dishes and cups were brought into requisition as the engineer showed a crude model, in china and cutlery, of an engine he proposed to have constructed, illustrating his own idea about a truck for the forward wheels which should move separately from the back wheels and enable the engine to conform to curves more readily. Marcia sat with glowing cheeks, watching the outline of history that was to be, not knowing that the little model before her, made from her own teacups and saucers, was to be the model for all the coming engines of the many railroads of the future. Finally the chairs were pushed back, and yet the talk went on. Marcia slipped silently about, conveying the dishes away. And still the guests sat talking. She could hear all that they said, even when she was in the kitchen washing the china, for she did it very softly, and never a clink hid a word. They talked of Governor Clinton again, and of his attitude toward the railroad. They spoke of Thurlow Weed and a number of others whose names were familiar to Marcia in the papers she had read to her father. They told how lately on the Baltimore and Ohio Railroad Peter Cooper had experimented with a little locomotive, and had beaten a gray horse attached to another car. Marcia smiled brightly as she listened, and laid the delicate china teapot down with care lest she should lose a word. But ever with her interest in the march of civilization there were other thoughts mingling. Thoughts of David, and how he would be connected with it all. He would write it up and be identified with it. He was brave enough to face any new movement. David's paper was a temperance paper. There were not many temperance papers in those days. David was brave. He had already faced a number of unpleasant circumstances in consequence. He was not afraid of sneers or sarcasms, nor of being called a fanatic. He had taken such a stand that even those who were opposed had to respect him. Marcia felt the joy of a great pride in David tonight. She sang a happy little song at the bottom of her heart as she worked. The new railroad was an assured thing, and David was her comrade. That was the song, and the refrain was, "David, David, David." Later, after the guests had talked themselves out and taken their candles to their rooms, David with another comrade's smile, and a look in his eyes that saw visions of the country's future, and for this one night at least promised not to dream of the past, bade her good night. She went up to her white chamber and lay down upon her pillow, whose case was fragrant with lavender blossoms, dreaming with a smile of tomorrow. She thought she was riding in a strange new railroad train, with David's arm about her, and Harry Temple running along at his very best pace to try to catch them, but he could not. Miranda, at her supperless window, watched the evening hours and thought many thoughts. She wondered why they stayed in the dining room so late, and why they did not go into the parlor and make Marcia play the music box, as she called it, and why there was a light so long in that back chamber over the kitchen. Could it be they had put one of the guests there? Surely not. Perhaps that was David's study. Perhaps he was writing. Ah, she had guessed aright. David was sitting up to write while the inspiration was upon him. But Miranda slept and ceased to wonder long before David's light was extinguished, and when he finally lay down it was with a body healthily weary, and a mind for the time free from any intruding thought of himself and his troubles. He had written a most captivating article that would appear in his paper in a few days, and which must convince many doubters that a railroad was at last an established fact among them. There were one or two points which he must ask the skilled engineer in the morning, but as he reviewed what he had written he felt a sense of deep satisfaction and a true delight in his work. His soul thrilled with the power of his gift. He loved it, exulted in it. It was pleasant to feel that delight in his work once more. He had thought since his marriage that it was gone forever, but perhaps by and by it would return to console him, and he would be able to do greater things in the world because of his suffering. Just as he dropped to sleep there came a thought of Marcia, pleasantly, as one remembers a flower. He felt that there was a comfort about Marcia, a something helpful in her smile. There was more to her than he had supposed. She was not merely a child. How her face had glowed as the men talked of the projected railroad, and almost she seemed to understand as they described the proposed engine with its movable trucks. She would be a companion who would be interested in his pursuits. He had hoped to teach Kate to understand his life work and perhaps help him some, but Kate was by nature a butterfly, a bird of gay colors, always on the wing. He would not have wanted her to be troubled with deep thoughts. Marcia seemed to enjoy such things. What if he should take pains to teach her, read with her, help cultivate her mind? It would at least be an occupation for leisure hours, something to interest him and keep away the awful pall of sadness. How sweet she had looked as she lay asleep in the woods with the tears on her cheek like the dewdrops upon a rose petal. She was a dear little girl, and he must take care of her and protect her. That scoundrel Temple! What were such men made for? He must settle him tomorrow. And so he fell asleep. End of chapter 16. Chapter 17 of Marcia Schuyler by Grace Livingston Hill. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 17. Harry Temple sat in his office the next morning with his feet upon the table and his wooden-armed chair tilted back against the wall. He had letters to write, a number of them, that should go out with the afternoon coach to reach the night packet. There were at least 3 men he ought to go and see at once if he would do his best for his employers, and the office he sat in was by no means in the best of order. But his feet were elevated comfortably on the table, and he was deep in the pages of a story of the French court, its loves and hates and intrigues. It was therefore with annoyance that he looked up at the opening of the office door. But the frown changed to apprehension as he saw who was his visitor. He brought the chair legs suddenly to the floor, and his own legs followed them swiftly. David Spafford was not a man before whom another would sit with his feet on a table, even to transact business. There was a look of startled inquiry on Harry Temple's face. For an instant his self-complacency was shaken. He hesitated, wondering what tack to take. Perhaps after all his alarm was unnecessary. Marcia likely had been too frightened to tell of what had occurred. He noticed the broad shoulder, the lean, active body, the keen eye, and the grave poise of his visitor, and thought he would hardly care to fight a duel with that man. It was natural for him to think at once of a duel on account of the French court life from which his mind had just emerged. A flash of wonder passed through his mind whether it would be swords or pistols, and then he set himself to face the other man. David Spafford stood for a full minute and looked into the face of the man he had come to shame. He looked at him with a calm eye and brow, but with a growing contempt that did not need words to express it. Harry Temple felt the color rise in his cheek, and his soul quaked for an instant. Then his habitual conceit arose, and he tried to parry with his eye that keen piercing gaze of the other. It must have lasted a full minute, though it seemed to Mr. Temple it was 5 at the least. He made an attempt to offer his visitor a chair, but it was not noticed. David Spafford looked his man through and through, and knew him for exactly what he was. At last he spoke, quietly, in a tone that was too courteous to be contemptuous, but it humiliated the listener more even than contempt. "It would be well for you to leave town at once." That was all. The listener felt that it was a command. His wrath arose hotly, and beat itself against the calm exterior of his visitor's gaze in a look that was brazen enough to have faced a whole town of accusers. Harry Temple could look innocent and handsome when he chose. "I do not understand you, sir," he said. "That is a most extraordinary statement." "It would be well for you to leave town at once." This time the command was imperative. Harry's eyes blazed. "Why?" He asked it with that impertinent tilt to his chin which usually angered his opponent in any argument. Once he could break that steady, iron self-control, he felt he would have the best of things. He could easily persuade David Spafford that everything was all right if he could get him off his guard and make him angry. An angry man could do little but bluster. "You understand very well," David replied, his voice still steady and his gaze not swerving. "Indeed! Well, this is most extraordinary," said Harry, losing control of himself again. "Of what do you accuse me, may I inquire?" "Of nothing that your own heart does not accuse you," said David, and somehow there was more than human indignation in the gaze now. There was pity, a sense of shame for another soul who could lower himself to do unseemly things. Before that look the blood crept into Harry's cheek again. An uncomfortable sensation entirely new was stealing over him. A sense of sin. No, not that exactly. A sense that he had made a mistake perhaps. He never was very hard upon himself even when the evidence was clear against him. It angered him to feel humiliated. What a fuss to make about a little thing! What a tiresome old cad to care about a little flirtation with his wife! He wished he had let the pretty baby alone entirely. She was of no finer stuff than many another who had accepted his advances with pleasure. He stiffened his neck and replied with much haughtiness. "My heart accuses me of nothing, sir. I assure you I consider your words an insult. I demand satisfaction for your insulting language, sir." Harry Temple had never fought a duel and had never been present when others fought, but that was the language in which a challenge was usually delivered in the French novels. "It is not a matter for discussion," said David Spafford, utterly ignoring the other's blustering words. "I am fully informed as to all that occurred yesterday afternoon, and I tell you once more, it would be well for you to leave town at once. I have nothing further to say." David turned and walked toward the door, and Harry stood, ignored, angry, crestfallen, and watched him until he reached the door. "You had better ask your informant further of her part in the matter," he hissed suddenly, an open sneer on his face and a covert implication of deep meaning. David turned, his face flashing with righteous indignation. The man who was withered by the scorn of that glance wished heartily that he had not uttered the false sentence. He felt the smallness of his own soul during the instant of silence in which his visitor stood looking at him. Then David spoke deliberately. "I knew you were a knave," said he, "but I did not suppose you were also a coward. A man who is not a coward will not try to put the blame upon a woman, especially upon an innocent one. You, sir, will leave town this evening. Any business further than you can settle between this and that, I will see properly attended to. I warn you, sir, it will be unwise for you to remain longer than till the evening coach." Perfectly courteous were David's tones, keen command was in his eye, and determination in every line of his face. Harry could not recover himself to reply, could not master his frenzy of anger and humiliation to face the righteous look of his accuser. Before he realized it, David was gone. He stood by the window and watched him go down the street with rapid, firm tread and upright bearing. Every line in that erect form spoke of determination. The conviction grew within him that the last words of his visitor were true, and that it would be wise for him to leave town. He rebelled at the idea. He did not wish to leave, for business matters were in such shape, or rather in such chaos, that it would be extremely awkward for him to meet his employers and explain his desertion at that time. Moreover, there were still several homes in the town open to him whenever he chose, where there were many attractions. It was a lazy, pleasant life he had been leading here, fully trusted, and wholly disloyal to the trust, troubled by no uneasy overseers, not even his own conscience, dined and smiled upon with lovely languishing eyes. He did not care to go, even though he had decried the town as dull and monotonous. But, on the other hand, things had occurred, not the unfortunate little mistake of yesterday, of course, but others, more serious things, that he would hardly care to have brought to the light of day, especially through the keen sarcastic columns of David Spafford's paper. He had seen other sinners brought to a bloodless retribution in those columns by dauntless weapons of sarcasm and wit which in David Spafford's hands could be made to do valiant work. He did not care to be humiliated in that way. He could not brazen it out. He was convinced that the man meant what he said, and from what he knew of his influence, he felt that he would leave no stone unturned till he had made the place too hot to hold him. Only Harry Temple himself knew how easy that would be to do, for no one else knew how many mistakes Harry had made, and he, unfortunately for himself, did not know how many of them were not known by any who could harm him. He stood a long time clinking some sixpences and shillings together in his pocket, and scowling down the street after David had disappeared from sight. "Blame that little pink-cheeked, baby-faced fool," he said at last, turning on his heel with a sigh. "I might have known she was too goody-goody. Such people ought to die young before they grow up to make fools of other people. Bah! Think of a wife like that with no spirit of her own. A baby, merely a baby." Nevertheless, in his secret heart, he knew he honored Marcia and felt a true shame that she had looked into his tarnished soul. Then he looked round about upon his papers that represented a whole week's hard work and maybe more before they were cleared away, and reflected how much easier after all it would be to get up a good excuse and go away, leaving all this to some poor drudge who should be sent here in his place. He looked around again, and his eyes lighted upon his book. He remembered the exciting crisis in which he had left the heroine, and down he sat to his story again. At least there was nothing demanding attention this moment. He need not decide what he would do. If he went, there were few preparations to make. He would toss some things into his carpet-bag and pretend to have been summoned to see a sick and dying relative, a long-lost brother or something. It would be easy to invent one when the time came. Then he would leave directions for the rest of his things to be packed if he did not return, and get rid of the trouble of it all. As for the letters, if he was going what use to bother with them? Let them wait till his successor should come. It mattered little to him whether his employers suffered for his negligence or not, so long as he finished his story. Besides, it would not do to let that cad think he had frightened him. He would pretend he was not going, at least during his hours of grace. So he picked up his book and went on reading. At noon he sauntered back to his boarding house as usual for his dinner, having professed an unusually busy morning to those who came into the office on business and made appointments with them for the next day. This had brought him much satisfaction as the morning wore away and he was left free to his book, and so before dinner he had come to within a very few pages of the end. After a leisurely dinner he sauntered back to the office again, rejoicing in the fact that circumstances had so arranged themselves that he had passed David Spafford in front of the newspaper office and given him a most elaborate and friendly bow in the presence of 4 or 5 bystanders. David's look in return had meant volumes, and decided Harry Temple to do as he had been ordered, not, of course, because he had been ordered to do so, but because it would be an easier thing to do. In fact, he made up his mind that he was weary of this part of the country. He went back to his book. About the middle of the afternoon he finished the last pages. He rose up with alacrity then, and began to think what he should do. He glanced around the room, sought out a few papers, took some daguerreotypes of girls from a drawer of his desk, gave a farewell glance around the dismal little room that had seen so much shirking for the past few months, and then went out and locked the door. He paused at the corner. Which way should he go? He did not care to go back to the office, for his book was done, and he scarcely needed to go to his room at his boarding place yet either, for the afternoon was but half over, and he wished his departure to appear to be entirely unpremeditated. A daring thought came into his head. He would walk past David Spafford's house. He would let Marcia see him if possible. He would show them that he was not afraid in the least. He even meditated going in and explaining to Marcia that she had made a great mistake, that he had been merely admiring her, and that there was no harm in anything he had said or done yesterday, that he was exceedingly grieved and mortified that she should have mistaken his meaning for an insult, and so on and so on. He well knew how to make such honeyed talk when he chose, but the audacity of the thing was a trifle too much for even his bold nature. So he satisfied himself by strolling in a leisurely manner by the house. When he was directly opposite to it, he raised his eyes casually and bowed and smiled with his most graceful air. True, he did not see anyone, for Marcia had caught sight of him as she was coming out upon the stoop and had fled into her own room with the door buttoned. She was watching unseen from behind the folds of her curtain, but he made the bow as complete as though a whole family had been greeting him from the windows. Marcia, poor child, thought he must see her, and she felt frozen to the spot and stared wildly through the little fold of her curtain with trembling hands and weak knees till he was past. Well pleased at himself, the young man walked on, knowing that at least 3 prominent citizens had seen him bow and smile, and that they would be witnesses, against anything David might say to the contrary, that he was on friendly terms with Mrs. Spafford. Hannah Heath was sitting on the front stoop with her knitting. She often sat there dressed daintily of an afternoon. Her hands were white and looked well against the blue yarn she was knitting. Besides, there was something domestic and sentimental in a stocking. It gave a cozy, homey air to a woman, Hannah considered. So she sat and knitted and smiled at whomsoever passed by, luring many in to sit and talk with her, so that the stockings never grew rapidly, but always kept at about the same stage. If it had been Miranda, Grandmother Heath would have made sharp remarks about the length of time it took to finish that blue stocking, but as it was Hannah, it was all right. Hannah sat upon the stoop and knitted as Harry Temple came by. Now Hannah was not so great a favorite with Harry as Harry with Hannah. She was of the kind who was conquered too easily, and he did not consider it worth his while to waste time upon her simperings usually. But this afternoon was different. He had nowhere to go for a little while, and Hannah's appearance on the stoop was opportune and gave him an idea. He would lounge there with her. Perchance fortune would favor him again, and David Spafford would pass by and see him. There would be one more opportunity to stare insolently at him and defy him, before he bent his neck to obey. David had given him the day in which to do what he would, and he would make no move until the time was over and the coach he had named departed. But he knew that then he would bring down retribution. In just what form that retribution would come he was not quite certain, but he knew it would be severe. So when Hannah smiled upon him, Harry Temple stepped daintily across the mud in the road, and came and sat down beside her. He toyed with her knitting, caught one end of her plump white hands, the one on the side away from the street, and held it, while Hannah pretended not to notice, and drooped her long eyelashes in a telling way. Hannah knew how. She had been at it a good many years. So he sat, toward 5 o'clock, when David came by and bowed gravely to Hannah, but seemed not to see Harry. Harry let his eyes follow the tall figure in an insolent stare. "What a dough-faced cad that man is," he said lazily. "No wonder his little pink-cheek wife seeks other society. Handsome baby, though, isn't she?" Hannah pricked up her ears. Her loss of David was too recent not to cause her extreme jealousy of his pretty young wife. Already she fairly hated her. Her upbringing in the atmosphere of Grandmother Heath's sarcastic, ill-natured gossip had prepared her to be quick to see meaning in any insinuation. She looked at him keenly, archly for a moment, then replied with drooping gaze and coquettish manner, "You should not blame any one for enjoying your company." Hannah stole sly glances to see how he took this, but Harry was an old hand and proof against such scrutiny. He only shrugged his shoulder carelessly, as though he dropped all blame like a garment that he had no need for. "And what's the matter with David?" asked Hannah, watching David as he mounted his own steps, and thinking how often she had watched that tall form go down the street, and thought of him as destined to belong to her. The mortification that he had chosen someone else was not yet forgotten. It amounted almost to a desire for revenge. Harry lingered longer than he had intended. Hannah begged him to remain to supper, but he declined, and when she pressed him to do so, he looked troubled and said that he was expecting a letter and must hurry back to see if it came in the afternoon coach. He told her that a dear friend, a beloved cousin, was lying very ill, and he might be summoned at any moment to his bedside, and Hannah said some comforting little things in a caressing voice, and hoped he should find the letter saying the cousin was better. Then he hurried away. It was easy at his boarding house to say he had been called away, and he rushed up to his room and threw some necessaries into his carpet bag, scattering things around the room and helping out the impression that he was called away in a great hurry. When he was ready he looked at his watch. It was growing late. The evening coach left in half an hour. He knew its route well. It started at the village inn and went down the old turnpike, stopping here and there to pick up passengers. There was always a convocation when it started. Perhaps David Spafford would be there and witness his obedience to the command given him. He set his lips and made up his mind to escape that at least. He would cheat his adversary of that satisfaction. It would involve a sacrifice. He would have to go without his supper, and he could smell the frying bacon coming up the stairs. but it would help the illusion, and he could perhaps get something on the way when the coach stopped to change horses. He rushed downstairs, and told his landlady that he must start at once, as he must see a man before the coach went, and she, poor lady, had no chance to suggest that he leave her little deposit on the sum of his board which he already owed her. There was perhaps some method in his hurry for that reason also. It always bothered him to pay his bills. He had so many other ways of spending his money. So he hurried away and caught a ride in a farm wagon going toward the crossroads. When it turned off he walked a little way until another wagon came along, finally crossed several fields at a breathless pace, and caught the coach just as it was leaving the crossroads, which was the last stopping place anywhere near the village. He climbed up beside the driver, still in a breathless condition, and detailed to him how he had received word, just before the coach started, by a messenger who came across country on horseback, that his cousin was dying. After he had answered the driver's minutest questions, he sat back and reflected upon his course with satisfaction. He was off, and he had not been seen nor questioned by a single citizen, and by tomorrow night his story as he had told it to the driver would be fully known and circulated through the place he had just left. The stage driver was one of the best means of advertisement. It was well to give him full particulars. The driver, after he had satisfied his curiosity about the young man by his side, and his reasons for leaving town so hastily, began to wax eloquent upon the one theme which now occupied his spare moments and his fluent tongue, the subject of a projected railroad. Whether some of the sentiments he uttered were his own, or whether he had but borrowed from others, they were at least uttered with force and apparent conviction, and many a traveler sat and listened as they were retailed and viewed, the subject from the standpoint of the loud-mouthed coachman. A little later Tony Weller, called by some one the best beloved of all coachmen, uttered much the same sentiments in the following words: "I consider that the railroad is unconstitutional and an invader of privileges. As to the comfort, as an old coachman I may say it. Vere's the comfort o' sittin' in a harmchair a lookin' at brick walls and heaps o' mud, never comin' to a public 'ouse, never seein' a glass o' ale, never goin' through a pike, never meetin' a change o' no kind, hosses or otherwise, but always comin' to a place, ven you comes to vun at all, the werry pictur' o' the last. As to the honour and dignity o' travellin', vere can that be without a coachman, and vut's the rail, to such coachmen as is sometimes forced to go by it, but an outrage and an hinsult? As to the Injun, a nasty, wheezin', gaspin', puffin', bustin' monster always out of breath, with a shiny green and gold back like an onpleasant beetle. As to the Injun as is always a pouring out red 'ot coals at night and black smoke in the day, the sensiblest thing it does, in my opinion, is ven there's somethin' in the vay, it sets up that 'ere frightful scream vich seems to say, 'Now 'ere's 240 passengers in the werry greatest extremity o' danger, and 'ere's their 240 screams in bun.'" But such sentiments as these troubled Harry Temple not one whit. He cared not whether the present century had a railroad or whether it travelled by foot. He would not lift a white finger to help it along or hinder. As the talk went on, he was considering how and where he might get his supper. Chapter 18 of Marcia Schuyler by Grace Livingston Hill. Chapter 18 The weather turned suddenly cold and raw that fall, and almost in one day the trees that had been green, or yellowing in the sunshine, put on their autumn garments of defeat, flaunted them for a brief hour, and dropped them early in despair. The pleasant woods, to which Marcia had fled in her dismay, became a mass of finely penciled branches against a wintry sky, save for the one group of tall pines that hung out heavy above the rest and seemed to defy even snowy blasts. Marcia could see those pines from her kitchen window, and sometimes as she worked, if her heart was heavy, she would look out and away to them, and think of the day she laid her head down beneath them to sob out her trouble, and awoke to find comfort. Somehow the memory of that little talk that she and David had then grew into vast proportions in her mind, and she loved to cherish it. There had come letters from home. Her stepmother had written, a stiff, not unloving letter, full of injunctions to be sure to remember this and not do that, and on no account to let any relative or neighbor persuade her out of the ways in which she had been brought up. She was attempting to do as many mothers do, when they see the faults in the child they have brought up, try to bring them up over again. At some of the sentences a wild homesickness took possession of her. Some little homely phrase about one of the servants, or the mention of a pet hen or cow, could bring the longing tears to her eyes, and she would feel that she must throw away this new life and run back to the old one. School was begun at home. Marianne and Hanford would be taking the long walk back and forth together twice a day to the old schoolhouse. She half envied them their happy, care-free life. She liked to think of the shy courting that she had often seen between scholars in the upper classes. Her imagination pleased itself sometimes when she was going to sleep, trying to picture out the school goings and homecomings, and their sober talk. Not that she ever looked back to Hanford Weston with regret, not she. She knew always that he was not for her, and perhaps, even so early as that in her new life, if the choice had been given her whether she would go back to her girlhood again and be as she was before Kate had run away, or whether she would choose to stay here in the new life with David, it is likely she would have chosen to stay. There were occasional letters from Squire Schuyler. He wrote of politics, and sent many messages to his son-in-law which Marcia handed over to David at the tea-table to read, and which always seemed to soften David and bring a sweet sadness into his eyes. He loved and respected his father-in-law. It was as if he were bound to him by the love of someone who had died. Marcia thought of that every time she handed David a letter, and sat and watched him read it. Sometimes little Harriet or the boys printed out a few words about the family cat or the neighbors' children, and Marcia laughed and cried over the poor little attempts at letters, and longed to have the eager childish faces of the writers to kiss. But in all of them there was never a mention of the bright, beautiful, selfish girl around whom the old home life used to center, and who seemed now, judging from the home letters, to be worse than dead to them all. But since the afternoon upon the hill a new and pleasant intercourse had sprung up between David and Marcia. True, it was confined mainly to discussions of the new railroad, and possibilities of its success, and the construction of engines, tracks, etc. David was constantly writing up the subject for his paper, and he fell into the habit of reading his articles aloud to Marcia when they were finished. She would listen with breathless admiration, sometimes combating a point ably with the old vim she had used in her discussion over the newspaper with her father, but mainly agreeing with every word he wrote, and always eager to understand it down to the minutest detail. He always seemed pleased at her praise, and wrote on while she put away the tea things with a contented expression, as though he had passed a high critic, and need not fear any other. Once he looked up with a quizzical expression and made a jocose remark about "our article," taking her into a sort of partnership with him in it, which set her heart to beating happily, until it seemed as if she were really, in some part at least, growing into his life. But after all their companionship was a shy, distant one, more like that of a brother and sister who had been separated all their lives and were just beginning to get acquainted, and ever there was a settled sadness about the lines of David's mouth and eyes. They sat around one table now, the evenings when they were at home, for there were still occasional tea drinkings at their friends' houses. And there was one night a week held religiously for a formal supper with the aunts, which David kindly acquiesced in, more for the sake of his Aunt Clorinda than the others, whenever he was not detained by actual business. Then, too, there was the weekly prayer meeting held at early candlelight in the dim old shadowed church. They always walked down the twilighted streets together, and it seemed to Marcia there was a sweet solemnity about that walk. They never said much to each other on the way. David seemed preoccupied with holy thoughts, and Marcia walked softly beside him as if he had been the minister, looking at him proudly and reverently now and then. David was often called upon to pray in meeting, and Marcia loved to listen to his words. He seemed to be more intimate with God than the others, who were mostly old men and prayed with long, rolling, solemn sentences that put the whole community down into the dust and ashes before their Creator. Marcia rather enjoyed the hour spent in the soberness of the church, with the flickering candlelight making grotesque forms of shadows on the wall and among the tall pews. The old minister reminded her of the one she had left at home, though he was more learned and scholarly, and when he had read the Scripture passages, he would take his spectacles off and lay them across the great Bible where the candlelight played at glances with the steel bows, and say, "Let us pray." Then would come that soft stir and hush as the people took the attitude of prayer. Marcia sometimes joined in the prayer in her heart, uttering shy little petitions that were vague and indefinite, and had to do mostly with the days when she was troubled and homesick, and felt that David belonged wholly to Kate. Always her clear voice joined in the slow hymns that quavered out now and again, lined out to the worshippers. Marcia and David went out from the meeting down the street to their home with the hush upon them that must have been upon the Israelites of old after they had been to the solemn congregation. But once David had come in earlier than usual and had caught Marcia reading the Scottish Chiefs, and while she started guiltily to be found thus employed, he smiled indulgently. After supper he said, "Get your book, child, and sit down. I have some writing to do, and after it is done I will read to you." So after that, more and more often, it was a book that Marcia held in her hands in the long evenings when they sat together, instead of some useful employment, and so her education progressed. Thus she read Epictetus, Rasselas, The Deserted Village, The Vicar of Wakefield, Paradise Lost, The Mysteries of the Human Heart, Marshall's Life of Columbus, The Spy, The Pioneers, and The Last of the Mohicans. She had been asked to sing in the village choir. David sang a sweet high tenor there, and Marcia's voice was clear and strong as a blackbird's, with the plaintive sweetness of the wood robins. Hannah Heath was in the choir also, and jealously watched her every move, but of this Marcia was unaware until informed of it by Miranda. With her inherited sweetness of nature she scarcely credited it, until one Sunday, a few weeks after the departure of Harry Temple, Hannah leaned forward from her seat among the altos and whispered quite distinctly, so that those around could hear (it was just before the service), "I've just had a letter from your friend Mr. Temple. I thought you might like to know that his cousin got well, and that he has gone back to New York. He won't be returning here this year. On some accounts he thought it was better not." It was all said pointedly, with double emphasis upon the "your friend" and "some accounts." Marcia felt her cheeks glow, much to her vexation, and tried to control her whisper to seem kindly as she answered indifferently enough. "Oh, indeed! But you must have made a mistake. Mr. Temple is a very slight acquaintance of mine. I have met him only a few times, and I know nothing about his cousin. I was not aware even that he had gone away." Hannah raised her speaking eyebrows and replied, quite loud now, for the choir leader had stood up already with his tuning fork in hand, and one could hear it faintly twang, "Indeed!" using Marcia's own word, and quite coldly. I should have thought differently from what Harry himself told me." And there was that in her tone which deepened the color in Marcia's cheeks, and caused it to stay there during the entire morning service, as she sat puzzling over what Hannah could have meant. It rankled in her mind during the whole day. She longed to ask David about it, but could not get up the courage. She could not bear to revive the memory of what seemed to be her shame. It was at the minister's donation party that Hannah planted another thorn in her heart. Hannah in a green plaid silk with delicate undersleeves of lace and a tiny black velvet jacket. She selected a time when Lemuel was near, and when Aunt Amelia and Aunt Hortense, who believed that all the young men in town were hovering about David's wife, sat one on either side of Marcia, as if to guard her for their beloved nephew, who was discussing politics with Mr. Heath, and who never seemed to notice, so blind he was in his trust of her. So Hannah paused and posed before the three ladies, and with Lemuel smiling just at her elbow, began in her affected way. "I've had another letter from New York, from your friend Mr. Temple." She said it with the slightest possible glance over her shoulder to get the effect of her words upon the faithful Lemuel. "And he tells me he has met a sister of yours. By the way, she told him that David used to be very fond of her before she was married. I suppose she'll be coming to visit you now she's so near as New York." Two pairs of suspicious, steely eyes flew like stinging insects to gaze upon her, one on either side, and Marcia's heart stood still for just one instant, but she felt that here was her trying time, and if she would help David and do the work for which she had become his wife, she must protect him now from any suspicions or disagreeable tongues. By very force of will she controlled the trembling of her lips. "My sister will not likely visit us this winter, I think," she replied, as coolly as if she had had a letter to that effect that morning, and then she deliberately looked at Lemuel Skinner and asked if he had heard of the offer of prizes of $4,000 in cash that the Baltimore and Ohio Railroad had just made for the most approved engine delivered for trial before June 1st, 1831, not to exceed 3½ tons in weight and capable of drawing, day by day, 15 tons, inclusive of weight of wagons, 15 miles per hour. Lemuel looked at her blankly and said he had not heard of it. He was engaged in thinking over what Hannah had said about a letter from Harry Temple. He cared nothing about railroads. "The second prize is $3,500, stated Marcia eagerly, as though it were of the utmost importance to her. "Are you thinking of trying for one of the prizes?" sneered Hannah, piercing her with her eyes, and now indeed the ready color flowed into Marcia's face. Her ruse had been detected. "If I were a man and understood machinery, I believe I would. What a grand thing it would be to be able to invent a thing like an engine that would be of so much use to the world," she answered bravely. "They are most dangerous machines," said Aunt Amelia, disapprovingly. "No right-minded Christian who wishes to live out his life his Creator has given him would ever ride behind one. I have heard that boilers always explode." "They are most unnecessary," said Aunt Hortense severely, as if that settled the question for all time and all railroad corporations. But Marcia was glad for once of their disapproval, and entered most heartily into a discussion of the pros and cons of engines and steam, quoting largely from David's last article for the paper on the subject, until Hannah and Lemuel moved slowly away. The discussion served to keep the aunts from inquiring further that evening about the sister in New York. Marcia begged them to go with her into the kitchen and see the store of good things that had been brought to the minister's house by his loving parishioners. Bags of flour and meal, pumpkins, corn in the ear, and nice little pats of butter. A great wooden tub of doughnuts, baskets of apples and quinces, pounds of sugar and tea, barrels of potatoes, whole hams, a side of pork, a quarter of beef, hanks of yarn, and strings of onions. It was a goodly array. Marcia felt that the minister must be beloved by his people. She watched him and his wife as they greeted their people, and wished she knew them better and might come and see them sometimes, and perhaps eventually feel as much at home with them as with her own dear minister. She avoided Hannah during the remainder of the evening. When the evening was over and she went upstairs to get her wraps from the high four-poster bedstead, she had almost forgotten Hannah and her ill-natured, prying remarks. But Hannah had not forgotten her. She came forth from behind the bed curtains where she had been searching for a lost glove, and remarked that she should think Marcia would be lonely this first winter away from home, and want her sister with her a while. But the presence of Hannah always seemed a natural stimulus to the spirit of Marcia. "Oh, I'm not in the least lonely," she laughed merrily. "I have a great many interesting things to do, and I love music and books." "Oh, yes, I forgot you are very fond of music. Harry Temple told me about it," said Hannah. Again there was that disagreeable hint of something more behind her words that aggravated Marcia almost beyond control. For an instant a cutting reply was upon her lips and her eyes flashed fire. Then it came to her how futile it would be, and she caught the words in time and walked swiftly down the stairs. David, watching her come down, saw the admiring glances of all who stood in the hall below, and took her under his protection with a measure of pride in her youth and beauty that he did not himself at all realize. All the way home he talked with her about the new theory of railroad construction, quite contented in her companionship, while she, poor child, much perturbed in spirit, wondered how he would feel if he knew what Hannah had said. David fell into a deep study with a book and his papers about him after they had reached home. Marcia went up to her quiet, lonely chamber, put her face in the pillow, and thought and wept and prayed. When at last she lay down to rest, she did not know anything she could do but just go on living day by day and helping David all she could. At most there was nothing to fear for herself, save a kind of shame that she had not been the first sister chosen, and she found to her surprise that that was growing to be deeper than she had supposed. She wished as she fell asleep that her girl dreams might have been left to develop and bloom like other girls', and that she might have had a real lover, like David in every way, yet of course not David because he was Kate's, but a real lover who would meet her as David had done that night when he had thought she was Kate, and speak to her tenderly. One afternoon, David, being wearied with an unusual round of taxing cares, came home to rest and study up some question in his library. Finding the front door fastened, and remembering that he had left his key in his other pocket, he came around to the back door, and much preoccupied with thought went through the kitchen and nearly to the hall before the unusual sounds of melody penetrated to his ears. He stopped for an instant amazed, forgetting the piano, then comprehending, he wondered who was playing. Perhaps some visitor was in the parlor. He would listen and find out. He was weary and dusty with the soil of the office upon his hands and clothes. He did not care to meet a visitor, so under cover of the music he slipped into the door of his library across the hall from the parlor and dropped into his great armchair. Softly and tenderly stole the music through the open door, all about him, like the gentle dropping of some tender psalms or comforting chapter in the Bible to an aching heart. It touched his brow like a soft soothing hand, and seemed to know and recognize all the agonies his heart had been passing through, and all the weariness his body felt. He put his head back, and let it float over him and rest him. Tinkling brooks and gentle zephyrs, waving of forest trees and twitterings of birds, calm, lazy clouds floating by, a sweetness in the atmosphere, bells far away, lowing herds, music of the angels high in heaven, the soothing strain from each extracted and brought to heal his broken heart. It fell like a dew upon his spirit. Then, like a fresh breeze with zest and life borne on, came a new strain, grand and fine and high, calling him to better things. He did not know it was a strain of Handel's music grown immortal, but his spirit recognized the higher call commanding him to follow, and straightway he felt strengthened to go onward in the course he had been pursuing. Old troubles seemed to grow less, anguish fell away from him. He took new lease of life. Nothing seemed impossible. Then she played by ear one or two of the old tunes they sang in church, touching the notes tenderly and almost making them speak the words. It seemed a benediction. Suddenly the playing ceased, and Marcia remembered it was nearly supper time. He met her in the doorway with a new look in his eyes, a look of high purpose and exultation. He smiled upon her and said, "That was good, child. I did not know you could do it. You must give it to us often." Marcia felt a glow of pleasure in his kindliness, albeit she felt that the look in his eyes set him apart and above her, and made her feel the child she was. She hurried out to get the supper between pleasure and a nameless unrest. She was glad of this much, but she wanted more, a something to meet her soul and satisfy. End of chapter 18. Chapter 19 of Marcia Schuyler by Grace Livingston Hill. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 19. The world had not gone well with Mistress Kate Leavenworth, and she was ill pleased. She had not succeeded in turning her father's heart toward herself, as she had confidently expected to do when she ran away with her sea captain. She had written a gay letter home, taking for granted, in a pretty way, the forgiveness she did not think it necessary to ask, but there had come in return a brief, harsh statement from her father that she was no longer his daughter and must cease from further communication with the family in any way; that she should never enter his house again, and not a penny of his money should ever pass to her. He also informed her plainly that the trousseau made for her had been given to her sister, who was now the wife of the man she had not seen fit to marry. Over this letter Mistress Kate at first stormed, then wept, and finally sat down to frame epistle after epistle in petulant, penitent language. These epistles, following each other by daily mail coaches, still brought nothing further from her irate parent, and my lady was at last forced to face the fact that she must bear the penalty of her own misdeeds, a lesson she should have learned much earlier in life. The young captain, who had always made it appear that he had plenty of money, had spent his salary and most of his mother's fortune, which had been left in his keeping as administrator of his father's estate, so he had really very little to offer the spoiled and petted beauty, who simply would not settle down to the inevitable and accept the fate that she had brought upon herself and others. Day after day she fretted and blamed her husband until he heartily wished her back from whence he had taken her, wished her anywhere save where she was. Her brightness and beauty seemed all gone. She was a sulky child insisting upon the moon or nothing. She waited to go to New York and be established in a fine house with plenty of servants and a carriage and horses, and the young captain had not the wherewithal to furnish these accessories to an elegant and luxurious life. He had loved her so far as his shallow nature could love, and perhaps she had returned it in the beginning. He wanted to spend his furlough in quiet places where he might have a honeymoon of his ideal, bantering Kate's sparkling sentences, looking into her beautiful eyes, touching her rosy lips with his own as often as he chose. But Mistress Kate had lost her sparkle. She would not be kissed until she had gained her point, her lovely eyes were full of disfiguring tears and angry flashes, and her speech scintillated with cutting sarcasms, which were none the less hard to bear that they pressed home some disagreeable truths to the easy, careless spendthrift. The rose had lost its dew and was making its thorns felt. And so they quarreled through their honeymoon, and Captain Leavenworth was not sorry when a hasty and unexpected end came to his furlough, and he was ordered off with his ship for an indefinite length of time. Even then Kate thought to get her will before he left, and held on her sullen ways and her angry, blameful talk until the last minute, so that he hurried away without even one good-bye kiss, and with her angry sentences sounding in his ears. True, he repented somewhat on board the ship and sent her back more money than she could reasonably have expected under the circumstances, but he sent it without one word of gentleness, and Kate's heart was hard toward her husband. Then, with bitterness and anguish, that was new and fairly astonishing that it had come to her who had always had her way, she sat down to think of the man she had jilted. He would have been kind to her. He would have given her all she asked and more. He would even have moved his business to New York to please her, she felt sure. Why had she been so foolish? And then, like many another sinner who is made at last to see the error of his ways, she cast hard thoughts at a fate which had allowed her to make so great a mistake, and pitied her poor little self out of all recognition of the character she had formed. But she took her money and went to New York, for she felt that there only could she be at all happy, and have some little taste of the delights of true living. She took up her abode with an ancient relative of her own mother's, who lived in a quiet, respectable part of the city, and who was glad to piece out her small annuity with the modest sum that Kate agreed to pay for her board. It was not long before Mistress Kate, with her beautiful face and the pretty clothes which she took care to provide at once for herself, spending lavishly out of the diminishing sum her husband had sent her, and thinking not of the morrow, nor the day when the board bills would be due, became well known. The musty little parlor of the ancient relative was daily filled with visitors, and every evening Kate held court, with the old aunt nodding in her chair by the fireside. Neither did the poor old lady have a very easy time of it, in spite of the promise of weekly pay. Kate laughed at the old furniture and the old ways. She demanded new things, and got them too, until the old lady saw little hope of any help from the board money when Kate was constantly saying, "I saw this in a shop downtown, Auntie, and as I knew you needed it, I just bought it. My board this week will just pay for it." As always, Kate ruled. The little parlor took on an air of brightness, and Kate became popular. A few women of fashion took her up, and Kate launched herself upon a gay life, her one object to have as good a time as possible, regardless of what her husband or any one else might think. When Kate had been in New York about 2 months, it happened one day that she went out to drive with one of her new acquaintances, a young married woman of about her own age, who had been given all in a worldly way that had been denied to Kate. They made some calls in Brooklyn, and returned on the ferry boat, carriage and all, just as the sun was setting. The view was marvelous. The water a flood of pink and green and gold. The sails of the vessels along the shore lit up resplendently. The buildings of the city beyond sent back occasional flashes of reflected light from window glass or church spire. It was a picture worth looking upon, and Kate's companion was absorbed in it. Not so Kate. She loved display above all things. She sat up statelily, aware that she looked well in her new frock with the fine lace collar she had extravagantly purchased the day before, and her leghorn bonnet with its real ostrich feather, which was becoming in the extreme. She enjoyed sitting back of the colored coachman, her elegant friend by her side, and being admired by the 2 ladies and the little girl who sat in the ladies' cabin and occasionally peeped curiously at her from the window. She drew herself up haughtily, and let her soul delight itself in fatness, borrowed fatness perhaps, but still the long desired. She told herself she had a right to it, for was she not a Schuyler? That name was respected everywhere. She bore a grudge at a man and woman who stood by the railing absorbed in watching the sunset haze that lay over the river, showing the white sails in gleams like flashes of white birds here and there. A young man well set up, and fashionably attired, sauntered up to the carriage. He spoke to Kate's friend, and was introduced. Kate felt in her heart that it was because of her presence there he came. His bold black eyes told her as much, and she was flattered. They fell to talking. "You say you spent the summer near Albany, Mr. Temple," said Kate presently. "I wonder if you happen to know any of my friends. Did you meet a Mr. Spafford, David Spafford?" "Of course I did. Knew him well," said the young man with guarded tone, but a quick flash of dislike, and perhaps fear, had crossed his face at the name. Kate was keen. She analyzed that look. She parted her charming red lips, and showed her sharp little teeth like the treacherous pearls in a white kitten's pink mouth. "He was once a lover of mine," said Kate carelessly, wrinkling her piquant little nose as if the idea were comical, and laughing out a sweet ripple of mirth that would have cut David to the heart. "Indeed," said the ever-ready Harry, "and I do not wonder. Is not everyone that at once they see you, Mrs. Leavenworth? How kind of your husband to stay away at sea for so long a time, and give us other poor fellows a chance to say pleasant things." Then Kate pouted her pretty lips in a way that she had, and tapped the delighted Harry with her carriage parasol across the fingers of his hand that had taken familiar hold of the carriage beside her arm. "Oh, you naughty man!" she exclaimed prettily. "How dare you? Yes, David Spafford and I were quite good friends. I almost gave in at one time and became Mrs. Spafford, but he was too good for me." She uttered this truth in a mocking tone, and Harry saw her lead and hastened to follow. Here was a possible chance for revenge. He was ready for any. He studied the lady before him keenly. Of what did that face remind him? Had he ever seen her before? "I should judge him a little straight-laced for your merry ways," he responded gallantly. "But he's like all the rest, fickle, you know. He's married. Have you heard?" Kate's face darkened with something hard and cruel, but her voice was soft as a cat's purr. "Yes," she sighed, "I know. He married my sister. Poor child, I am sorry for her. I think he did it out of revenge, and she was too young to know her own mind. But they, poor things, will have to bear the consequences of what they have done. Isn't it a pity that that has to be, Mr. Temple? It is dreadful to have the innocent suffer. I have been greatly anxious about my sister." She lifted her large eyes swimming in tears, and he did not perceive the insincerity in her purring voice just then. He was thanking his lucky stars that he had been saved from any remarks about young Mrs. Spafford, whom her sister seemed to love so deeply. It had been on the tip of his tongue to suggest that she might be able to lead her husband a gay little dance if she chose. How lucky he had not spoken! He tried to say some pleasant comforting nothings, and found it delightful to see her face clear into smiles, and her blue eyes look into his so confidingly. By the time the boat touched the New York side, the two felt well acquainted, and Harry Temple had promised to call soon, which promise he lost no time in keeping. Kate's heart had grown bitter against the young sister who had dared to take her place, and against the lover who had so easily solaced himself. She could not understand it. She resolved to learn all that Mr. Temple knew about David, and to find out if possible whether he were happy. It was Kate's nature not to be able to give up anything, even though she did not want it. She desired the lifelong devotion of every man who came near her, and have it she would, or punish him. Harry Temple, meanwhile, was reflecting upon his chance meeting that afternoon, and wondering if in some way he might not yet have revenge upon the man who had humbled him. Possibly this woman could help him. After some thought, he sat down and penned a letter to Hannah Heath, begemming it here and there with devoted sentences which caused that young woman's eyes to sparkle and a smile of anticipation to wreathe her lips. When she heard of the handsome sister in New York, and of her former relations with David Spafford, her eyes narrowed speculatively, and her fair brow drew into puzzled frowns. Harry Temple had drawn a word picture of Mrs. Leavenworth. Harry should have been a novelist. If he had not been too lazy, he would have been a success. Gold hair! Ah, Hannah had heard of gold hair before, and in connection with David's promised wife. Here was a mystery, and Hannah resolved to look into it. It would at least be interesting to note the effect of her knowledge upon the young bride next door. She would try it. Meantime, the acquaintance of Harry Temple and Kate Leavenworth had progressed rapidly. The second sight of the lady proved more interesting than the first, for now her beautiful gold hair added to the charm of her handsome face. Harry ever delighted in beauty of whatever type, and a blonde was more fascinating to him than a brunette. Kate had dressed herself bewitchingly, and her manner was charming. She knew how to assume pretty childlike airs, but was not afraid to look him boldly in the eyes, and the light in her own seemed to challenge him. Here was a delightful new study. A woman fresh from the country, having all the charm of innocence, almost as childlike as her sister, yet with none of her prudishness. Kate's eyes held latent wickedness in them, or he was much mistaken. She did not droop her lids and blush when he looked boldly and admiringly into her face, but stared him back smilingly, merrily, daringly, as though she would go quite as far as he would. Moreover, with her he was sure he need feel none of the compunctions he might have felt with her younger sister, who was so obviously innocent, for whether Kate's boldness was from lack of knowledge or from lack of innocence, she was quite able to protect herself, that was plain. So Harry settled into his chair with a smile of pleasant anticipation upon his face. He not only had the prospect before him of a possible ally in revenge against David Spafford, but he had the promise of a most unusually delightful flirtation with a woman who was worthy of his best efforts in that line. Almost at once it began, with pleasant banter adorned with personal compliments. "Lovelier than I thought, my lady," said Harry, bowing low over the hand she gave him, in a courtly manner he had acquired, perhaps from the old world novels he had read. And he brushed her pink fingertips with his lips in a way that signified he was her abject slave. Kate blushed and smiled, greatly pleased, for though she had held her own little court in the village where she was brought up, and queened it over the young men who had flocked about her willingly, she had not been used to the fulsome flattery that breathed from Harry Temple in every word and glance. He looked at her keenly as he stood back a moment, to see if she were in any wise offended with his salutation, and saw, as he expected, that she was pleased and flattered. Her cheeks had grown rosier, and her eyes sparkled with pleasure as she responded with a pretty, gracious speech. Then they sat down and faced one another. A good woman would have called his look impudent, insulting. Kate returned it with a look that did not shrink nor waver, but fearlessly, recklessly accepted the challenge. Playing with fire were these two, and with no care for the fearful results which might follow. Both knew it was dangerous, and liked it the better for that. There was a long silence. The game was opening on a wider scale than either had ever played before. "Do you believe in affinities?" asked the devil through the man's voice. The woman colored and showed she understood his deeper meaning. Her eyes drooped for just the shade of an instant, and then she looked up and faced him saucily, provokingly. "Why?" He admired her with his gaze, and waited, lazily watching the color play in her cheeks. "Do you need to ask why?" he said at last, looking at her significantly. "I knew that you were my affinity the moment I laid my eyes upon you, and I hoped you felt the same. But perhaps I was mistaken." He searched her face. She kept her eyes upon his, returning their full gaze, as if to hold it from going too deep into her soul. "I did not say you were mistaken, did I?" said the rosy lips coquettishly, and Kate drooped her long lashes till they fell in becoming sweeps over her burning cheeks. Something in the curve of cheek and chin, and sweep of dark lash over velvet skin, reminded him of her sister. It was so she had sat, though utterly unconscious, when he had been singing, when there had come over him that overwhelming desire to kiss her. If he should kiss this fair lady, would she slap him in the face and run into the garden? He thought not. Still, she was brought up by the same father and mother in all likelihood, and it was well to go slow. He reached forward, drawing his chair a little nearer to her, and then boldly took one of her small unresisting hands, gently, that he might not frighten her, and smoothed it thoughtfully between his own. He held it in a close grasp, and looked into her face again, she meanwhile watching her hand amusedly, as though it were something apart from herself, a sort of distant possession, for which she was in no wise responsible. "I feel that you belong to me," he said, boldly looking into her eyes with a languishing gaze. "I have known it from the first moment." Kate let her hand lie in his as if she liked it, but she said, "And what makes you think that, most audacious sir? Do you not know that I am married?" Then she swept her gaze up provokingly at him and smiled, showing her dainty, treacherous little teeth. She was so bewitchingly pretty and tempting then that he had a mind to kiss her on the spot, but a thought came to him that he would rather lead her further first. He was succeeding well. She had no mind to be afraid. She did her part admirably. "That makes no difference," said he, smiling. "That another man has secured you first, and has the right to provide for you, and be near you, is my misfortune, of course. But it makes no difference, you are mine. By all the power of love, you are mine. Can any other man keep my soul from yours? Can he keep my eyes from looking into yours, or my thoughts from hovering over you, or—" He hesitated and looked at her keenly, while she furtively watched him, holding her breath and half inviting him, "or my lips from drinking life from yours?" He stooped quickly and pressed his lips upon hers. Kate gave a quick little gasp like a sob and drew back. The aunt nodding over her Bible in the next room had not heard. She was very deaf. But for an instant the young woman felt that all the shades of her worthy patriarchal ancestors were hurrying around and away from her in horror. She had come of too good Puritan stock not to know that she was treading in the path of unrighteousness. Nevertheless, it was a broad path and easy. It tempted her. It was exciting. It lured her with a promise of satisfying some of her untamed longings and impulses. She did not look offended. She only drew back to get breath and consider. The wild beating of her heart, the tumult of her cheeks and eyes were all a part of a new emotion. Her vanity was excited, and she thrilled with a wild pleasure. As a duck will take to swimming, so she took to the new game, with wonderful facility. "But I didn't say you might," she cried, with a bewildering smile. "I beg your pardon, fair lady. May I have another?" His bold, bad face was near her own, so that she did not see the evil triumph that lurked there. She had come to the turning of another way in her life, and just here she might have drawn back if she would. Half she knew this, yet she toyed with the opportunity, and it was gone. The new way seemed so alluring. "You will first have to prove you're right," she said decidedly, with that pretty commanding air that had conquered so many times. And in like manner on they went through the evening, frittering the time away at playing with edged tools. A friendship so begun, if so unworthy an intimacy may be called by that sweet name, boded no good to either of the two, and that evening marked a decided turn for the worse in Kate Leavenworth's career. Chapter 20. Chapter 20 of Marcia Schuyler by Grace Livingston Hill. Chapter 20 David had found it necessary to take a journey which might keep him away for several weeks. He told Marcia in the evening when he came home from the office. He told her as he would have told his clerk. It meant nothing to him but an annoyance that he had to start out in the early winter, leave his business in others' hands for an indefinite period, and go among strangers. He did not see the whitening of Marcia's lips, nor the quick little movement of her hand to her heart. Even Marcia herself did not realize all that it meant to her. She felt as if a sudden shock had almost knocked her off her feet. This quiet life in the big house, with only David at intervals to watch and speak to occasionally, and no one to open her true heart to, had been lonely, and many a time when she was alone at night she had wept bitter tears upon her pillow. Why, she did not quite know. But now when she knew that it was to cease, and David was going away from her for a long time, perhaps weeks, her heart suddenly tightened, and she knew how sweet it had been growing. Almost the tears came to her eyes, but she made a quick errand to the hearth for the teapot, busying herself there until they were under control again. When she returned to her place at the table, she was able to ask David some commonplace question about the journey which kept her true feeling quite hidden from him. He was to start the next evening if possible. It appeared that there was something important about railroading coming up in Congress. It was necessary that he should be present to hear the debate, and also that he should see and interview influential men. It meant much to the success of the great new enterprises that were just in their infancy that he should go and find out all about them and write them up as only he whose heart was in it could do. He was pleased to have been selected for this. He was lifted for the time above himself and his life troubles, and given to feel that he had a work in the world that was worth while, a high calling, a chance to give a push to the unrolling of the secret possibilities of the universe and help them on their way. Marcia understood it all and was proud and glad for him, but her own heart, which beat in such perfect sympathy with the work, felt lonely and left out. If only she could have helped too! There was no time for David to take Marcia to her home to stay during his absence. He spoke of it regretfully just as he was about to leave, and asked if she would like him to get some one to escort her by coach to her father's house until he should come for her. But she held back the tears by main force and shook her head. She had canvassed that question in the still hours of the night. She had met in imagination the home village with its kindly and unkindly curiosity. She had seen their hands lifted in suspicion, heard their covert whispers as to why her husband did not come with her, why he had left her so soon after the honeymoon, why, 100 things. She had even thought of Aunt Polly and her acrid tongue, and made up her mind that whatever happened, she did not want to go home to stay. The only other alternative was to go to the aunts'. David expected it, and the aunts spoke of it as if nothing else were possible. Marcia would have preferred to remain alone in her own house, with her beloved piano, but David would not consent, and the aunts were scandalized at the suggestion. So to the aunts went Marcia, and they took her in with a hope in their hearts that she might get the same good from the visit that the sluggard in the Bible is bidden to find. "We must do our duty by her for David's sake," said Aunt Hortense, with pursed lips and capable, folded hands that seemed fairly to ache to get at the work of reconstructing the new niece. "Yes, it is our opportunity," said Aunt Amelia, with a snap, as though she thoroughly enjoyed the prospect. Poor David! And so they sat and laid out their plans for their sweet young victim, who all unknowingly was coming to one of those tests in her life whereby we are tried for greater things and made perfect in patience and sweetness. It began with the first breakfast. The night before she had been company, at supper; but when the morning came, they felt she must be counted one of the family. They examined her thoroughly on what she had been taught with regard to housekeeping. They made her tell her recipes for pickling and preserving. They put her through a catechism of culinary lore, and always after her most animated account of the careful way in which she had been trained in this or that housewifely art, she looked up with wistful eyes that longed to please, only to be met by the hard-set lips and steely glances of the two mentors who regretted that she should not have been taught their way, which was so much better. Aunt Hortense even went so far once as to suggest that Marcia write to her stepmother and tell her how much better it was to salt the water in which potatoes were to be boiled before putting them in, and was much offended by the clear girlish laugh that bubbled up involuntarily at the thought of teaching her stepmother anything about cooking. "Excuse me," she said, instantly sobering as she saw the grim look of the aunt, and felt frightened at what she had done. "I did not mean to laugh, indeed I did not. But it seemed so funny to think of my telling mother how to do anything." "People are never too old to learn," remarked Aunt Hortense with offended mien, "and one ought never to be too proud when there is a better way." "But mother thinks there is no better way, I am sure. She says that it makes potatoes soggy to boil them in salt. All that grows below the ground should be salted after it is cooked, and all that grows above the ground should be cooked in salted water, is her rule." "I am surprised that your stepmother should uphold any such superstitious ideas," said Aunt Amelia, with a self-satisfied expression. "One should never be too proud to learn something better," Aunt Hortense said grimly, and Marcia retreated in dire consternation at the thought of what might follow if these three notable housekeeping gentlewomen should come together. Somehow she felt a wicked little triumph in the thought that it would be hard to down her stepmother. Marcia was given a few light duties ostensibly to "make her feel at home," but in reality, she knew, because the aunts felt she needed their instruction. She was asked if she would like to wash the china and glass, and regularly after each meal a small wooden tub and a mop were brought in with hot water and soap, and she was expected to handle the costly heirlooms under the careful scrutiny of their worshipping owners, who evidently watched each process with strained nerves lest any bit of treasured pottery should be cracked or broken. It was a trying ordeal. The girl would have been no girl if she had not chafed under this treatment. To hold her temper steady and sweet under it was almost more than she could bear. There were long afternoons when it was decreed that they should knit. Marcia had been used to take long walks at home over the smooth crust of the snow, going to her beloved woods, where she delighted to wander among the bare and creaking trees, fancying them whispering sadly to one another of the summer that was gone and the leaves they had borne now dead. But it would be a dreadful thing in the aunt's opinion for a woman, and especially a young one, to take a long walk in the woods alone, in winter too, and with no object whatever in view but a walk. What a waste of time! There were two places of refuge for Marcia during the weeks that followed. There was home. How sweet that word sounded to her! How she longed to go back there, with David coming home to his quiet meals 3 times a day, and with her own time to herself to do as she pleased. With housewifely zeal that was commendable in the eyes of the aunts, Marcia insisted upon going down to her own house every morning to see that all was right, guiltily knowing that in her heart she meant to hurry to her beloved books and piano. To be sure, it was cold and cheerless in the empty house. She dared not make up fires and leave them, and she dared not stay too long lest the aunts would feel hurt at her absence. But she longed with an inexpressible longing to be back there by herself, away from that terrible supervision, and able to live her own glad little life and think her own thoughts untrammeled by primness. Sometimes she would curl up in David's big armchair and have a good cry, after which she would take a book and read until the creeping chills down her spine warned her that she must stop. Even then she would run up and down the hall, or take a broom and sweep vigorously to warm herself, and then go to the cold keys and play a sad little tune. All her tunes seemed sad, like a wail, while David was gone. The other place of refuge was Aunt Clorinda's room. Thither she would betake herself after supper, to the delight of the old lady. Then the other two occupants of the house were left to themselves, and might unbend from their rigid surveillance for a little while. Marcia often wondered if they ever did unbend. There was a large padded rocking chair in Aunt Clorinda's room, and Marcia would laughingly take the little old lady in her arms and place her comfortably in it, after a pleasant struggle on Miss Clorinda's part to put her guest into it. They had this same little play every evening, and it seemed to please the old lady mightily. Then when she was conquered she always sat meekly laughing, a fine pink color in her soft peachy cheek, the candlelight from the high shelf making flickering sparkles in her old eyes that always seemed young, and she would say, "That's just as David used to do." Then Marcia drew up the little mahogany stool covered with the worsted dog which Aunt Clorinda had worked when she was 10 years old, and snuggling down at the old lady's feet exclaimed delightedly, "Tell me about it," and they settled down to solid comfort. There came a letter from David after he had been gone a little over a week. Marcia had not expected to hear from him. He had said nothing about writing, and their relations were scarcely such as to make it necessary. Letters were an expensive luxury in those days. But when the letter was handed to her, Marcia's heart went pounding against her breast, the color flew into her cheeks, and she sped away home on feet swift as the wings of a bird. The postmaster's daughter looked after her and remarked to her father, "My, but don't she think a lot of him!" Straight to the cold, lonely house she flew, and sitting down in his big chair, read it. It was a pleasant letter, beginning formally, "My dear Marcia," and asking after her health. It brought back a little of the unacquaintedness she had felt when he was at home, and which had been swept away in part by her knowledge of his childhood. But it went on quite happily, telling all about his journey, and describing minutely the places he had passed through and the people he had met on the way, detailing every little incident, as only a born writer and observer could do, until she felt as if he were talking to her. He told her of the men whom he had met who were interested in the new project. He told of new plans, and described minutely his visit to the foundry at West Point and the machinery he had seen. Marcia read it all breathlessly, in search of something, she knew not what, that was not there. When she had finished and found it not, there was a sense of aloofness, a sad little disappointment which welled up in her throat. She sat back to think about it. He was having a good time, and he was not lonely. He had no longing to be back in the house and everything running as before he had gone. He was out in the big glorious world having to do with progress, and coming in contact with men who were making history. Of course he did not dream how lonely she was here, and how she longed, if for nothing else, just to be back here alone and do as she pleased, and not to be watched over. If only she might steal Aunt Clorinda and bring her back to live here with her while David was away. But that was not to be thought of course. By and by she mustered courage to be glad of her letter and to read it over once more. That night she read the letter to Aunt Clorinda, and together they discussed the great inventions and the changes that were coming to pass in the land. Aunt Clorinda was just a little beyond her depth in such a conversation, but Marcia did most of the talking, and the dear old lady made an excellent listener, with a pat here, and a "Deary me, now you don't say so!" there, and a "Bless the boy, what great things he does expect, and I hope he won't be disappointed." That letter lasted them for many a day until another came, this time from Washington, with many descriptions of public men and public doings, and a word picture of the place which made it appear much like any other place after all, if it was the capital of the country. And once there was a sentence which Marcia treasured. It was, "I wish you could be here and see everything. You would enjoy it, I know." There came another letter later beginning, "My dear little girl." There was nothing else in it to make Marcia's heart throb, it was all about his work, but Marcia carried it many days in her bosom. It gave her a thrill of delight to think of those words at the beginning. Of course it meant no more than that he thought of her as a girl, his little sister that was to have been, but there was a kind of ownership in the words that was sweet to Marcia's lonely heart. It had come to her that she was always looking for something that would make her feel that she belonged to David. End of chapter 20. Chapter 21 of Marcia Schuyler by Grace Livingston Hill. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 21. When David had been in New York about 3 weeks, he happened one day to pass the house where Kate Leavenworth was living. Kate was standing listlessly by the window, looking into the street. She was cross, and felt a great depression settling over her. The flirtation with Harry Temple had begun to pall upon her. She wanted new worlds to conquer. She was restless and feverish. There was not excitement enough in the life that she was living. She would like to meet more people, senators and statesmen, and to have plenty of money to dress as became her beauty, and be admired publicly. She half wished for the return of her husband, and meditated making up with him for the sake of going to Washington to have a good time in society there. What was the use of running away with a naval officer if one could not have the benefit of it? She had been a fool. Here she was almost to the last penny, and so many things she wanted. No word had come from her husband since he sent her the money at sailing. She felt a bitter resentment toward him for urging her to marry him. If she had only gone on and married David, she would be living a life of ease now, plenty of money, nothing to do but what she pleased, and no anxiety whatever, for David would have done just what she wanted. Then suddenly she looked up and David passed before her. He was walking with a tall, splendid-looking man, with whom he was engaged in most earnest conversation, and his look was grave and deeply absorbed. He did not know of Kate's presence in New York, and passed the house in utter unconsciousness of the eyes watching him. Kate's lips grew white, and her limbs seemed suddenly weak, but she strained her face against the window to watch the retreating figure of the man who had almost been her husband. How well she knew the familiar outline! How fine and handsome he appeared now! Why had she not thought so before? Were her eyes blind, or had she been under some strange enchantment? Why had she not known that her happiness lay in the way that had been marked out for her? Well, at least she knew it now. She sat all day by that window and watched. She professed to have no appetite when pressed to come to the table, though she permitted herself to languidly consume the bountiful tray of good things that was brought her, but her eyes were on the street. She was watching to see if David would pass that way again. But though she watched till the sun went down and dusk sifted through the streets, she saw no sign nor heard the sound of his footsteps. Then she hastened up to her room, which faced upon the street also, and there, wrapped in blankets, she sat in the cold frosty air, waiting and listening. And while she watched she was thinking bitter, feverish thoughts. She heard Harry Temple knock, and knew that he was told that she was not feeling well and had retired early. She watched him pause on the stoop thoughtfully, as if considering what to do with the time thus unexpectedly thrown upon his hands, then saw him saunter up the street unconcernedly, and she wondered idly where he would go and what he would do. It grew late, even for New York. One by one the lights in the houses along the street went out, and all was quiet. She drew back from the window at last, weary with excitement and thinking, and lay down on the bed, but she could not sleep. The window was open, and her ears were on the alert, and by there came the distant echo of feet ringing on the pavement. Someone was coming. She sprang up. She felt sure he was coming. Yes, there were two men. They were coming back together. She could hear their voices. She fancied she heard David's long before it was possible to distinguish any words. She leaned far out of her upper window till she could discern dim forms under the starlight, and then, just as they were under the window, she distinctly heard David say, "There is no doubt but we shall win. The right is on our side, and it is the march of progress. Some of the best men in Congress are with us, and now that we are to have your influence, I do not feel afraid of the issue." They had passed by rapidly, like two men who had been on a long day's jaunt of some kind and were hastening home to rest. There was little in the sentence that Kate could understand. She had no more idea whether the subject of their discourse was railroads or the last hay crop. The sentence meant to her but one thing. It showed that David companioned with the great men of the land, and his position would have given her a standing that would have been above the one she now occupied. Tears of defeat ran down her cheeks. She had made a bad mistake, and she saw no way to rectify it. If her husband should die, and it might be, for the sea was often treacherous, of course there were all sorts of possibilities, but even then there was Marcia. She set her sharp little teeth into her red lips till the blood came. She could not get over her anger at Marcia. It would not have been so bad if David had remained her lone lorn lover, ready to fly to her if others failed. Her self-love was wounded sorely, and she, poor silly soul, mistook it for love of David. She began to fancy that after all she had loved him, and that fate had somehow played her a mad trick and tied her to a husband she had not wanted. Then out of the watchings of the day and the fancies of the night there grew a thought, and the thought widened into a plan. She thought of her intimacy with Harry and her new-found power. Might she perhaps exercise it over others as well as Harry Temple? Might she possibly lead back this man who had once been her lover to bow at her feet again and worship her? If that might be, she could bear all the rest. She began to long with intense craving to see David grovel at her feet, to hear him plead for a kiss from her, and tell her once more how beautiful she was, and how she fulfilled all his soul's ideals. She sat by the open window yet, with the icy air of the night blowing upon her, but her cheeks burned red in the darkness, and her eyes glowed like coals of fire from the tawny framing of her fallen hair. The blanket slipped away from her throat, and still she heeded not the cold, but sat with hot clenched hands planning with the devil's own strategy her shameless scheme. By and by she lighted a candle and drew her writing materials toward her to write, but it was long she sat and thought before she finally wrote the hastily scrawled note, signed and sealed it, and blowing out her candle lay down to sleep. The letter was addressed to David, and it ran thus: Dear David, I have just heard that you are in New York. I am in great distress and do not know where to turn for help. For the sake of what we have been to each other in the past, will you come to me? Hastily, your loving Kate. She did not know where David was, but she felt reasonably sure she could find out his address in the morning. There was a small boy living next door who was capable of ferreting out almost anything for money. Kate had employed him more than once as an amateur detective in cases of minor importance. So, with a bit of silver and her letter, she made her way to his familiar haunts, and explained most carefully that the letter was to be delivered to no one but the man to whom it was addressed, naming several stopping places where he might be likely to be found, and hinting that there was more silver to be forthcoming when he should bring her an answer to the note. With a minute description of David, the keen-eyed urchin set out, while Kate betook herself to her room to dress for David's coming. She felt sure he would be found, and confident that he would come at once. The icy wind of the night before blowing on her exposed throat and chest had given her a severe cold, but she paid no heed to that. Her eyes and cheeks were shining with fever. She knew she was entering upon a dangerous and unholy way. The excitement of it stimulated her. She felt she did not care for anything, right or wrong, sin or sorrow, only to win. She wanted to see David at her feet again. It was the only thing that would satisfy this insatiable longing in her, this wounded pride of self. When she was dressed, she stood before the mirror and surveyed herself. She knew she was beautiful, and she defied the glass to tell her anything else. She raised her chin in haughty challenge to the unseen David to resist her charms. She would bring him low before her. She would make him forget Marcia, and his home, and his staid Puritan notions, and all else he held dear but herself. He should bend and kiss her hand as Harry had done, only more warmly, for instinctively she felt that his had been the purer life, and therefore his surrender would mean more. He should do whatever she chose. And her eyes glowed with an unhallowed light. She had chosen to array herself regally, in velvet, but in black, without a touch of color or of white. From her rich frock her slender throat rose daintily, like a stem upon which nodded the tempting flower of her face. No enameled complexion could have been more striking in its vivid reds and whites, and her mass of gold hair made her seem more lovely than she really was, for in her face was love of self, alluring but heartless and cruel. The boy found David, as Kate had thought he would, in one of the quieter hostelries where men of letters were wont to stop when in New York, and David read the letter and came at once. She had known that he would do that, too. His heart beat wildly, to the exclusion of all other thoughts save that she was in trouble, his love, his dear one. He forgot Marcia and the young naval officer and everything but her trouble, and before he had reached her house the sorrow had grown in his imagination into some great danger to protect her from which he was hastening. She received him alone in the room where Harry Temple had first called, and a moment later Harry himself came to knock and inquire for the health of Mistress Leavenworth, and was told that she was very much engaged at present with a gentleman, and could not see anyone, whereupon Harry scowled, and set himself at a suitable distance from the house to watch who should come out. David's face was white as death as he entered, his eyes shining like dark jewels blazing at her as if he would absorb the vision for the lonely future. She stood and posed, not by any means the picture of broken sorrow he had expected to find from her note, and let the sense of her beauty reach him. There she stood, with the look on her face he had pictured to himself many a time when he had thought of her as his wife. It was the look of love unutterable, bewildering, alluring, compelling. It was so he had thought she would meet him when he came home to her from his daily business cares. And now she was there, looking that way, and he stood here, so near her, and yet a great gulf fixed. It was heaven and hell met together, and he had no power to change either. He did not come over to her and bow low to kiss the white hand as Harry had done, as she had thought she could compel him to do. He only stood and looked at her with the pain of an anguish beyond her comprehension, until the look would have burned through to her heart, if she had had a heart. "You are in trouble," he spoke hoarsely, as if murmuring an excuse for having come. She melted at once into the loveliest sorrow, her mobile features taking on a wan cast only enlivened by the glow of her cheeks. "Sit down," she said. "You were so good to come to me, and so soon," and her voice was like lily bells in a quiet churchyard among the headstones. She placed him in a chair. "Yes, I am in trouble, but that is a slight thing compared to my unhappiness. I think I am the most miserable creature that breathes upon this earth." and with that she dropped into a low chair and hid her glowing face in a dainty, lace-bordered kerchief that suppressed a well-timed sob. Kate had wisely calculated how she could reach David's heart. If she had looked up then and seen his white, drawn look, and the tense grasp of his hands that only the greatest self-control kept quiet on his knee, perhaps even her mercilessness would have been softened. But she did not look, and she felt her part was well taken. She sobbed quietly and waited, and his hoarse voice asked once more, as gently as a woman's through his pain, "Will you tell me what it is, and how I can help you?" He longed to take her in his arms like a little child and comfort her, but he might not. She was another's. And perhaps that other had been cruel to her. His clenched fists showed how terrible was the thought. But still the bowed figure in its piteous black sobbed and did not reply anything except, "Oh, I am so unhappy! I can't bear it any longer!" "Is your husband unkind to you?" The words tore themselves from his tense lips as though they were beyond his control. "Oh, no, not exactly unkind. That is, he was not very nice before he went away," wailed out a sad voice from behind the linen cambric and lace. "And he went away without a kind word, and left me hardly any money. And he hasn't sent me any word since. And father won't have anything to do with me any more. But it's not that I mind, David. I don't think about those things at all. I am so unhappy about you. I feel you do not forgive me, and I cannot stand it any longer. I have made a fearful mistake, and you are angry with me. I think about it at night." The voice was growing lower now, and the sentences broken by sobs that told better than words what distress the sufferer could convey. "I have been so wicked, and you were so good and kind. And now you will never forgive me. I think it will kill me to keep on thinking about it." Her voice trailed off in tears again. David, white with anguish, sprang to his feet. "Oh, Kate," he cried, "my darling, don't talk that way. You know I forgive you. Look up and tell me you know I forgive you." Almost she smiled her triumph beneath her sobs in the little lace border, but she looked up with real tears on her face. Even her tears obeyed her will. She was a good actress, also she knew her power over David. "Oh, David," she cried, standing up and clasping her hands beseechingly, "can it be true? Do you really forgive me? Tell me again." She came and stood temptingly near to the stern, suffering man, wild with the tumult that raged within him. Her golden head was near his shoulder, where it had rested more than once in time gone by. He looked down at her from his suffering height, his arms folded tightly, and said, as though taking an oath before a court of justice, "I do." She looked up with her pleading blue eyes, like two jewels of light now, questioning whether she might yet go one step further. Her breath came quick and soft, he fancied it touched his cheek, though she was not tall enough for that. She lifted her tear-wet face like a flower after a storm, and pleaded with her eyes once more, saying in a whisper very soft and sweet, "If you really forgive me, then kiss me just once, so I may remember it always." It was more than he could bear. He caught her to himself and pressed his lips upon hers in one frenzied kiss of torture. It was as if wrung from him against his will. Then suddenly it came upon him what he had done as he held her in his arms, and he put her from him gently, as a mother might put away the precious child she was sacrificing tenderly, agonizingly, but finally. He put her from him thus, and stood a moment looking at her, while she almost sparkled her pleasure at him through the tears. She felt that she had won. But gradually the silence grew ominous. She perceived he was not smiling. His mien was like one who looks into an open grave and gazes for the last time at all that remains of one who is dear. He did not seem like one who had yielded a moral point and was ready now to serve her as she would. She grew uneasy under his gaze. She moved forward and put out her hands, inviting, yielding, as only such a woman could do, and the spell which bound him seemed to be broken. He fumbled for a moment in his waistcoat pocket and brought out a large roll of bills which he laid upon the table, and taking up his hat turned toward the door. A cold wave of weakness seemed to pass over her, stung here and there by mortal pride that was in fear of being wounded beyond recovery. "Where are you going?" she asked weakly, and her voice sounded to her from miles away and strange. He turned and looked at her again, and she knew the look meant farewell. He did not speak. Her whole being rose for one more mighty effort. "You are not going to leave me now?" There was angelic sweetness in the voice, pleading, reproachful, piteous. "I must," he said, and his voice sounded harsh. "I have just done that for which, were I your husband, I would feel like killing any other man. I must protect you against yourself, against myself. You must be kept pure before God if it kills us both. I would gladly die if that could help you, but I am not even free to do that, for I belong to another." Then he turned and was gone. Kate's hands fell to her sides and seemed stiff and lifeless. The bright color faded from her cheeks, and a cold frenzy of horror took possession of her. Pure before God! She shuddered at the name, and crimson shame rolled over forehead and cheek. She sat in a little heap on the floor with her face buried in the chair beside which she had been standing, and the waters of humiliation rolled wave on wave above her. She had failed, and for one brief moment she was seeing her own sinful heart as it was. But the devil was there also. He whispered to her now the last sentence that David had spoken. "I belong to another." Up to that moment Marcia had been a very negative factor in the affair to Kate's mind. She had been annoyed and angry at her as one whose ignorance and impertinence had brought her into an affair where she did not belong. But now she suddenly faced the fact that Marcia must be reckoned with. Marcia the child, who had for years been her slave and done her bidding, had arisen in her way, and she hated her with a sudden vindictive hate that would have killed without flinching if the opportunity had presented at that moment. Kate had no idea how utterly uncontrolled was her whole nature. She was at the mercy of any passing passion. Hate and revenge took possession of her now. With flashing eyes she rose to her feet, brushing her tumbled hair back and wiping away angry tears. She was too much agitated to notice that someone had knocked at the front door and had been admitted, and when Harry Temple walked into the room he found her standing so with hands clenched together and tears flowing down her cheeks unchecked. Now a woman in tears, when the tears were not caused by his own actions, was Harry's opportunity. He had ways of comforting which were as unscrupulous as they generally proved effective, and so with affectionate tenderness he took Kate's hand and held it impressively, calling her dear. He spoke soothing words, smoothed her hair, and kissed her flushed cheeks and eyes. It was all very pleasant to Kate's hurt pride. She let Harry comfort her and pet her awhile, and at last he said, "Now tell me all about it, dear. I saw Lord Spafford trail dejectedly away from here looking like death, and I came here to find my lady in a fine fury. What has happened? If I mistake not, the insufferable cad has got badly hurt, but it seems to have ruffled the lady also." This helped. It was something to feel that David was suffering. She wanted him to suffer. He had brought shame and humiliation upon her. She never realized that the thing that shamed her was that he thought her better than she was. "He is offensively good. I hate him." she remarked, as a kitten might who had got hurt at playing with a mouse in a trap. The man's face grew bland with satisfaction. Not so good, my lady, but that he was making love to you, if I mistake not, and he with a wife at home. The words were said quietly, but there was more of a question in them than the tone conveyed. The man wished to have evidence against his enemy. Kate colored uneasily and drooped her lashes. Harry studied her face keenly, and then went on cautiously. If his wife were not your sister, I should say that one might punish him well through her. Kate gave him a hard, scrutinizing look. You have some score against him yourself, she said with conviction. Perhaps I have, my lady. Perhaps I, too, hate him. He is offensively good, you know. There was silence in the room for a full minute, while the devil worked in both hearts. What did you mean by saying one might punish him through his wife? He does not love his wife. Are you sure? Quite sure. Perhaps he loves some one else, my lady. He does. She said it proudly. Perhaps he loves you, my lady. He said it softly, like the suggestion from another world. The lady was silent, but he needed no other answer. Then, indeed, the way would be even clearer. Were not his wife your sister? Kate looked at him, a half-knowledge of his meaning beginning to dawn in her eyes. How? She asked laconically. In case his wife should leave him, do you think my lord would hold his head so high? Kate still looked puzzled. If some one else should win her affection, and should persuade her to leave a husband who did not love her, and who was bestowing his heart— He hesitated an instant, and his eye traveled significantly to the roll of bills still lying where David had left them— and his gifts, he hazarded, upon another woman— Kate grasped the thought at once, and an evil glint of eagerness showed in her eyes. She could see what an advantage it would be to herself to have Marcia removed from the situation. It would break one more cord of honor that bound David to a code which was hateful to her now because its existence shamed her. Nevertheless, unscrupulous as she was, she could not see how this was a possibility. But she is offensively good, too, she said, as if answering her own thoughts. All goodness has its weak spot, sneered the man. If I mistake not, you have found my lord's. It is possible I might find his wife's. The two pairs of eyes met then, filled with evil light. It was as if for an instant they were permitted to look into the pit and see the possibilities of wickedness and exult in it. The lurid glare of their thoughts played in their faces. All the passion of hate and revenge rushed upon Kate in a frenzy. With all her heart she wished this might be. She looked her cooperation in the plan even before her hard voice answered, "You need not stop because she is my sister." He felt he had her permission, and he permitted himself a glance of admiration for the depths to which she could go without being daunted. Here was evil courage worthy of his teaching. She seemed to him beautiful enough and daring enough for Satan himself to admire. "And may I have the pleasure of knowing that I would by so doing serve my lady in some wise?" She drooped her shameless eyes and murmured guardedly, "Perhaps." Then she swept him a coquettish glance that meant they understood one another. "Then I shall feel well rewarded," he said gallantly, and bowing with more than his ordinary flattery of look, bade her good day and went out. Chapter 22 of Marcia Schuyler by Grace Livingston Hill. Chapter 22 David stumbled blindly out the door and down the street. His one thought was to get to his room at the tavern and shut the door. He had an important appointment that morning, but it passed completely from his mind. He met one or two men whom he knew, but he did not see them, and passed them swiftly without a glance of recognition. They said to one another, "How absorbed he is in the great themes of the world!" But David passed on in his pain and misery and humiliation, and never knew they were near him. He went to the room that had been his since he had reached New York, and fastening the door against all intrusion, fell upon his knees beside the bed, and let the flood tide of his sorrow roll over him. Not even when Kate had played him false on his wedding morning had he felt the pain that now cut into his very soul. For now there was mingled with it the agony of consciousness of sin. He had sinned against heaven, against honor and love, and all that was pure and good. He was just like any bad man. He had yielded to sudden temptation and taken another man's wife in his arms and kissed her. That the woman had been his by first right, and that he loved her, that she had invited the kiss, indeed pleaded for it, his sensitive conscience told him in no wise lessened the offense. He had also caused her whom he loved to sin. He was a man and knew the world. He should have shielded her against herself. And yet as he went over and over the whole painful scene through which he had just passed, his soul cried out in agony, and he felt his weakness more and more. He had failed most miserably, acted like any coward. The humiliation of it was unspeakable. Could any sorrow be like unto his? Like a knife flashing through the gloom of his own shame would come the echo of her words as she pleaded with him to kiss her. It was a kiss of forgiveness she had wanted, and she had put her heart into her eyes and begged as for her very life. How could he have refused? Then he would parley with himself for a long time, trying to prove to himself that the kiss and the embrace were justified, that he had done no wrong in God's sight. And ever after this round of confused arguing he would end with the terrible conviction that he had sinned. Sometimes Marcia's sweet face and troubled eyes would appear to him as he wrestled all alone, and seemed to be longing to help him, and again would come the piercing thought that he had harmed this gentle girl also. He had tangled her into his own spoiled web of life, and been disloyal to her. She was pure and true and good. She had given up everything to help him, and he had utterly forgotten her. He had promised to love, cherish, and protect her. That was another sin. He could not love and cherish her when his whole heart was another's. Then he thought of Kate's husband, that treacherous man who had stolen his bride and now gone away and left her sorrowing, left her without money, penniless in a strange city. Why had he not been more calm and questioned her before he came away? Perhaps she was in great need. It comforted him to think he had left her all the money he had with him. There was enough to keep her from want for a while. And yet, perhaps he had been wrong to give it to her. He had no right to give it. He groaned aloud at the thought of his helplessness to help her helplessness. Was there not some way he could find out and help her without doing wrong? Over and over he went through the whole dreadful day, until his brain was weary and his heart failed him. The heavens seemed brass, and no answer came to his cry, the appeal of a broken soul. It seemed that he could not get up from his knees, could not go out into the world again and face life. He had been tried and had failed, and yet, though he knew his sin, he felt an intolerable longing to commit it over again. He was frightened at his own weakness, and with renewed vigor he began to pray for help. It was like the prayer of Jacob of old, the crying out of a soul that would not be denied. All day long the struggle continued, and far into the night. At last a great peace began to settle upon David's soul. Things that had been confused by his passionate longings grew clear as day. Self dropped away, and sin, conquered, slunk out of sight. Right and wrong were once more clearly defined in his mind. However wrong it might or might not be, he was here in this situation. He had married Marcia and promised to be true to her. He was doubly cut off from Kate by her own act and by his. That was his punishment, and hers. He must not seek to lessen it even for her, for it was God sent. Henceforth his path and hers must be apart. If she were to be helped in any way from whatsoever trouble was hers, it was not permitted him to be the instrument. He had shown his unfitness for it in his interview that morning, even if in the eyes of the world it could have been at all. It was his duty to cut himself off from her forever. He must not even think of her any more. He must be as true and good to Marcia as was possible. He must do no more wrong. He must grow strong and suffer. The peace that came with conviction brought sleep to his weary mind and body. When he awoke it was almost noon. He remembered the missed appointment of the day before and the journey to Washington which he had planned for that day. With a start of horror he looked at his watch and found that he had but a few hours in which to try to make up for the remissness of yesterday before the evening coach left for Philadelphia. It was as if some guardian angel had met his first waking thoughts with business that could not be delayed, and so kept him from going over the painful events of the day before. He arose and hastened out into the world once more. Late in the afternoon he found the man he was to have met the day before, and succeeded in convincing him that he ought to help the new enterprise. He was standing on the corner saying the last few words as the two separated, when Kate drove by in a friend's carriage, surrounded by parcels. She had been on a shopping tour spending the money that David had given her for silks and laces and jewelry, and now she was returning in high glee with her booty. The carriage passed quite near to David, who stood with his back to the street, and she could see his animated face as he smiled at the other man, a fine-looking man who looked as if he might be some one of note. The momentary glance did not show the haggard look of David's face, nor the lines that his vigil of the night before had traced under his eyes, and Kate was angered to see him so unconcerned and forgetful of his pain of yesterday. Her face darkened with spite, and she resolved to make him suffer yet, and to the utmost, for the sin of forgetting her. But David was in the way of duty, and did not see her, for his guardian angel was hovering close at hand. As the fall wore on and the winter set in, Harry's letters became less frequent and less intimate. Hannah was troubled, and after consultation with her grandmother, to which Miranda listened at the latch-hole, duly reporting quotations to her adored Mrs. Spafford, Hannah decided upon an immediate trip to the metropolis. "Hannah's gone to New York to find what's become of that nimshi Harry Temple. She thought she had him fast, and she's been holding him over poor Lemuel Skinner's head like that there sword hanging by a hair I heard the minister tell about last Sunday, till Lemuel, he don't know but every minute's gonno'll be his last. You mark my words, she'll have to take poor Lem after all, and be glad she's got him too. And she's none too good for him neither. He's been faithful to her ever since she wore pantalettes, and she's been keeping him off and on and hoping and trying for somebody bigger. It would jest serve her right if she'd get that fool of a Harry Temple, but she won't. He's too sharp for that, ef he is a fool. He don't want to tie himself up to no woman's apron strings. He rather dandle about after 'em all, and say pretty things, and keep his earnin's for himself." Hannah reached New York the week after David left for Washington. She wrote beforehand to Harry to let him know she was coming, and made plain that she expected his attentions exclusively while there, and he smiled blandly as he read the letter and read her intentions between the lines. He told Kate a good deal about her that evening when he went to call, told her how he had heard she was an old flame of David's, and Kate's jealousy was immediately aroused. She wished to meet Hannah Heath. There was a sort of triumph in the thought that she had scorned and flung aside the man whom this woman had set her cap for, even though another woman was now in the place that neither had. Hannah went to visit a cousin in New York who lived in a quiet part of the city and did not go out much, but for reasons best known to themselves, both Kate Leavenworth and Harry Temple elected to see a good deal of her while she was in the city. Harry was pleasant and attentive, but not more to one woman than to the other. Hannah, watching him jealously, decided that at least Kate was not her rival in his affections, and so Hannah and Kate became quite friendly. Kate had a way of making much of her women friends when she chose, and she happened to choose in this case, for it occurred to her it would be well to have a friend in the town where lived her sister and her former lover. There might be reasons why, sometime. She opened her heart of hearts to Hannah, and Hannah, quite discreetly, and without wasting much of her scanty store of love, entered, and the friendship was sealed. They had not known each other many days before Kate had confided to Hannah the story of her own marriage and her sister's, embellished, of course, as she chose. Hannah, astonished, puzzled, wondering, curious, at the tragedy that had been enacted at her very home door, became more friendly than ever, and hated more cordially than ever the young and innocent wife who had stepped into the vacant place and so made her own hopes and ambitions impossible. She felt that she would like to put down the pert young thing for daring to be there, and to be pretty, and now she felt that she had the secret which would help her to do so. As the visit went on and it became apparent to Hannah Heath that she was not the one woman in all the world to Harry Temple, she hinted to Kate that it was likely she would be married soon. She even went so far as to say that she had come away from home to decide the matter, and that she had but to say the word and the ceremony would come off. Kate questioned eagerly, and seeing her opportunity, asked if she might come to the wedding. Hannah, flattered, and seeing a grand opportunity for a wholesale triumph and revenge, assented with pleasure. Afterward, as Hannah had hoped and intended, Kate carried the news of the impending decision and probable wedding to the ears of Harry Temple. But Hannah's hint had no further effect upon the redoubtable Harry. 2 days later he appeared, smiling, congratulatory, deploring the fact that she would be lost in a certain sense to his friendship, although he hoped always to be looked upon as a little more than a friend. Hannah covered her mortification under a calm and condescending exterior. She blushed appropriately, said some sentimental things about hoping their friendship would not be affected by the change, told him how much she had enjoyed their correspondence, but gave him to understand that it had been mere friendship, of course, from her point of view, and Harry indulgently allowed her to think that he had hoped for more, and was grieved but consolable over the outcome. They waxed a trifle sentimental at the parting, but when Harry was gone, Hannah wrote a most touching letter to Lemuel Skinner, which raised him to the seventh heaven of delight, causing him to feel that he was treading upon air as he walked the prosaic streets of his native town, where he had been going about during Hannah's absence like a lost spirit without a guiding star. "Dear Lemuel," she wrote, "I am coming home. I wonder if you will be glad?" Artful Hannah, as if she did not know. "It is very delightful in New York, and I have been having a gay time since I came, and everybody has been most pleasant, but 'mid pleasures and palaces though we may roam, still, be it ever so humble, there's no place like home. A charm from the skies seems to hallow it there, which, go through the world, you'll not meet with elsewhere. Home, home, sweet home, there's no place like home.' That is a new song, Lemuel, that everybody here is singing. It is written by a young American named John Howard Payne, who is in London now acting in a great playhouse. Everybody is wild over this song. I'll sing it for you when I come home. I shall be at home in time for singing school next week, Lemuel. I wonder if you'll come to see me at once and welcome me. You cannot think how glad I shall be to get home again. It seems as though I had been gone a year at least. Hoping to see you soon, I remain, always your sincere friend, Hannah Heath." And thus did Hannah make smooth her path before her, and very soon after inditing this epistle, she bade good bye to New York, and took her way home resolved to waste no further time in chasing will-o'-the-wisps. When Lemuel received that letter he took a good look at himself in the glass. More than 7 years had he served for Hannah, and little hope had he had of a final reward. He was older by 10 years than she, and already his face began to show it. He examined himself critically, and was pleased to find with that light of hope in his eyes he was not so bad looking as he feared. He betook himself to the village tailor forthwith, and ordered a new set of clothes, though his Sunday best was by no means shiny yet. He realized that if he did not win her now, he never would, and he resolved to do his best. On the way home, during all the joltings of the coach over rough roads, Hannah Heath was planning 2 campaigns, one of love with Lemuel, and one of hate with Marcia Spafford. She was possessed of knowledge which she felt would help her in the latter, and often she smiled vindictively as she laid her neat plans for the destruction of the bride's complacency. That night the fire in the Heath parlor burned high and glowed, and the candles in their silver holders flickered across fair Hannah's face as she dimpled and smiled and coquetted with poor Lemuel. But Lemuel needed no pity. He was not afraid of Hannah. Not for nothing had he served his 7 years, and he understood every fancy and foible of her shallow nature. He knew his time had come at last, and he was getting what he had wanted long, for Lemuel had admired and loved Hannah in spite of the dance she had led him, and in spite of the other lovers she had allowed to come between them. Hannah had not been at home many days before she called upon Marcia. Marcia had just seated herself at the piano when Hannah appeared to her from the hall, coming in unannounced through the kitchen door according to old neighborly fashion. Marcia was vexed. She rose from the instrument and led the way to the little morning room which was sunny and cozy, and bare of music or books. She did not like to visit with Hannah in the parlor. Somehow her presence reminded her of the evil face of Harry Temple as he had stooped to kiss her. "You know how to play, too, don't you?" said Hannah as they sat down. "Your sister plays beautifully. Do you know the new song, 'Home, Sweet Home'? She plays it with so much feeling, and sings it so that one would think her heart was breaking for her home. You must have been a united family." Hannah said it with sharp scrutiny in voice and eyes. "Sit down, Miss Heath," said Marcia coolly, lowering the yellow shades that her visitor's eyes might not be troubled by a broad sunbeam. "Did you have a pleasant time in New York?" Hannah could not be sure whether or not the question was an evasion. The utterly childlike manner of Marcia disarmed suspicion. "Oh, delightful, of course. Could any one have anything else in New York?" Hannah laughed disagreeably. She realized the limitations of life in a town. "I suppose," said Marcia, her eyes shining with the thought, "that you saw all the wonderful things of the city. I should enjoy being in New York a little while. I have heard of so many new things. Were there any ships in the harbor? I have always wanted to go over a great ship. Did you have opportunity of seeing one?" "Oh, dear me, no," said Hannah. "I shouldn't have cared in the least for that. I'm sure I don't know whether there were any ships in or not. I suppose there were. I saw a lot of sails on the water, but I did not ask about them. I am not interested in dirty boats. I liked visiting the shops best. Your sister took me about everywhere. She is a most charming creature. You must miss her greatly. You were a sly little thing to cut her out." Marcia's face flamed crimson with anger and amazement. Hannah's dart had hit the mark, and she was watching keenly to see her victim quiver. "I do not understand you," said Marcia with girlish dignity. "Oh, now, don't pretend to misunderstand. I've heard all about it from headquarters." She said it archly, laughing. "But then I don't blame you. David was worth it." Hannah ended with a sigh. If she had ever cared for anyone besides herself, that one was David Spafford. "I do not understand you. said Marcia again, drawing herself up with all the Schuyler haughtiness she could muster, till she quite resembled her father. "Now, Mrs. Spafford," said the visitor, looking straight into her face and watching every expression as a cat would watch a mouse, "you don't mean to tell me your sister was not at one time very intimate with your husband?" "Mr. Spafford has been intimate in our family for a number of years," said Marcia proudly, her fighting fire up. "But as for my having 'cut my sister out,' as you call it, you have certainly been misinformed. Excuse me, I think I will close the kitchen door. It seems to blow in here and make a draught." Marcia left the room with her head up and her fine color well under control, and when she came back her head was still up and a distant expression was in her face. Somehow Hannah felt she had not gained much after all. But Marcia, after Hannah's departure, went up to her cold room and wept bitter tears on her pillow alone. After that first visit Hannah never found the kitchen door unlocked when she came to make a morning call, but she improved every little opportunity to torment her gentle victim. She had had a letter from Kate, and had Marcia heard? How often did Kate write her? Did Marcia know how fond Harry Temple was of Kate? And where was Kate's husband? Would he likely be ordered home soon? These little annoyances were almost unbearable sometimes, and Marcia had much ado to keep her sweetness of outward demeanor. People looked upon Lemuel with new respect. He had finally won where they had considered him a fool for years for hanging on. The added respect brought added self-respect. He took on new manliness. Grandmother Heath felt that he really was not so bad after all, and perhaps Hannah might as well have taken him at first. Altogether, the Heath family were well pleased, and preparations began at once for a wedding in the near future. And still David lingered, held here and there by a call from first one man and then another, and by important doings in Congress. He seemed to be rarely fitted for the work. Once he was called back to New York for a day or two, and Harry Temple happened to see him as he arrived. That night he wrote to Hannah a friendly letter (Harry was by no means through with Hannah yet), and casually remarked that he saw David Spafford was in New York again. He supposed now that Mrs. Leavenworth's evenings would be fully occupied, and society would see little of her while he remained. The day after Hannah received that letter was Sunday. The weeks had gone by rapidly since David left his home, and now the spring was coming on. The grass was already green as summer, and the willow tree by the graveyard gate was tender and green like a spring plume. All the foliage was out and fluttering its new leaves in the sunshine as Marcia passed from the old stone church with the two aunts and opened her little green sunshade. Her motion made David's last letter rustle in her bosom. It thrilled her with pleasure that not even the presence of Hannah Heath behind her could cloud. However prim and fault-finding the two aunts might be in the seclusion of their own home, in public no two could have appeared more adoring than Amelia and Hortense Spafford. They hovered near Marcia and delighted to show how very close and intimate was the relationship between themselves and their new and beautiful niece, of whom in their secret hearts they were prouder than they would have cared to tell. In their best black silks and their fine lace shawls they walked beside her and talked almost eagerly, if these two stately beings could have anything to do with a quality so frivolous as eagerness. They wished it understood that David's wife was worthy of appreciation, and they were more conscious than she of the many glances of admiration in her direction. Hannah Heath encountered some of those admiring glances and saw jealously for whom they were meant. She hastened to lean forward and greet Marcia, her spiteful tongue all ready for a stab. "Good morning, Mrs. Spafford. Is that husband of yours not home yet? Really! Why, he's quite deserted you. I call that hard for the first year, and your honeymoon scarcely over yet." "He's been called back to New York again," said Marcia, annoyed over the spiteful little sentences. "He says he may be at home soon, but he cannot be sure. His business is rather uncertain." "New York!" said Hannah, and her voice was annoyingly loud. "What, not again! There must be some great attraction there." And then with a meaning glance, "I suppose your sister is still there." Marcia felt her face crimsoning, and the tears starting from angry eyes. She felt a sudden impulse to slap Hannah. What if she should? What would the aunts say? The thought of the tumult she might make roused her sense of humor, and a laugh bubbled up instead of the tears, and Hannah, watching, cat-like, could only see eyes dancing with fun, though the cheeks were charmingly red. By Hannah's expression Marcia knew she was baffled, but Marcia could not get away from the disagreeable suggestion that had been made. Yes, David was in New York, and Kate was there. Not for an instant did she doubt her husband's nobleness. She knew David would be good and true. She knew little of the world's wickedness, and never thought of any blame, as other women might, in such a suggestion. But a great jealousy sprang into being that she never dreamed existed. Kate was there, and he would perhaps see her, and all his old love and disappointment would be brought to mind again. Had she, Marcia, been hoping he would forget it? Had she been claiming something of him in her heart for herself? She could not tell. She did not know what all this tumult of feeling meant. She longed to get away and think it over, but the solemn Sunday must be observed. She must fold away her church things, put on another frock and come down to the oppressive Sunday dinner, hear Deacon Brown's rheumatism discussed, or listen to a long comparison of the morning sermon with one preached 20 years ago by the minister, now long dead, upon the same text. It was all very hard to keep her mind upon, with these other thoughts rushing pell-mell through her brain, and when Aunt Amelia asked her to pass the butter, she handed the sugar bowl instead. Miss Amelia looked as shocked as if she had broken the great-grandmother's china teapot. Aunt Clorinda claimed her after dinner, and carried her off to her room to talk about David, so that Marcia had no chance to think, even then. Miss Clorinda looked into the sweet-shadowed eyes and wondered why the girl looked so sad. She thought it was because David stayed away so long, and so she kept her with her all the rest of the day. When Marcia went to her room that night she threw herself on her knees beside the bed and tried to pray. She felt more lonely and heartsick than she ever felt before in her life. She did not know what the great hunger in her heart meant. It was terrible to think David had loved Kate. Kate had never loved him in return in the right way. Marcia felt very sure of that. She wished she might have had the chance in Kate's place, and then all of a sudden the revelation came to her. She loved David herself with a great overwhelming love. Not just a love that could come and keep house for him and save him from the criticisms and comments of others, but with a love that demanded to be loved in return, a love that was mindful of every dear lineament of his countenance. The knowledge thrilled her through with a great sweetness. She did not seem to care for anything else just now, only to know that she loved David. David could never love her, of course, not in that way, but she would love him. She would try to shut out the thought of Kate from him forever. And so, dreaming, hovering on the edge of all that was bitter and all that was sweet, she fell asleep with David's letter clasped close over her heart. End of chapter 22. Chapter 23 of Marcia Schuyler by Grace Livingston Hill. This recording is in the public domain. Chapter 23. Marcia had gone down to her own house the next morning very early. She had hoped for a letter, but none had come. Her soul was in torment between her attempt to keep out of her mind the hateful things Hannah Heath had said, and reproaching herself for what seemed to her unseemly feeling toward David, who loved another and could never love her. It was not a part of her life dream to love one who belonged to another. Yet her heart was his, and she was beginning to know that everything belonging to him was dear to her. She went and sat in his place at the table, she touched with tenderness the books upon his desk that he had used before he went away, she went up to his room and laid her lips for one precious daring instant upon his pillow, and then drew back with wildly beating heart, ashamed of her emotion. She knelt beside his bed and prayed, "Oh, God, I love him, I love him, I cannot help it," as if she would apologize for herself, and then she hugged the thought of her love to herself, feeling its sweet pain drift through her like some delicious agony. Her love had come through sorrow to her, and was not as she would have had it could she have chosen. It brought no ray of happy hope for the future, save just the happiness of loving in secret, and of doing for the object loved, with no thought of a returned affection. Then she went slowly down the stairs, trying to think how it would seem when David came back. He had been so long gone, she felt that it had been no part of the spirit of her contract with David that she should render to him this wild sweet love that he had expected Kate to give. He had not wanted it. He had only wanted a wife in name. Then the color would sweep over her face in a crimson drift and leave it painfully white, and she would glide to the piano like a ghost of her former self and play some sad sweet strain, and sometimes sing. She had no heart for her dear old woods in these days. She had tried it one day in spring, slipped over the back fence and away through the plowed field where the sea of silver oats had surged, and up to the hillside and the woods, but she was so reminded of David that it only brought heart aches and tears. She wondered if it was because she was getting old that the hillside did not seem so joyous now, and she did not care to look up into the sky just for the pure joy of sky and air and clouds, nor to listen to the branches whisper to the robins nesting. She stooped and picked a great handful of spring beauties, but they did not seem to give her pleasure, and by she dropped them from listless fingers and walked sedately down to the house once more. On this morning she did not even care to play. She went into the parlor and touched a few notes, but her heart was heavy and sad. Life was growing too complex. Last week there had come a letter from Harry Temple. It had startled her when it arrived. She feared it was some ill news about David, coming as it did from New York, and being written in a strange hand. It had been a plea for forgiveness, representing that the writer had experienced nothing but deep repentance and sorrow since the time he had seen her last. He set forth his case in a masterly way, with little touching facts of his childhood and lonely upbringing, with no mother to guide. He told her that her noble action toward him had but made him revere her the more, and that, in short, she had made a new creature of him by refusing to return his kiss that day, and leaving him alone with so severe a rebuke. He felt that if all women were so good and true, men would be a different race, and now he looked up to her as one might look up to an angel, and he felt he could never be happy again on this earth until he had her written word of forgiveness. With that he felt he could live a new life, and she must rest assured that he would never offer other than reverence to any woman again. He further added that his action had not intended any insult to her, and that he was merely expressing his natural admiration for a spirit so good and true, and that his soul was innocent of any intention of evil. With sophistry in the use of which he was an adept, he closed his epistle, fully clearing himself, and assuring her that he could have made her understand it that day if she had not left so suddenly, and he had not been almost immediately called away to the dying bed of his dear cousin. This contradictory letter had troubled Marcia greatly. She was keen enough to see that his logic was at fault, and that the 2 pages of his letter did not hang together, but one thing was plain, that he wished her forgiveness. The Bible said that one must forgive, and surely it was right to let him know that she did, though when she thought of the fright he had given her it was hard to do. Still, it was right, and if he was so unhappy, perhaps she had better let him know. She would rather have waited until David returned to consult him in the matter, but the letter seemed so insistent that she had finally written a stiff little note in formal language: "Mrs. Spafford sends herewith her full and free forgiveness to Mr. Harry Temple, and promises to think no more of the matter." She would have liked to consult some one. She almost thought of taking Aunt Clorinda into her confidence, but decided that she might not understand. So she finally sent off the brief missive, and let her troubled thoughts wander after it more than once. She was standing by the window, looking out into the yard, perplexing herself over this again, when there came a loud knocking at the front door. She started, half frightened, for the knock sounded through the empty house so insistently. It seemed like trouble coming. She felt nervous as she went down the hall. It was only a little urchin, barefoot and tow-headed. He had ridden an old mare to the door, and left her nosing at the dusty grass. He brought her a letter. Again her heart fluttered excitedly. Who could be writing to her? It was not David. Why did the handwriting look familiar? It could not be from anyone at home. Father? Mother? No, it was no one she knew. She tore it open, and the boy jumped on his horse and was off down the street before she realized that he was gone. "Dear Madame," the letter read, "I bring you news of your husband, and having met with an accident, I am unable to come further. You will find me at the Green Tavern 2 miles out on the Corduroy Road. As the business is private, please come alone. A messenger." Marcia trembled so that she sat down on the stairs. A sudden weakness went over her like a wave, and the hall grew dark around her, as though she were going to faint. But she did not. She was strong and well, and had never fainted in her life. She rallied in a moment and tried to think. Something had happened to David. Something dreadful, perhaps, and she must go at once and find out. Still, it must be something mysterious, for the man had said it was private. Of course, that meant David would not want it known. David had intended that the man would come to her and tell her by herself. She must go. There was nothing else to be done. She must go at once and get rid of this awful suspense. It was a good day for the message to have come, for she had brought her lunch expecting to do some spring cleaning. David had been expected home soon, and she liked to make a bustle of preparation as if he might come in any day, for it kept up her good cheer. Having resolved to go, she got up at once, closed the doors and windows, put on her bonnet, and went down the street toward the old Corduroy Road. It frightened her to think what might be at the end of her journey. Possibly David himself, hurt or dying, and he had sent for her in this way that she might break the news gently to his aunts. As she walked along, she conjured various forms of trouble that might have come to him. Now and then she would try to take a cheerful view, saying to herself that David might have needed more important papers which he would not like everyone to know about, and had sent by special messenger for her to get them. Then her face would brighten and her step grow more brisk. But always would come the dull thud of possibility of something more serious. Her heart beat so fast sometimes that she was forced to lessen her speed to get her breath. For though she was going through town, and must necessarily walk somewhat soberly lest she call attention to herself, she found that her nerves and imagination were fairly running ahead, and waiting impatiently for her feet to catch up at every turning place. At last she came to the Corduroy Road, a long stretch of winding way overlaid with logs which made an unpleasant path. Most of the way was swampy, and bordered in some places by thick, dark woods. Marcia sped on from log to log with a nervous feeling that she must step on each one, or her errand would not be successful. She was not afraid of the loneliness, only of what might be coming at the end of her journey. But suddenly, in the densest part of the wood, she became conscious of footsteps echoing hers, and a chill laid hold upon her. She turned her head, and there, wildly gesticulating and running after her, was Miranda. Annoyed, and impatient to be on her way, and wondering what to do with Miranda, or what she could possibly want, Marcia stopped to wait for her. "I thought, as you was going 'long my way," puffed Miranda, "I'd just step along beside you. You don't mind, do you?" Marcia looked troubled. If she should say she did, then Miranda would think it queer and perhaps suspect something. She tried to smile and ask how far Miranda was going. "Oh, I'm going to hunt for wild strawberries," said the girl nonchalantly, clattering a big tin pail. "Isn't it early yet for strawberries?" questioned Marcia. "Well, maybe, and then agin maybe 'tain't. I know what place I'm goin' to look, anyway. Are you goin's fur as the Green Tavern?" Miranda's bright eyes looked her through and through, and Marcia's truthful ones could not evade. Suddenly as she looked into the girl's homely face, filled with a kind of blind adoration, her heart yearned for counsel in this trying situation. She was reminded of Miranda's helpfulness the time she ran away to the woods, and the care with which she had guarded the whole matter so that no one ever heard of it. An impulse came to her to confide in Miranda. She was a girl of sharp common sense, and would perhaps be able to help with her advice. At least she could get comfort from merely telling her trouble and anxiety. "Miranda," she said, "can you keep a secret?" The girl nodded. "Well, I'm going to tell you something, just because I am so troubled and I feel as if it would do me good to tell it." She smiled, and Miranda answered the smile with much satisfaction and no surprise. Miranda had come for this, though she did not expect her way to be so easy. "I'll be mum as an oyster," said Miranda. "You just tell me anything you please. You needn't be afraid Hannah Heath'll know a grain about it. She and I are two people. I know when to shut up." "Well, Miranda, I'm in great perplexity and anxiety. I've just had a note from a messenger my husband has sent, asking me to come out to that Green Tavern you were talking about. He has sent to me with some message, and has had an accident, so he couldn't come. It kind of frightened me to think what might be the matter. I'm glad you are going this way, because it keeps me from thinking about it. Are we nearly there? I never went out this road so far before." "It ain't fur," said Miranda, as if that were a minor matter. "I'll go right along in with you, then you needn't feel lonely. I guess likely it's business. Don't you worry." The tone was reassuring, but Marcia's face looked troubled. "No, I guess that won't do, Miranda, for the note says it is a private matter and that I must come alone. You know Mr. Spafford has matters to write about that are very important, railroads and such things, and sometimes he doesn't care to have anyone get a hold of his ideas before they appear in the paper. His enemies might use them to stop the plans of the great improvements he is writing about." "Let me see that note," demanded Miranda. "Got it with you?" Marcia hesitated. Perhaps she ought not to show it, and yet there was nothing in the note but what she had already told the girl, and she felt sure she would not breathe a word to a living soul after her promise. She handed Miranda the letter, and they stopped a moment while she slowly spelled it out. Miranda was no scholar. Marcia watched her face eagerly, as if to gather a ray of hope from it, but she was puzzled by Miranda's look. A kind of satisfaction had overspread her homely countenance. "Should you think from that David was hurt, or ill, or killed, or anything?" She asked the question as if Miranda were a wizard, and hung anxiously upon her answer. "Naw, I don't reckon so," said Miranda. "Don't you worry. David's all right somehow. I'll take care o' you. You go 'long up and see what's the business, and I'll wait here out o' sight o' the tavern. Likely's not he might take a notion not to tell you ef he see me come along with you. You just go ahead, and I'll be on hand when you get through. If you need me for anything, you jest holler out 'Randy' good and loud, and I'll hear you. Guess I'll set on this log. The tavern's jest round that bend in the road. Naw, you needn't thank me. This is a real pretty mornin' to sit and rest. Good by." Marcia hurried on, glancing back happily at her protector in a calico sunbonnet seated stolidly on a log with her tin pail beside her. Poor stupid Miranda! Of course she could not understand what a comfort it was to have confided her trouble. Marcia went up to the tavern with almost a smile on her face, though her heart began to beat wildly as a slatternly girl led her into a big room at the right of the hall. As Marcia disappeared behind the bend in the road, Miranda stealthily stole along the edge of the woods till she stood hidden behind a clump of alders where she could peer out and watch Marcia until she reached the tavern and passed safely by the row of lounging, smoking men and on into the doorway. Then Miranda waited just an instant to look in all directions, and sped across the road, mounting the fence and on through 2 meadows and the barnyard to the kitchen door of the tavern. "Mornin', Miss Green," she said to the slovenly-looking woman who sat by the table peeling potatoes. "Mind givin' me a drink o' water? I'm terrible thirsty, and seems like I couldn't find the spring. Didn't there used to be a spring 'tween here and town?" "Goodness sakes! Randy, where'd you come from? Water? Just help yourself. There's the bucket just from the spring 5 minutes since, and there's the gourd hanging up on the wall. I can't get up, I'm that busy. 12 to dinner today, and only me to do the cookin'. 'Melia, she's got to be upstairs helpin' at the bar." "Who all you got here?" questioned Miranda as she took a draught from the old gourd. "Well, got a gentleman from New York, for one. He's real pretty, quite a beau. His clothes are that nice you'd think he was goin' to court. He's that particular 'bout his eatin' I feel flustered. Nothin' would do but he hed to have a downstairs room. Said he didn't like goin' upstairs. He didn't look sickly, neither." "Maybe he's had an accident and lamed himself," suggested Miranda cunningly. "Heard o' any accidents? How'd he come? Coach or horseback?" "Coach," said Mrs. Green. "Why do you ask? Got any friends in New York?" "Not many," responded Miranda importantly. "But my cousin Hannah Heath has. You know she's been up there for a spell visitin', and they say there was lots of gentlemen in love with her. There's one in particular used to come round a good deal. It might be him come round to see if it's true Hannah's goin' to get married to Lem Skinner. Know what this fellow's name is?" "You don't say! Well, now, it might be. No, I don't rightly remember his name. Seems though it was something like Church or Chapel. 'Melia could tell ye, but she's busy." "Where's he at? Maybe I could get a glimpse o' him. I'd just like to know if he was comin' to bother our Hannah." "Well, now, maybe you could get a sight o' him. There's a cupboard between his room and the room back. It has a door both sides. Maybe if you was to slip in there you might see him through the latch hole. I ain't usin' that back room for anythin' but a storeroom this spring, so look out you don't stumble over nothin' when you go in, for it's dark as a pocket. You go 'long right in. I reckon you'll find the way. Yes, it's on the right hand side o' the hall. I've got to set here and finish these potatoes or dinner'll be late. I'd like to know real well if he's one o' Hannah Heath's beaus." Miranda needed no second bidding. She slipped through the hall and storeroom, and in a moment stood before the door of the closet. Softly she opened it and stepped in, lifting her feet cautiously, for the closet floor seemed full of old boots and shoes. It was dark in there, very dark, and only one slat of light stabbed the blackness coming through the irregular shape of the latch hole. She could hear voices in low tones speaking on the other side of the door. Gradually her eyes grew accustomed to the light, and one by one objects came out of the shadows and looked at her. A white pitcher with a broken nose, a row of bottles, a bunch of seed corn with the husks braided together and hung on a nail, an old coat on another nail. Down on her knees beside the crack of light went Miranda. First her eye and then her ear were applied to the small aperture. She could see nothing but a table directly in front of the door about a foot away on which there were quills, paper, and a large horn inkstand filled with ink. Someone evidently had been writing, for a page was half done, and the pen was laid down beside a word. The limits of the latch hole made it impossible for Miranda to make out any more. She applied her ear, and could hear a man's voice talking in low insinuating tones, but she could make little of what was said. It drove her fairly frantic to think that she was losing time. Miranda had no mind to be balked in her purpose. She meant to find out who was in that room, and what was going on. She felt a righteous interest in it. Her eyes could see quite plainly now in the dark closet. There was a big button on the door. She no sooner discovered it than she put up her hand and tried to turn it. It was tight, and made a slight squeak in turning. She stopped, but the noise seemed to have no effect upon the evenly modulated tones inside. Cautiously she moved the button again, holding the latch firmly in her other hand, lest the door should suddenly fly open. It was an exciting moment when at last the button was turned entirely away from the door frame, and the lifted latch swung free in Miranda's hand. The door opened outward. If it were allowed to go, it would probably strike against the table. Miranda only allowed it to open a crack. She could hear words now, and the voice reminded her of something unpleasant. The least little bit more she dared open the door, and she could see, as she had expected, Marcia's bonnet and shoulder cape as she sat at the other side of the room. This, then, was the room of the messenger who had sent for Mrs. Spafford so peremptorily. The next thing was to discover the identity of the messenger. Miranda had suspicions. The night before, she had seen a man lurking near the Spafford house when she went out in the garden to feed the chickens. She had watched him from behind the lilac bush, and when he had finally gone away she had followed him some distance until he turned into the old corduroy road and was lost in the gathering dusk. The man she had seen before and had reason to suspect. It was not for nothing that she had braved her grandmother and gone hunting wild strawberries out of season. With the caution of a creature of the forest, Miranda opened the door an inch further, and applied her eye to the latch hole again. The man's head was in full range of her eye then, and her suspicion proved true. When Marcia entered the big room and the heavy oak door closed behind her, her heart seemed almost choking her, but she tried with all her might to be calm. She was to know the worst now. On the other side of the room, in a large armchair, with his feet extended on another and covered by a traveling shawl, reclined a man. Marcia went toward him eagerly and then stopped. "Mr. Temple!" There was horror, fear, reproach in the way she spoke it. "I know you are astonished, Mrs. Spafford, that a messenger should be one so unworthy, and let me say at the beginning that I am more thankful than I can express that your letter of forgiveness reached me before I was obliged to start on my sorrowful commission. I beg you will sit down and be as comfortable as you can while I explain further. Pardon my not rising. I have met with a bad sprain caused by falling off my horse on the way, and was barely able to reach this stopping place. My ankle is swollen so badly that I cannot step upon my foot." Marcia, with white face, moved to the chair he indicated near him and sat down. The one thought his speech had conveyed to her had come through those words, "my sorrowful commission." She felt the need of sitting down, for her limbs could no longer bear her up, and she felt she must immediately know what was the matter. "Mrs. Spafford, may I ask you once more to speak your forgiveness? Before I begin to tell you what I have come for, I long to hear you say the words, 'I forgive you.' Will you give me your hand and say them?" "Mr. Temple, I beg you will tell me what is the matter. Do not think any further about that other matter. I meant what I said in the note. Tell me quick. Has anything happened to Mr. Spafford? Is he ill? Is he hurt?" "My poor child, how can I bear to tell you? It seems terrible to put your love and trust upon another human being, and then suddenly but wait, let me tell the story in my own way. No, your husband is not hurt, physically. Illness, and death even, are not the worst things that can happen to a mortal soul. It seems to me cruel, as I see you sit there so young and tender and beautiful, that I should have to hurt you by what I have to say. I come from the purest of motives to tell you a sad truth about one who should be nearest and dearest to you of all the earth. I beg you will look upon me kindly, and believe that it hurts me to tell you these things. Before I begin, I pray you will tell me that you will forgive me for all I have to say. Put your hand in mine and say so." Marcia had listened to this torrent of words, unable to stop them, a choking sensation in her throat, fear gripping her heart. Some terrible thing had happened. Her senses refused to name the possibility. Would he never tell? What ailed the man that he wanted her hand in forgiveness? Of course she forgave him. She could not speak, and he kept urging. "I cannot talk until I have your hand as a pledge that you will forgive me and think not unkindly of me for what I am about to tell you." He must have seen how powerfully he wrought upon her, for he continued, until wild with frantic fear she stumbled toward him and laid her hand in his. He grasped it and thanked her profusely. He looked at the little cold hand in his own, and his lying tongue went on. "Mrs. Spafford, you are good and true. You have saved me from a life of uselessness, and your example and high noble character have given me new inspiration. It seems a poor gratitude that would turn and stab you to the heart. Ah, I cannot do it, and yet I must." This was torture indeed! Marcia drew her hand sharply away and held it to her heart. She felt her brain reeling with the strain. Harry Temple saw he must go on at once, or he would lose what he had gained. He had meant to keep that little hand and touch it gently with a comforting pressure as his story went on, but it would not do to frighten her, or she might take sudden alarm. "Sit down," he begged, reaching out and drawing a chair near to his own, but she stepped back and dropped into the one which she had first taken. "You know your husband has been in New York?" he began. She nodded. She could not speak. "Did you never suspect why he is there and why he stays so long?" A cold vice gripped Marcia's heart, but though she turned white she said nothing, only looked steadily into the false eyes that glowed and burned at her like two hateful coals of fire that would scorch her soul and David's to a horrid death. "Poor child, you cannot answer. You have trusted perfectly. You thought he was there on business connected with his writing, but did it never occur to you what a very long time he has been away, and that there might be some other reason also which he has not told? But you must know it now, my child. I am sorry to say it, but he has been keeping it from you, and those who love you think you ought to know. Let me explain. Very soon after he reached New York he met a lady whom he used to know and admire. She is a very beautiful woman, and though she is married, is still much sought after. Your husband, like the rest of her admirers, soon lost his heart completely, and his head. Strange that he could so easily forget the pearl of women he had left behind. He went to see her. He showed his affection for her in every possible way. He gave her large sums of money. In fact, to make a long story short, he is lingering in New York just to be near her. I hate to speak the whole truth, but he has surely done that which you cannot forgive. You with your lofty ideas, Mrs. Spafford, he has cut himself off from every right to your respect or love. And now I am here today to offer to do all in my power to help you. From what I know of your husband's movements, he is likely to return to you soon. You cannot meet him knowing that the lips that will salute you have been pressed upon the lips of another woman, and that woman your own sister, dear Mrs. Spafford. Ah, now you understand, poor child. Your lips quiver. You have reason to understand. I know you cannot think what to do. Let me think for you." His eyes were glowing and his face animated. He was using all his persuasive power, and her gaze was fixed upon him as though he had mesmerized her. She could not resist the flood tide of his eloquence. She could only look on, and seem to be gradually turning to stone, frozen with horror. He felt he had almost won, and with demoniacal skill he phrased his sentences. "I am here for that purpose. I am here to help, and for no other reason. In the stable are horses harnessed and a comfortable carriage. My advice to you is to fly from here as fast as these fleet horses can carry you. Where you go is for you to say. I should advise going to your father's house. That, I am sure, is what will please him best. He is your natural refuge at such a time as this. If, however, you shrink from appearing before the eyes of the village gossips in your native town, I will take you to the home of a dear old friend of mine, hidden among the quiet hills, where you will be cared for most royally and tenderly for my sake, and where you can work out your life problem in the way that seems best to you. It is there that I am planning to take you tonight. We can easily reach there before evening if we start at once." Marcia started to her feet in horror. "What do you mean?" she stammered in a choking voice. "I could never go anywhere with you, Mr. Temple. You are a bad man. You have been telling me lies. I do not believe one word of what you have said. My husband is noble and good. If he did any of those things you say he did, he had a reason for it. I shall never distrust him." Marcia's head was up grandly now, and her voice had come back. She looked the man in the eye till he quailed, but still he sought to hold his power over her. "You poor child," and his voice was gentleness and forbearance itself. "I do not wonder in your first horror and surprise that you feel as you do. I anticipated this. Sit down and calm yourself, and let me tell you more about it. I can prove everything that I have said. I have letters here," and he swept his hand toward a pile of letters lying on the table. Miranda in the closet marked well the position of those letters. "All that I have said is only too true, I am sorry to say, and you must listen to me." Marcia interrupted him, her eyes blazing, her face excited. "Mr. Temple, I shall not listen to another word you say. You are a wicked man, and I was wrong to come here at all. You deceived me, or I should not have come. I must go home at once." And with that she started toward the door. Harry Temple flung aside the shawl that covered his sometime sprained ankle, and rose quickly, placing himself before her, forgetful of his invalid role. "Not so fast, my pretty lady," he said, grasping her wrists fiercely in both his hands. "You need not think to escape so easily. You shall not leave this room except in my company. Do you not know that you are in my power? You have spent nearly an hour alone in my bedchamber, and what will your precious husband have to do with you after this is known?" End of chapter 23. Chapter 24 of Marcia Schuyler by Grace Livingston Hill. This recording is in the public domain. Chapter 24. Miranda's time had come. She had seen it coming, and was prepared. With a movement like a flash, she pushed open the closet door, seized the pot of ink from the table, and before the two excited occupants of the room had time to even hear her or realize that she was near, she hurled the ink pot full into the insolent face of Harry Temple. The inkstand itself was a light affair of horn and inflicted only a slight wound, but the ink came into his eyes in a deluge, blinding him completely, as Miranda had meant it should do. She had seen no other weapon of defense at hand. Harry Temple dropped Marcia's wrists and groaned in pain, staggering back against the wall and sinking to the floor. But Miranda would not stay to see the effect of her punishment. She seized the frightened Marcia, dragged her toward the cupboard door, sweeping as she passed the pile of letters, finished and unfinished, into her apron, and closed the cupboard doors carefully behind her. Then she guided Marcia through the dark mazes of the storeroom to the hall, and pushing her toward the front door, whispered, "Go quick 'fore he gets his eyes open. I've got to go this way. Run down the road fast as you can, and I'll be at the meetin' place first. Hurry, quick!" Marcia went with feet that shook so that every step seemed like to slip, but with beating heart she finally traversed the length of the piazza with a show of dignity, passed the loungers, and was out in the road. Then indeed she took courage and fairly flew. Miranda, breathless but triumphant, went back into the kitchen. "I guess 'tain't him after all," she said to the interested woman who was putting on the potatoes to boil. "He's real interesting to look at, though. I'd like to stop and watch him longer, but I must be goin'. I come out to hunt for—" Miranda hesitated for a suitable object before this country-bred woman who well knew that strawberries were not ripe yet. "Wintergreens for Grandma," she said cheerfully, not quite sure whether they grew around these parts. "And I must be in a hurry. Good-by. Thank you for the drink." Miranda whizzed out of the door breezily, calling a good morning to one of the hostlers as she passed the barnyard, and was off through the meadows and over the fence like a bird, the package of letters rustling loud in her bosom where she had tucked them before she entered the kitchen. Neither of the two girls spoke for some minutes after they met, but continued their rapid gait until the end of the corduroy road was in sight and they felt comparatively safe. "Wal, that feller certainly ought to be strung up and walloped now for sure," remarked Miranda. "And I'd like to help at the wallopin'." Marcia's overstrung nerves suddenly dissolved into hysterical laughter. The contrast from the tragic to the ridiculous was too much for her. She laughed until the tears rolled down her cheeks, and then she cried in earnest. Miranda stopped and put her arms about her as gently as a mother might have done, and smoothed her hair back from the hot cheek, speaking tenderly. "There now, you pretty little flower, just you cry as hard as you want to. I know how good it makes you feel to cry. I've done it many a time up garret where nobody couldn't hear me. That old Satan, he won't trouble you for a good long spell again. When he gets his evil eyes open, if he ever does, he'll be glad to get out of these parts or I miss my guess. Now don't you worry no more. He can't hurt you one mite. And don't you think a thing about what he said. He's a great big liar, that's what he is." "Miranda, you saved me. Yes, you did. I never can thank you enough. If you hadn't come and helped me, something awful might have happened." Marcia shuddered and began to sob convulsively again. "Nonsense," said Miranda, pleased. "I didn't do a thing worth mentioning. Now you just wipe your eyes and chirk up. We've got to go through town, and you don't want folks to wonder what's up." Miranda led Marcia up to the spring, whose location had been known to her all the time, of course, and Marcia bathed her eyes and was soon looking more like herself, though there was a nervous tremor to her lips now and then. But her companion talked gaily, and tried to keep her mind from going over the events of the morning. When they reached the village, Miranda suggested they go home by the back street, slipping through a field of spring wheat and climbing the garden fence. She had a mind to keep out of her grandmother's sight for a while longer. "I might's well be hung for a sheep's a lamb," she remarked as she slid in at Marcia's kitchen door in the shadow of the morning glory vines. "I'm goin' to stay here a spell and get you some dinner while you go upstairs and lie down. You don't need to go back to your aunt's till near night, and you can wait till dusk and I'll go with you. Then you needn't be out alone at all. I know how you feel, and I don't believe you need worry. He'll be done with you now forever, or I'll miss my guess. Now you go lie down till I make a cup of tea." Marcia was glad to be alone and soon fell asleep, worn out with the excitement, her brain too weary to go over the awful occurrences of the morning. That would come later. Now her body demanded rest. Miranda, coming upstairs with the tea, tiptoed in and looked at her, one round arm thrown over her head and her smooth peachy cheek resting against it. Miranda, homely and with no hope of ever attaining any of the beautiful things of life, loved unselfishly this girl who had what she had not, and longed with all her heart to comfort and protect the sweet young thing who seemed so ill prepared to protect herself. She stooped over the sleeper for one yearning moment, and touched her hair lightly with her lips. She felt a great desire to kiss the soft round cheek, but was afraid of wakening her. Then she took the cup of tea and tiptoed out again, her eyes shining with satisfaction. She had a self-imposed task before her, and was well pleased that Marcia slept, for it gave her plenty of opportunity to carry out her plans. She went quickly to David's library and opened drawers and doors in the desk until she found writing materials, and sat down to work. She had a letter to write, and a letter to Miranda was the achievement of a lifetime. She did not much expect to ever have to write another. She plunged into her subject at once. Dear Mr. David. She was afraid that sounded a little stiff, but she felt it was almost too familiar to say David, as he was always called. I ain't much on letters, but this one has got to be writ. Something happened, and somebody's got to tell you about it. I'm most sure she won't, and nobody else knows 'cept me. Last night 'bout dark I went out to feed the chickens, and I see that nimshi Harry Temple skulking round your house. It was all dark there, and he walked in the side gate and tried to peek in the winders, only the shades was down and he couldn't see a thing. I thought he was up to some mischief, so I followed him down the street a piece till he turned down the old corduroy road. It was dark by then, and I come home, but I was on the watch out this morning, and after Miss Spafford came down to the house I heard a horse galloping by, and I looked out and saw a boy get off and take a letter to the door and ride away, and pretty soon, all in a hurry, your wife come out tying her bonnet and hurrying along looking scared. I grabbed my sunbonnet and clipped after her, but she went so fast I didn't get up to her till she got on the old corduroy road. She was awful scared looking, and she didn't want me much, I see, but pretty soon she up and told me she had a note saying there was a messenger with news from you out to the old green tavern. He had a accident and couldn't come no further. He wanted her to come alone 'cause the business was private, so I stayed down by the turn of the road till she got in, then I went 'cross lots and round to the kitchen and called on Mis' Green a spell. She was telling me 'bout her boarders, and I told her I thought maybe one of 'em was a friend of Hannah Heath's, so she said I might peek through the keyhole of the cupboard and see. She was busy, so I went alone. Well, sir, I just wish you'd been there. That lying nimshi was just going on the sweetest, as respectful and nice a thanking your wife for coming, and excusing himself for sending for her, and saying he couldn't bear to tell her what he'd come for, and pretty soon when she was scared as death, he up and told her a awful fib about you and a woman called Kate, whoever she is, and he just poured the words out fast so she couldn't speak, and he said things about you he shouldn't of, and you could see he was making it up as he went along, and he said he had proof. So he pointed at a pile of letters on the table, and I eyed 'em good through the hole in the door. Pretty soon he ups and proposes that he carry her off in a carriage he has all ready, and takes her to a friend of his, so she won't be here when you come home, 'cause you're so bad. And she gets up looking like she wanted to scream only she didn't dare, and she says he don't tell the truth, it wasn't so, any of it, and if it was all right anyway, that you had some reason, and she wouldn't go a step with him anywhere. And then he forgets all about the lame ankle he had kept covered up on a chair, pretending it was hurt falling off his horse when the coach brought him all the way, for I asked Mis' Green. And he catches her by the wrists and says she can't go without him, and she needn't be in such a hurry, for you wouldn't have no more to do with her anyway after her being shut up there with him so long. And then she looked just like she was going to faint, and I bust out through the door and ketched up the ink pot, it wa'n't heavy enough to kill him, and I slung it at him, and the ink went square in his eyes, and we slipped through the closet and got away quick 'fore anybody knew a thing. I brought all the letters along, so here they be. I haven't read a one, 'cause I thought maybe you'd ruther not. She ain't seen 'em neither. She don't know I've got 'em. I hid 'em in my dress. She's all wore out with cryin' and hurryin' and bein' scared, so she's upstairs now asleep, and she don't know I'm writing. I'm going to send this off 'fore she knows, for I think she wouldn't tell you for fear of worryin' you. I'll look after her as well as I can till you get back, but I think that feller ought to be strung up. But you'll know what to do, so no more at present from your obedient servant, Miranda Griscom. Having at last succeeded in sealing her packet to her satisfaction and the diminishing of the stick of sealing wax she had found in the drawer, Miranda slid out the front door, and by a detour went to David Spafford's office. "Good afternoon, Mr. Clark," she said to the clerk importantly. "Grandma sends her respects, and wants to know if you'd be so kind as to back this letter for her to David Spafford. She's writin' to him on business, and she don't rightly know his street and number in New York." Mr. Clark willingly wrote the address, and Miranda took it to the post office and sped back to Marcia, happy in the accomplishment of her purpose. In the same mail bag that brought Miranda's package came a letter from Aunt Clorinda. David's face lit up with a pleased smile. Her letters were so infrequent that they were a rare pleasure. He put aside the thick package written in his clerk's hand. It was doubtless some business papers and could wait. Aunt Clorinda wrote in a fine old script that in spite of her 80 years was clear and legible. She told about the beauty of the weather, and how Amelia and Hortense were almost done with the house cleaning, and how Marcia had been going to their house every day putting it in order. Then she added a paragraph which David, knowing the old lady well, understood to be the raison d'etre of the whole letter. "I think your wife misses you very much, Davy. She looks sort of peaked and sad. It is hard on her being separated from you so long this first year. Men don't think of those things, but it is lonely for a young thing like her here with 3 old women, and you know Hortense and Amelia never try to make it lively for anybody. I have been watching her, and I think if I were you I would let the business finish itself up as soon as possible, and hurry back to put a bit of cheer into that child. She's whiter than she ought to be." David read it over 3 times in astonishment with growing mingled feelings which he could not quite analyze. Poor Aunt Clorinda! Of course she did not understand the situation, and equally of course she was mistaken. Marcia was not sighing for him, though it might be dull for her at the old house. He ought to have thought of that, and a great burden suddenly settled down upon him. He was not doing right by Marcia. It could not be himself, of course, that Marcia was missing, if indeed Aunt Clorinda was right and she was worried about anything. Perhaps something had occurred to trouble her. Could that snake of a Temple have turned up again? No, he felt reasonably sure he would have heard of that. Besides, he saw him not long ago on the street at a distance. Could it be some boy lover at home whose memory came to trouble her? Or had she discovered what a sacrifice she had made of her young life? Whatever it was careless and cruel in him to have left her alone with his aunts all this time. He was a selfish man, he told himself, to have accepted her quiet little sacrifice of all for him. He read the letter over again, and suddenly there came to him a wish that Marcia was missing him. It seemed a pleasant thought to have her care. He had been trying to train himself to the fact that no one would ever care for him again, but now it seemed dear and desirable that his sweet young companion should like to have him back. He had a vision of home as it had been, so pleasant and restful, always the food that he liked, always the thought for his wishes, and he felt condemned. He had not noticed or cared. Had she thought him ungrateful? He read the letter over again, noting every mention of his wife in the account of the daily living at home. He was searching for some clue that would give him more information about her. and when he reached the last paragraph about missing him, a little tingle of pleasure shot through him at the thought. He did not understand it. After all, she was his, and if it was possible, he must help to make up to her for what she had lost in giving herself to him. If the thought of doing so brought a sense of satisfaction to him that was unexpected, he was not to blame in any wise. Since his interview with Kate, and the terrible night of agony through which he had passed, David had plunged into his business with all his might. Whenever a thought of Kate came, he banished it if possible, and if it would not go, he got out his writing materials and went to work at an article, to absorb his mind. He had several times arisen in the night to write, because he could not sleep, and must think. When he was obliged to be in New York, he had steadily kept away from the house where Kate lived, and never walked through the streets without occupying his mind as fully as possible, so that he should not chance to see her. In this way his sorrow was growing old without having been worn out, and he was really regaining a large amount of his former happiness and interest in life. Not so often now did the vision of Kate come to trouble him. He thought she was still his one ideal of womanly beauty and grace and perfection, of course, and always would be, but she was not for him to think upon any more. A strong true man he was growing, out of his sorrow. And now, when the thought of Marcia came to him with a certain sweetness, he could be glad that it was so, and not resent it. Of course no one could ever take the place of Kate, that was impossible. So reflecting, with a pleasant smile upon his face, he opened Miranda's epistle. Puzzled and surprised, he began to read the strange chirography, and as he read his face darkened and he drew his brows in a heavy frown. "The scoundrel!" he muttered, as he turned the sheet. Then as he went on his look grew anxious. He scanned the page quickly as if he would gather the meaning from the crooked ill-spelled words without taking them one by one. But he had to go slowly, for Miranda had not written with as much plainness as haste. He fairly held his breath when he thought of the gentle girl in the hands of the unscrupulous man of the world. A terrible fear gripped his heart. Marcia, little Marcia, so sweet and pure and good. A vision of her face as she lay asleep in the woods came between him and the paper. Why had he left her unprotected all these months? Fool that he was! She was worth more than all the railroads put together. As if his own life was in the balance, he read on, growing sick with horror. Poor child! What had she thought? And how had his own sin and weakness been found out, or was it merely Harry Temple's wicked heart that had evolved these stories? The letter smote him with terrible accusation, and all at once it was fearful to him to think that Marcia had heard such things about him. When he came to her trust in him, he groaned aloud and buried his face in the letter, and then raised it quickly to read to the end. When he had finished, he rose with sudden determination to pack his carpet-bag and go home at once. Marcia needed him, and he felt a strong desire to be near her, to see her and know she was safe. It was overwhelming. He had not known he could ever feel strongly again. He must confess his own weakness, of course, and he would. She should know all, and know that she might trust his after all. But the motion of rising had sent the other papers to the floor, and in falling the bundle of letters that Miranda had enclosed scattered about him. He stooped to pick them up, and saw his own name written in Kate's handwriting. Old association held him, and wondering, fearful, not wholly glad to see it, he picked up the letter. It was an epistle of Kate's written in intimate style to Harry Temple, and speaking of himself in terms of the utmost contempt. She even stooped to detail to Harry an account of her own triumph on that miserable morning when he had taken her in his arms and kissed her. There were expressions in the letter that showed her own wicked heart, as nothing else could ever have done, to David. As he read, his soul growing sick within him, read one letter after another, and saw how she had plotted with this bad man to wreck the life of her young sister for her own triumph and revenge, the beautiful woman whom he had loved, and whom he had thought beautiful within as well as without, crumbled into dust before him. When he looked up at last with white face and firmly set lips, he found that his soul was free forever from the fetters that had bound him to her. He went to the fireplace and laid the pile of letters among the embers, blowing them into a blaze, and watched them until they were eaten up by the fire and nothing remained but dead gray ashes. The thought came to him that that was like his old love. It was burnt out. There had not been the right kind of fuel to feed it. Kate was worthless, but his own self was alive, and please God he would yet see better days. He would go home at once to the child wife who needed him, and whom now he might love as she should be loved. The thought became wondrously sweet to him as he rapidly threw the things into his traveling bag and went about arrangements for his trip home. He determined that if he ever came to New York again, Marcia should come with him. End of chapter 24. Chapter 25 of Marcia Schuyler by Grace Livingston Hill. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 25. Marcia hurried down to her own house early one morning. The phantoms of her experiences in the old green tavern were pursuing her. Once there, she could do nothing but go over and over the dreadful things that Harry Temple had said. In vain did she try to work. She went into the library and took up a book, but her mind would wander to David. She sat down at the piano and played a few tender chords and sang an old Italian song which somebody had left at their house several years before. Dearest, believe, whene'er we part, lonely I grieve in my sad heart. With a sob her head dropped upon her hands in one sad little crash of wailing tones, while the sound died away in reverberation after reverberation of the strings, till Marcia felt as if a sea of sound were about her in soft ebbing, flowing waves. The sound covered the lifting of the side door latch and the quiet step of a foot. Marcia was absorbed in her own thoughts. Her smothered sobs were mingling with the dying sounds of the music, still audible to her fine ear. David had come by instinct to his own home first. He felt that Marcia would be there, and now that he was come and the morning sun flooded everything and made home look so good, he felt that he must find her first of all before his relationship with home had been reestablished. He passed through kitchen, dining room, and hall, and by the closed parlor door. He never thought of her being in there with the door closed. He glanced into the library and saw the book lying in his chair as she had left it, and it gave a touch of her presence which pleased him. He went softly toward the stairs, thinking to find her. He had stopped at a shop the last thing and bought a beautiful creamy shawl of China crepe heavily embroidered and finished with long silken fringe. He had taken it from his carpet-bag and was carrying it in its rice paper wrappings lest it should be crushed. He was pleased as a child at the present he had brought her, and felt strangely shy about giving it to her. Just then there came a sound from the parlor, sweet and tender and plaintive. Marcia had conquered her sobs and was singing again with her whole soul, singing as if she were singing to David. The words drew him strangely, wonderingly toward the parlor door, yet so softly that he heard every syllable. Dearest, believe, whene'er we part, lonely I grieve in my sad heart. Thy faithful slave, languishing sighs, haste then and save. Here the words trailed away again into a half sob, and the melody continued in broken, halting chords that flickered out and faded into the shadows of the room. David's heart was pierced with the belief that Aunt Clorinda was right and something was the matter with Marcia. A great trouble and tenderness, and almost jealousy, leaped up in his heart, which were incomprehensible to him. Who was Marcia singing this song for? That it was a true cry from a lonely soul he could but believe. Was she feeling her prison bars here in the lonely old house with only a forlorn man whose life and love had been thrown away upon another? Poor child, poor child! If he might but save her from suffering, cover her with his own tenderness and make her content with that. Would it be possible if he devoted himself to it to make her forget the one for whom she was sighing, to bring peace and a certain sort of sweet forgetfulness, and interest in other things, into her life? He wanted to make a new life for her, his little girl whom he had so unthinkingly torn from the home nest and her future, and compelled to take up his barren way with him. He would make it up to her if such a thing were possible. Then he opened the door. In the soft green light of the noonday coming through the shades, Marcia's color did not show as it flew into her cheeks. Her hands grew weak and dropped upon the keys with a soft little tinkle of surprise and joy. She sprang up and came a step toward him, then clasped her hands against her breast and stopped shyly. David coming into the room, questioning, wondering, anxious, stopped midway too, and for an instant they looked upon one another. David saw a new look in the girl's face. She seemed older, much older than when he had left her. The sweet round cheeks were thinner, her mouth drooped sadly, pathetically. For an instant he longed to take her in his arms and kiss her. The longing startled him. So many months he had thought of only Kate in that way, and then had tried to teach himself never to think of Kate or any woman as one to be caressed by him, that it shocked him. He felt that he had been disloyal to himself, to honor, to Kate. No, not to Kate. He had no call to be loyal to her. She had not been loyal to him ever. Perhaps rather he would have put it loyalty to love for love's sake, love that is worthy to be crowned by a woman's love. With all these mingling feelings David was embarrassed. He came toward her slowly, trying to be natural, trying to get back his former way with her. He put out his hand stiffly to shake hands as he had done when he left, and timidly she put hers into it, yet as their fingers closed there leaped from one to the other a thrill of sweetness, that neither guessed the other knew, and each put by in memory for closer inspection as to what it could mean. Their hands clung together longer than either had meant, and there was something pleasant to each in the fact that they were together again. David thought it was just because it was home, rest, and peace, and a relief from his anxiety about Marcia now that he saw she was all right. Marcia knew it was better to have David standing there with his strong fingers about her trembling ones than to have anything else in the world. But she would not have told him so. "That was a sweet song you were singing," said David. "I hope you were singing it for me, and that it was true. I am glad I am come home, and you must sing it again for me soon." It was not in the least what he intended to say, and the words tumbled themselves out so tumultuously that he was almost ashamed and wondered if Marcia would think he had lost his mind in New York. Marcia, dear child, treasured them every word, and hugged them to her heart, and carried them in her prayers. They went out together and got dinner as if they had been two children, with a wild excited sort of glee. And they tried to get back to their natural ways of doing and saying things, but they could not. Instead, they were forever blundering and halting in what they said, coming face to face and almost running over one another as they tried to help each other, laughing and blushing and blundering again. When they each tried to reach for the tea kettle to fill the coffee pot and their fingers touched, each drew back and pretended not to notice, but yet had felt the contact sweet. They were lingering over the dinner when Hannah Heath came to the door. David had been telling of some of his adventure in detail, and was enjoying the play of expression on Marcia's face as she listened eagerly to every word. They had pushed their chairs back a little and were sitting there talking, or rather David was talking, Marcia listening. Hannah stood for one jealous instant and saw it all. This is what she had dreamed for her own, long years back, she and David. She had questioned much just what feeling there might be between him and Marcia, and now more than ever she desired to bring him face to face with Kate, and read for herself what the truth had been. She hated Marcia for that look of intense delight and sympathy upon her face, hated her that she had the right to sit there and hear what David had to say, some stupid stuff about railroads. She did not see that she herself would have made an ill companion for a man like David. As yet, neither Marcia nor David had touched upon the subjects which had troubled them. They did not realize it, but they were so suddenly happy in each other's company they had forgotten for the moment. The pleasant converse was broken up at once. Marcia's face hardened into something like alarm as she saw who stood in the doorway. "Why, David, have you come home at last?" said Hannah. "I did not know it." That was an untruth. She had watched him from behind Grandmother Heath's rose bush. "Where did you come from last? New York? Oh, then you saw Mrs. Leavenworth. How is she? I fell in love with her when I was there." Now David had never fully taken in Kate's married name. He knew it, of course, but in his present state of happiness at getting home, and his absorption in the work he had been doing, the name Mrs. Leavenworth conveyed nothing whatever to David's mind. He looked blankly at Hannah and replied indifferently enough with a cool air. "No, Miss Hannah, I had no time for social life. I was busy every minute I was away." David never expected Hannah to say anything worth listening to, and he was so full of his subject that he had not noticed that she made no reply. Hannah watched him curiously as he talked. His remarks, after all, were directed more to Marcia than to her, and when he paused she said with a contemptuous sneer in her voice, "I never could understand, David, how you, who seem to have such sense in other things, will take up with such fanciful, impractical dreams as this railroad. Lemuel says it'll never run." Hannah quoted her lover with a proud bridling of her head, as if the matter were settled once and for all. It was the first time she had allowed the world to see that she acknowledged her relation to Lemuel. She was not averse to having David understand that she felt there were other men in the world besides himself. But David turned merry eyes on her. "Lemuel says?" he repeated, and he made a sudden movement with his arm which sent a knife and spoon from the table in a clatter upon the floor. "And how much does Lemuel know about the matter?" "Lemuel has good practical common sense," said Hannah, vexed, "and he knows what is possible and what is not. He does not need to travel all over the country on a wild goose chase to learn that." Now that she had accepted him, Hannah did not intend to allow Lemuel to be discounted. "He has not long to wait to be convinced," said David thoughtfully and unaware of her tart tone. "Before the year is out it will be a settled fact that every one can see." "Well, it's beyond comprehension what you care, anyway," said Hannah contemptuously. "Did you really spend all your time in New York on such things? It seems incredible. There certainly must have been other attractions." There was insinuation in Hannah's voice, though it was smooth as butter. But David had had long years of experience in hearing Hannah Heath's sharp tongue. He minded it no more than he would have minded the buzzing of a fly. Marcia's color rose, however. She made a hasty errand to the pantry to put away the bread, and her eyes flashed at Hannah through the close-drawn pantry door. But Hannah did not give up so easily. "It is strange you did not stay with Mrs. Leavenworth," she said. "She told me you were one of her dearest friends, and you used to be quite fond of one another." Then it suddenly dawned upon David who Mrs. Leavenworth was, and a sternness overspread his face. "Mrs. Leavenworth, did you say? Ah, I did not understand. I saw her but once, and that for only a few minutes, soon after I first arrived. I did not see her again." His voice was cool and steady. Marcia, coming from the pantry with set face, ready for defense if there was any she could give, marveled at his coolness. Her heart was gripped with fear, and yet leaping with joy at David's words. He had not seen Kate but once. He had known that she was there, and yet had kept away. Hannah's insinuations were false. Mr. Temple's words were untrue. She had known it all the time, yet what sorrow they had given her. "By the way, Marcia," said David, turning toward her with a smile that seemed to erase the sternness in his voice but a moment before, "did you not write me some news? Miss Hannah, you are to be congratulated, I believe. Lemuel is a good man. I wish you much happiness." And thus did David with a pleasant speech turn aside Hannah Heath's dart. Yet while she went from the house with a smile and a sound of pleasant wishes in her ears, she carried with her a bitter heart and a revengeful one. David was suddenly brought face to face with the thing he had to tell Marcia. He sat watching her as she went back and forth from pantry to kitchen, and at last he came and stood beside her and took her hands in his, looking down earnestly into her face. It seemed terrible to him to tell this thing to the innocent girl, now, just when he was growing anxious to win her confidence, but it must be told, and better now than later, lest he might be tempted not to tell it at all. "Marcia." He said the name tenderly, with an inflection he had never used before. It was not lover-like nor passionate, but it reached her heart and drew her eyes to his and the color to her cheeks. She thought how different his clasp was from Harry Temple's hateful touch. She looked up at him trustingly and waited. "You heard what I said to Hannah Heath just now about your—" he paused dissatisfied. "About Mrs. Leavenworth." It was as if he would set the subject of his words far from them. Marcia's heart beat wildly, remembering all that she had been told, yet she looked bravely, trustingly into his eyes. "It is true what I told her. I met Mrs. Leavenworth but once while I was away. It was in her own home, and she sent for me, saying she was in trouble. She told me that she was in terrible anxiety lest I should not forgive her. She begged me to say that I forgave her, and when I told her I did, she asked me to kiss her once to prove it. I was utterly overcome and did so, but the moment my lips touched hers I knew that I was doing wrong, and I put her from me. She begged me to remain, and I now know that she was utterly false from the first. It was but a part she was playing when she touched my heart till I yielded and sinned. I have only learned that recently, within a few days, and from words written by her own hand to another. I will tell you about it all sometime. But I want to confess to you this wrong I have done, and to let you know that I went away from her that day and have never seen her since. She had said she was without money, and I left her all I had with me. I now know that too was unwise, perhaps wrong. I feel that all this was a sin against you. I would like you to forgive me if you can, and I want you to know that this other woman who was the cause of our coming together, and yet has separated us ever since we have been together, is no longer anything to me. Even if she and I were both free as we were when we first met, we could never be anything but strangers. Can you forgive me now, Marcia, and can you ever trust me after what I have told you?" Marcia looked into his eyes and loved him but the more for his confession. She felt she could forgive him anything, and her whole soul in her countenance answered with her voice as she said, "I can." It made David think of their wedding day, and suddenly it came over him with a thrill that this sweet womanly woman belonged to him. He marveled at her sweet forgiveness. The joy of it surprised him beyond measure. "You have had some sad experiences yourself. Will you tell me now all about it?" He asked the question wistfully, still holding her hands in a firm close grasp, and she let them lie nestling there feeling safe as birds in the nest. "Why, how do you know?" questioned Marcia, her whole face flooded with rosy light for joy at his kind ways, and relief that she did not have to open the story. "Oh, a little bird or a guardian angel whispered the tale," he said pleasantly. "Come into the room where we can be sure no Hannah Heaths will trouble us." and he drew her into the library and seated her beside him on the sofa. "But indeed, Marcia," and his face sobered, "it is no light matter to me what has happened to you. I have been in an agony all the way home lest I might not find you safe and well after having escaped so terrible a danger." He drew the whole story from her bit by bit, tenderly questioning her, his face blazing with righteous wrath and darkening with his wider knowledge as she told on to the end, and showed him plainly the black heart of the villain who had dared so diabolical a conspiracy, and the inhumanity of the woman who had helped in the intrigue against her own sister, nay, even instigated it. His feelings were too deep for utterance. He was shaken to the depths. His new comprehension of Kate's character was confirmed at the worst. Marcia could only guess his deep feelings from his shaken countenance and the earnest way in which he folded his hands over hers and said in low tones filled with emotion, "We should be deeply thankful to God for saving you, and I must be very careful of you after this. That villain shall be searched out and punished if it takes a lifetime. And Miranda, what shall we do for Miranda? Perhaps we can induce her grandmother to let us have her sometime to help take care of us. We seem to be unable to get on without her. We'll see what we can do sometime in return for the great service she has rendered." But the old clock striking in the hall suddenly reminded David that he should go at once to the office, so he hurried away and Marcia set about her work with energy, a happy song of praise in her heart. There was much to be done. David had said he should scarcely have time to go over to his aunt's that night, so she had decided to invite them to tea. She would far rather have had David to herself this first evening, but it would please them to come, especially Aunt Clorinda. There was not much time to prepare supper, to be sure, but she could stir up a gingerbread, make some puffy cream biscuits, and there was lovely white honey and fresh eggs and peach preserves. So she ran to Deacon Appleby's to get some cream for her biscuits, and to ask Tommy Appleby to harness David's horse and drive over for Aunt Clorinda. Then she hurried down to the aunt's to give her invitation. Aunt Clorinda sat down in her calico-covered rocking-chair, wiped her dear old eyes and her glasses, and said, over and over again, "Dear child! Bless her! Bless her!" It was a happy gathering that evening. David was as pleased as they could have desired, and looked about upon the group in the dining-room with genuine boyish pleasure. It did his heart good to see Aunt Clorinda there. It had never occurred to him before that she could come. He turned to Marcia with a light in his eyes that fully repaid her for the little trouble she had had in carrying out her plan. He began to feel that home meant something, even though he had lost the home of his long dreams and ideals. He talked a great deal about his trip, and in between the sentences he caught himself watching Marcia, noting the curve of her round chin, the dimple in her left cheek when she smiled, the way her hair waved off from her forehead, the pink curves of her well-shaped ears. He found a distinct pleasure in noting these things, and he wondered at himself. It was as if he had suddenly been placed before some great painting, and become possessed of the knowledge wherewith to appreciate art to its fullest. It was as if he had heard a marvelous piece of music, and had the eyes and ears of his understanding opened to take in the gracious melodies and majestic harmonies. Aunt Clorinda watched his eyes, and Aunt Clorinda was satisfied. Aunt Hortense watched his eyes jealously and sighed. Aunt Amelia watched his eyes and set her lips and feared to herself, "He will spoil her if he does like that. She will think she can walk right over him." But Aunt Clorinda knew better. She recognized the eternal right of love. They took the three old ladies home in the rising of an early moon, Marcia walking demurely on the sidewalk with Aunt Amelia, while David drove the chaise with Aunt Clorinda and Aunt Hortense. As he gently lifted Aunt Clorinda down and helped her to her room, David felt her old hands tremble and press his arm, and when he had reached her door he stooped and kissed her. "Davy," she said in the voice that used to comfort his little childish troubles, or tell him of some nice surprise she had for him. "Davy, she's a dear child. She's just as good as gold. She's the princess I used to put in all your fairy tales. David, she's just the right one for you." And David answered earnestly, solemnly, as if he were discovering a truth which surprised him, but yet was not unwelcome, "I believe she is, Aunt Clorinda." They drove to the barn, and Marcia sat in the chaise in the sweet hay-scented darkness, while David put up the horse by the cobwebby light of the lantern. Then they walked quietly back to the house. David had drawn Marcia's hand through his arm, and it rested softly on his coat sleeve. She was silently happy, she knew not why, afraid to think of it, lest tomorrow should show her there was nothing out of the ordinary monotony to be happy about. David was silent, wondering at himself. What was this that had come to him? A new pleasure in life. A little trembling rill of joy bubbling up in his heart, a rift in the dark clouds of fate, a show of sunshine where he had expected never to see the light again. Why was it so pleasant to have that little hand resting upon his arm? Was it really pleasant, or was it only a part of the restfulness of getting home again, away from strange faces and uncomfortable beds and poor tables? They let themselves into the house as if they were walking into a new world together, and both were glad to be there again. When she got up to her room, Marcia went and stood before the glass and looked at herself by the flickering flame of the candle. Her eyes were bright, and her cheeks burned red in the center like two soft deep roses. She felt she hardly knew herself. She tried to be critical. Was this person she was examining a pretty person? Could she be called so in comparison with Kate and Hannah Heath? Would a man, would David, if his heart were not filled, think so? She decided not. She felt she was too immature. There was too much shyness in her glance, too much babyishness about her mouth. No, David could never have thought her beautiful, even if he had seen her before he knew Kate. But perhaps if Kate had been married first and away, and then he had come to their house, perhaps if he knew no one else well enough to love, could he have cared for her? Oh, it was a dreadful, beautiful thought. It thrilled through and through her, till she hid her face from her own gaze. She suddenly kissed the hand that had rested on his sleeve, and then reproached herself for it. She loved him, but was it right to do so? As for David, he was sitting on the side of his bed with his chin in his hands, examining himself. He had supposed that with the reading of those letters which had come to him but 2 short days before, all possibility of love and happiness had died. But lo! he found himself thrilling with pleasure over the look in a girl's soft eyes and the touch of her hand. And that girl was his wife. It was enough to keep him awake to try to understand himself. End of chapter 25. Chapter 26 of Marcia Schuyler by Grace Livingston Hill. This recording is in the public domain. Chapter 26. Hannah Heath's wedding day dawned bright enough for a less calculating bride. David did not get home until 3:30. He had been obliged to drive out to the starting place of the new railroad, near Albany, where it was important that he get a few points correctly. On the morrow was to be the initial trip, by the Mohawk and Hudson Railroad, of the first train drawn by a steam engine in the state of New York. His article about it, bargained for by a New York paper, must be on its way by special post as soon after the starting of the train as possible. He must have all items accurate, technicalities of preparation, description of engine and coaches, details of arrangements, etc., before he added the final paragraphs describing the actual start of the train. His article was practically done now, save for these few items. He had started early that morning on his long drive, and, being detained longer than he had expected, arrived at home with barely time to put himself into wedding garments and hasten in at the last moment with Marcia, who stood quietly waiting for him in the front hall. They were the last guests to arrive. It was time for the ceremony, but the bride, true to her nature to the last, still kept Lemuel waiting, and Lemuel, true to the end, stood smiling and patient, awaiting her pleasure. David and Marcia entered the wide parlor and shook hands here and there with those assembled, though for the most part a hushed air pervaded the room, as it always does when something is about to happen. Soon after their arrival some one in purple silk came down the stairs and seated herself in a vacant chair close to where the bride was to stand. She had gold hair and eyes like forget-me-nots. She was directly opposite to David and Marcia. David was engrossed in a whispered conversation with Mr. Brentwood about the events of the morrow, and did not notice her entrance, though she paused in the doorway and searched him directly from amongst the company before she took her seat. Marcia, who was talking with Rose Brentwood, caught the vision of purple and gold and turned to face for one brief instant the scornful, half-merry glance of her sister. The blood in her face fled back to her heart and left it white. Then Marcia summoned all her courage and braced herself to face what was to come. She forced herself to smile in answer to Rose Brentwood's question. But all the while she was trying to understand what was in her sister's look that had hurt her so. It was not the anger, for that she was prepared. It was not the scorn, for she had often faced that. Was it the almost merriment? Yes, there was the sting. She had felt it so keenly when as a little girl Kate had taken to making fun of some whim of hers. She could not see why Kate should find cause for fun just now. It was as if she, by her look, ignored Marcia's relation to David in scornful laugh and appropriated him herself. Marcia's inmost soul rebelled. The color came back as if by force of her will. She would show Kate, or she would show David at least, that she could bear all things for him. She would play well her part of wife this day. The happy 2 months that had passed since David came back from New York had made her almost feel as if she really was his and he hers. For this hour she would forget that it was otherwise. She would look at him and speak to him as if he had been her husband for years, as if there were the truest understanding between them, as, indeed, of a certain wistful, pleasant sort there was. She would not let the dreadful thought of Kate cloud her face for others to see. Bravely she faced the company, but her heart under Kate's blue frock sent up a swift and pleading prayer demanding of a higher power something she knew she had not in herself, and must therefore find in him who created her. It was the most trustful and needy prayer that Marcia ever uttered, and yet there were no words, not even the closing of an eyelid. Only her heart took the attitude of prayer. The door upstairs opened in a businesslike way, and Hannah's composed voice was heard giving a direction. Hannah's silken tread began to be audible. Miranda told Marcia afterward that she kept her standing at the window for an hour beforehand to see when David arrived, and when they started over to the house. Hannah kept herself posted on what was going on in the room below as if she were down there. She knew where David and Marcia stood, and told Kate exactly where to go. It was like Hannah that in a moment of her sacrifice of the long-cherished hopes of her life she should have planned a dramatic revenge to help carry her through. The bride's rustle became at last so audible that even David and Mr. Brentwood heard and turned from their absorbing conversation to the business at hand. Hannah was in the doorway when David looked up, very cold and beautiful in her bridal array despite the years she had waited, and almost at once David saw the vision in purple and gold like a saucy pansy standing near her. Kate's eyes were fixed upon him with their most bewitching dancing smile of recognition, like a naughty little child who had been in hiding for a time and now peeps out laughing over the discomfiture of its elders. So Kate encountered the steadfast gaze of David's astonished eyes. But there was no light of love in those eyes as she had expected to see. Instead, there grew in his face such a blaze of righteous indignation as the lord of the wedding feast might have turned upon the person who came in without a wedding garment. In spite of herself, Kate was disconcerted. She was astonished. She felt that David was challenging her presence there. It seemed to her he was looking through her, searching her, judging her, sentencing her, and casting her out, and presently his eyes wandered beyond her through the open hall door and out into God's green world, and when they came back and rested upon her, his look had frozen into the glance of a stranger. Angry, ashamed, baffled, she bit her lips in vexation, but tried to keep the merry smile. In her heart she hated him, and vowed to make him bow before her smiles once more. David did not see the bride at all to notice her, but the bride, unlike the one of the psalmist's vision whose eyes were upon her dear bridegroom's face, was looking straight across the room with evident intent to observe David. The ceremony proceeded, and Hannah went through her part correctly and calmly, aware that she was giving herself to Lemuel Skinner irrevocably, yet perfectly aware also of the discomfiture of the sweet-faced girl wife who sat across the room bravely watching the ceremony with white cheeks and eyes that shone like righteous lights. Marcia did not look at David. She was with him in heart, suffering with him, feeling for him, quivering in every nerve for what he might be enduring. She had no need to look. Her part was to ignore and help to cover. They went through it all well. Not once did Aunt Amelia or Aunt Hortense notice anything strange in the demeanor of their nephew or his wife. Aunt Clorinda was not there. She was not fond of Hannah. As soon as the service was over and the relatives had broken the solemn hush by kissing the bride, David turned and spoke to Rose Brentwood, making some smiling remark about the occasion. Rose Brentwood was looking her very prettiest in a rose-sprigged delaine, and her wavy dark hair in a beaded net tied round with a rose-colored lute-string ribbon. Kate flushed angrily at this. If it had been Marcia to whom he had spoken, she would have judged he did it out of pique, but a pretty stranger coming upon the scene at this critical moment was trying. And then, too, David's manner was so indifferent, so utterly natural. He did not seem in the least troubled by the sight of herself. David and Marcia did not go up to speak to the bride at once. David stepped back into the deep window seat to talk with Mr. Brentwood, and seemed to be in no hurry to follow the procession who were filing past the calm bride to congratulate her. Marcia remained quietly talking to Rose Brentwood. At last David turned toward his wife with a smile as though he had known she was there all the time and had felt her sympathy. Her heart leaped up with new strength at that look, and her husband's firm touch as he drew her hand within his arm to lead her over to the bride gave her courage. She felt that she could face the battle, and with a bright smile that lit up her whole lively face, she marched bravely to the front to do or to die. "I had about given up expecting any congratulations from you," said Hannah sharply as they came near. It was quite evident she had been watching for them. "I wish you much joy, Mrs. Skinner," said David mechanically, scarcely feeling that she would have it, for he knew her unhappy, dissatisfied nature. "Yes," said Marcia, "I wish you may be happy as I am." It was an impetuous, childish thing to say, and Marcia scarcely realized what words she meant to speak until they were out, and then she blushed a rosy red. Was she happy? Why was she happy? Yes, even in the present trying circumstances, she suddenly felt a great deep happiness bubbling up in her heart. Was it David's look and his strong arm under her hand? Hannah darted a look at her. She was stung by the words. But did the girl bride before her mean to flaunt her own triumphs in her face? Did she fully understand? Or was she trying to act a part and make them believe she was happy? Hannah was baffled once more, as she had been before with Marcia. Kate turned upon Marcia for one piercing instant again that look of understanding, mocking merriment, which cut through the soul of her sister. But did Marcia imagine it, or was it true that at her words to Hannah, David's arm had pressed hers closer as they stood there in the crowd. The thought thrilled through her and gave her greater strength. Hannah turned toward Kate. "David," she said, as she had always called him, and it was possible that she enjoyed the triumph of this touch of intimacy before her guest, "you knew my friend Mrs. Leavenworth." David bowed gravely, but did not attempt to put out his hand to take the one which Kate offered in greeting. Instead, he laid it over Marcia's little trembling one on his arm as if to steady it. "We have met before," said David briefly, in an impenetrable tone, and turning, passed out of the room to make way for the Brentwoods, who were behind him. Hannah scarcely treated the Brentwoods with decency, so vexed was she with the way things were turning out. To think that David should so completely baffle her! She turned an annoyed look at Kate, who flashed her blue eyes contemptuously as if to blame Hannah. Soon the whole little gathering were in the dining room and wide hall, being served with Grandmother Heath's fried chicken and currant jelly, delicate soda biscuits, and fruit cake baked months before and left to ripen. The ordeal through which they were passing made David and Marcia feel, as they sat down, that they would not be able to swallow a mouthful, but strangely enough they found themselves eating with relish, each to encourage the other perhaps, but almost enjoying it, and feeling that they had not yet met more than they would be able to withstand. Kate was seated on the other side of the dining room, by Hannah, and she watched the two incessantly with that half merry contemptuous look, toying with her own food, and apparently waiting for their acting to cease and David to put on his true character. She never doubted for an instant that they were acting. The wedding supper was over at last. The guests crowded out to the front stoop to bid good-bye to the happy bridegroom and cross-looking bride, who seemed as if she left the gala scene reluctantly. Marcia, for the instant, was separated from David, who stepped down upon the grass and stood to one side to let the bridal party pass. The minister was at the other side. Marcia had slipped into the shelter of Aunt Amelia's black silk presence, and wished she might run out the back door and away home. Suddenly a shimmer of gold with the sunlight through it caught her gaze, and a glimpse of sheeny purple. There, close behind David, standing upon the top step, quite unseen by him, stood her sister Kate. Marcia's heart gave a quick thump and seemed to stop, then went painfully laboring on. She stood quite still, watching for the moment to come when David would turn around and see Kate, that she might look into his face and read there what was written. Hannah had been put carefully into the carriage by the adoring Lemuel, with many a pat and a shaking of cushions, and an adjustment of curtains to suit her whim. It pleased Hannah, now in her last lingering moment of freedom, to be exacting and show others what a slave her husband was. They all stood for an instant looking after the carriage, but Marcia watched David. Then, just as the carriage wound around the curve in the road and was lost from view, she saw him turn, and at once knew she must not see his face as he looked at Kate. Closing her eyes like a flash, she turned and fled upstairs to get her shawl and bonnet. There she took refuge behind the great white curtains, and hid her face for several minutes, praying wildly, she hardly knew what, thankful that she had been kept from the sight which yet she had longed to behold. As David turned to go up the steps and search for Marcia, he was confronted by Kate's beautiful smiling face, radiant as it used to be when it had first charmed him. He exulted, as he looked into it, that it did not any longer charm. "David, you don't seem a bit glad to see me," blamed Kate sweetly, in her pretty childish tones, looking into his face with those blue eyes so like to liquid skies. Almost there was a hint of tears in them. He had been wont to kiss them when she looked like that. Now he felt only disgust, as some of the flippant sentences in her letters to Harry Temple came to his mind. His face was stern and unrecognizing. "David, you are angry with me yet. You said you would forgive." The gentle reproach minimized the crime and enlarged the punishment. It was Kate's way. The pretty pout on the rosy lips was the same as it used to be when she chided him for some trifling forgetfulness of her wishes. The other guests had all gone into the house now. David made no response, but, nothing daunted, Kate spoke again. "I have something very important to consult you about. I came here on purpose. Can you give me some time tomorrow morning?" She wrinkled her pretty face into 1,000 dimples and looked her most bewitching, like a naughty child who knew she was loved in spite of anything, and coquettishly putting her head on one side, added, in the tone she used of old to cajole him, "You know you never could refuse me anything, David." David did not smile. He did not answer the look. With a voice that recognized her only as a stranger, he said gravely, "I have an important engagement tomorrow morning." "But you will put off the engagement." She said it confidently. "It is impossible," said David decidedly. "I am starting quite early to drive over to Albany. I am under obligation to be present at the starting of the new steam railroad." "Oh, how nice!" said Kate, clapping her hands childishly. "I have wanted to be there, and now you will take me. Then we can talk on the way. How like old times that will be!" She flashed him a smile of molten sunshine, alluring and transforming. "That, too, is impossible, Mrs. Leavenworth. My wife accompanies me." He answered her promptly and clearly, and with a curt bow left her and went into the house. Kate Leavenworth was angry, and for Kate to be angry meant to visit it upon some one, the offender if possible, if not, the nearest to the offender. She had failed utterly in her attempt to win back the friendship of her former lover. She had hoped to enjoy his attention to a certain extent, and bathe her heart in the wistful glances of the man she had jilted, and incidentally perhaps be invited to spend a little time in his house, by which she would contrive to have a good many of her own ways. A rich brother-in-law who adored one was not a bad thing to have, especially when his wife was one's own little sister whom one had always dominated. She was tired of New York, and at this season of the year the country was much more preferable. She could thus contrive to hoard her small income and save for the next winter, as well as secure a possible entrance finally into her father's good graces again through the forgiveness of David and Marcia. But she had failed. Could it be that he cared for Marcia? That child! Scout the idea. She would discover at once. Hurriedly she searched through the rooms downstairs and then went stealthily upstairs. Instinctively she went to the room where Marcia had hidden herself. Marcia, with that strong upward breath of prayer, had grown steady again. She was standing with her back to the door, looking out of the window toward her own home, when Kate entered the room. Without turning about, she felt Kate's presence and knew that it was she. The moment had come. She turned around, her face calm and sweet, with 2 red spots upon her cheeks, and her bonnet, Kate's bonnet and shawl, Kate's fine lace shawl sent from Paris, grasped in her hands. They faced each other, the sisters, and much was understood between them in a flash without a word spoken. Marcia suddenly saw herself standing there in Kate's rightful place, Kate's things in her hands, Kate's garments upon her body, Kate's husband held by her. It was as if Kate charged her with all these things, as she looked her through and over, from her slipper tips to the ruffle around the neck. And oh, the scorn that flamed from Kate's eyes playing over her, and scorching her cheeks into crimson, and burning her lips dry and stiff! And yet when Kate's eyes reached her face and charged her with the supreme offense of taking David from her, Marcia's eyes looked bravely back, and were not burned by the fire, and she felt that her soul was not even scorched by it. Something about the thought of David, like an angelic presence, seemed to save her. The silence between them was so intense that nothing else could be heard by the two. The voices below were drowned by it, the footstep on the stair was as if it were not. At last Kate spoke, angered still more by her sister's soft eyes, which gazed steadily back and did not droop before her own flashing onslaught. Her voice was cold and cruel. There was nothing sisterly in it, nothing to remind either that the other had ever been beloved. "Fool!" hissed Kate. "Silly fool! Did you think you could steal a husband as you stole your clothes? Did you suppose marrying David would make him yours, as putting on my clothes seemed to make them yours? Well, I can tell you he will never be a husband to you. He doesn't love you, and he never can. He will always love me. He's as much mine as if I had married him, in spite of all your attempts to take him. Oh, you needn't put up your baby mouth and pucker it as if you were going to cry. Cry away. It won't do any good. You can't make a man yours any more than you can make somebody's clothes yours. They don't fit you any more than he does. You look horrid in blue, and you know it, in spite of all your prinking around and pretending. I'd be ashamed to be tricked out that way and know that every dud I had was made for somebody else. As for going around and pretending you have a husband, it's a lie. You know he's nothing to you. You know he never told you he cared for you. I tell you he's mine, and he always will be." "Kate, you're married!" cried Marcia in shocked tones. "How can you talk like that?" "Married? Nonsense! What difference does that make? It's hearts that count, not marriages. Has your marriage made you a wife? Answer me that. Has it? Does David love you? Does he ever kiss you? Yet he came to see me in New York this winter and took me in his arms and kissed me. He gave me money, too. See this brooch?" She exhibited a jeweled pin. "That was bought with his money. You see, he loves me still. I could bring him to my feet with a word today. He would kiss me if I asked him. He is weak as water in my hands." Marcia's cheeks burned with shame and anger. Almost she felt at the limit of her strength. For the first time in her life she felt like striking her own sister. Horrified over her feelings and the rage which was tearing her soul, she looked up, and there stood David in the doorway, like some tall avenging angel. Kate had her back that way and did not see at once, but Marcia's eyes rested on him hungrily, pleadingly, and his answered hers. From her sudden calmness Kate saw there was some one near, and turning, looked at David. But he did not glance her way. How much or how little he had heard of Kate's tirade, which in her passion had been keyed in a high voice, he never let them know, and neither dared to ask him, lest perhaps he had not heard anything. There was a light of steel in his eyes toward everything but Marcia, and his tone had in it kindness and a recognition of mutual understanding as he said, "If you are ready, we had better go now, dear, had we not?" Oh, how gladly Marcia followed her husband down the stairs and out the door. She scarcely knew how she went through the formalities of getting away. It seemed as she looked back upon them that David had sheltered her from it all, and said everything needful for her, and all she had done was to smile and assent. He talked calmly to her all the way home, told her Mr. Brentwood's opinion about the change in the commerce of the country the new railroad was going to make, told her though he must have known she would not listen. Perhaps both were conscious of the bedroom window over the way and a pair of blue eyes that might be watching them as they passed into the house. David took hold of her arm and helped her up the steps of their own home as if she had been some great lady. Marcia wondered if Kate saw that. In her heart she blessed David for this outward sign of their relationship. It gave her shame a little cover at least. She glanced up toward the next house as she passed in and felt sure she saw a glimmer of purple move away from the window. Then David shut the door behind them and led her gently in. End of chapter 26. Chapter 27 of Marcia Schuyler by Grace Livingston Hill. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 27. He made her go into the parlor and sit down, and she was all unnerved by his gentle ways. The tears would come in spite of her. He took his own fine wetting handkerchief and wiped them softly off her hot cheeks. He untied the bonnet that was not hers, and flung it far into a corner in the room. Marcia thought he put force into the fling. Then he unfolded the shawl from her shoulders and threw that into another corner. Kate's beautiful thread-lace shawl. Marcia felt a hysterical desire to laugh, but David's voice was steady and quiet when he spoke as one might speak to a little child in trouble. "There now, dear," he said. He had never called her dear before. "There, that was an ordeal, and I'm glad it's over. It will never trouble us that way again. Let us put it aside and never think about it any more. We have our own lives to live. I want you to go with me tomorrow morning to see the train start if you feel able. We must start early, and you must take a good rest. Would you like to go?" Marcia's face, like a radiant rainbow, answered for her as she smiled behind her tears, and all the while he talked, David's hand, as tender as a woman's, was passing back and forth on Marcia's hot forehead and smoothing the hair. He talked on quietly to soothe her and give her a chance to regain her composure, speaking of a few necessary arrangements for the morning's ride. Then he said, still in his quiet voice, "Now, dear, I want you to go to bed, for we must start rather early. But first, do you think you could sing me that little song you were singing the day I came home? Don't if you feel too tired, you know." Then Marcia, an eager light in her eyes, sprang up and went to the piano, and began to play softly and sing the tender words she had sung once before when he was listening and she knew it not. "Dearest, believe, whene'er we part, lonely I grieve in my sad heart." Kate, standing within the chintz curtains across the yard, shedding angry tears upon her purple silk, heard presently the sweet tones of the piano, which might have been hers, heard her sister's voice singing, and began to understand that she must bear the punishment of her own rash deeds. The room had grown from a purple dusk into quiet darkness while Marcia was singing, for the sun was almost down when they walked home. When the song was finished, David stood half wistfully looking at Marcia for a moment. Her eyes shone to his through the dusk like two bright stars. He hesitated, as though he wanted to say something more, and then thought better of it. At last he stooped and lifted her hand from the keys and led her toward the door. "You must go to sleep at once," he said gently. "You'll need all the rest you can get." He lighted a candle for her and said good night with his eyes as well as his lips. Marcia felt that she was going up the stairs under a spell of some gentle loving power that surrounded her and would always guard her. It was about this time that Miranda, having been sent over to take a forgotten piece of bride's cake to Marcia, and having heard the piano and stolen discreetly to the parlor window for a moment, returned and detailed for the delectation of that most unhappy guest, Mrs. Leavenworth, why she could not get in and would have to take it over in the morning. "The window was open in the parlor, and they were in there, them two, but they was so plumb took up with their two selves, as they always are, that there wasn't no use knocking, for they'd never have heard." Miranda enjoyed making those remarks to the guest. Some keen instinct always told her where best to strike her blows. When Marcia had reached the top stair, she looked down, and there was David smiling up to her. "Marcia," he said in a tone that seemed half ashamed and half amused, "have you that is, things that you had before, all your own, I mean?" With quick intuition, Marcia understood, and her own sweet shame about her clothes that were not her own came back upon her with double force. She suddenly saw herself again standing before the censure of her sister. She wondered if David had heard. If not, how then did he know? Oh, the shame of it! She sat down weakly upon the stair. "Yes," said she, trying to think. "Some old things and one frock." "Wear it then tomorrow, dear," said David in a compelling voice and with the sweet smile that took the hurt out of his most severe words. Marcia smiled. "It's very plain," she said. "Only chins, pink and white. I made it myself." "Charming," said David. "Wear it, dear. Marcia, one thing more. Don't wear any more things that don't belong to you. Not a dud. Promise me? Can you get along without it?" "Why, I guess so," said Marcia, laughing joyfully. "I'll try to manage. But I haven't any bonnet. Nothing but a pink sunbonnet." "All right, wear that," said David. "It will look a little queer, won't it?" said Marcia doubtfully, and yet as if the idea expressed a certain freedom which was grateful to her. "Never mind," said David. "Wear it. Don't wear any more of those other things. Pack them all up and send them where they belong, just as quick as we get home." There was something masterful and delightful in David's voice, and Marcia with a happy laugh took her candle and got up, saying, with a ring of joy in her voice, "All right." She went to her room with David's second good night ringing in her ears, and her heart so light she wanted to sing. Not at once did Marcia go to her bed. She set her candle upon the bureau and began to search wildly in a little old haircloth trunk, her own special old trunk that had contained her treasures and which had been sent her after she left home. She had scarcely looked into it since she came to the new home. It seemed as if her girlhood were shut up in it. Now she pulled it out from the closet. What a flood of memories rushed over her as she opened it! There were relics of her school days and of her little childhood. But she had no time for them now. She was in search of something. She touched them tenderly, but laid them all out one after another upon the floor until down in the lower corner she found a roll of soft white cloth. It contained a number of white garments, half a dozen perhaps in all, finished, and several others cut out, barely begun. They were her own work, every stitch, the first begun when she was quite a little girl and her stepmother started to teach her to sew. What pride she had taken in them! How pleased she had been when allowed to put real tucks in some of them! She had thought as she sewed upon them at different times that they were to be a part of her own wedding trousseau. And then her wedding had come upon her unawares with the trousseau ready made, and everything belonged to some one else. She had folded her own poor little garments away and thought never to take them out again, for they seemed to belong to her dead self. But now that dead self had suddenly come to life again. These hated things that she had worn for a year that were not hers were to be put away, and, pretty as they were, many of them, she regretted not a thread of them. She laid the white garments out upon a chair and decided that she would put on what she needed of them on the morrow, even though they were rumpled with a long lying away. She even searched out an old pair of her own stockings and laid them on a chair with the other things. They were neatly darned, as all things had always been under her stepmother's supervision. Further search brought a pair of partly worn prunella slippers to light with narrow ankle ribbons. Then Marcia took down the pink sprigged chins that she had made a year ago and laid it near the other things, with a bit of black velvet and the quaint old brooch. She felt a little dubious about appearing on such a great occasion, almost in Albany, in a chintz dress and with no wrap. Stay! There was the white crepe shawl, all her own, that David had brought her. She had not felt like wearing it to Hannah Heath's wedding, it seemed too precious to take near an unloving person like Hannah. Before that she had never felt an occasion great enough. Now she drew it forth breathlessly. A white crepe shawl and a pink calico sunbonnet! Marcia laughed softly. But then, what matter? David had said to wear it. All things were ready for the morrow now. There were even her white lace mitts that Aunt Polly in an unusual fit of benevolence had given her. Then, as if to make the change complete, she searched out an old night robe, plain but smooth and clean, and arrayed herself in it. and so, thankful, happy, she lay down as she had been bidden and fell asleep. David in the room below pondered, strange to say, the subject of dress. There was some pride beneath it all, of course. There always is behind the great problem of dress. It was the rejected bonnet lying in the corner with its blue ribbons limp and its blue flowers crushed that made that subject paramount among so many others he might have chosen for his night's meditation. He was going over to close the parlor window when he saw the thing lying innocent and discarded in the corner. Though it bore an injured look, it yet held enough of its original aristocratic style to cause him to stop and think. It was all well enough to suggest that Marcia wear a pink sunbonnet. It sounded deliciously picturesque. She looked lovely in pink, and a sunbonnet was pretty and sensible on anyone. But the morrow was a great day. David would be seen of many, and his wife would come under strict scrutiny. Moreover, it was possible that Kate might be upon the scene to jeer at her sister in a sunbonnet. In fact, when he considered it, he would not like to take his wife to Albany in a sunbonnet. It behoved him to consider. The outrageous words which he had heard Mistress Leavenworth speak to his wife still burned in his brain, like needles of torture. Revelation of the true character of the woman he had once longed to call his own. But that bonnet. He stood and examined it. What was a bonnet like? The proper kind of a bonnet for a woman in his wife's position to wear. He had never noticed a woman's bonnet before, except as he had absent-mindedly observed them in front of him in meeting. Now he brought his mind to bear upon that bonnet. It seemed to be made up of three component parts: a foundation, a girdle apparently to bind together and tie on the head, and a decoration. Straws, silk, and some kind of unreal flowers. Was that all? He stooped down and picked the thing up with the tips of his fingers, held it at arm's length as though it were contaminating, and examined the inside. Ah, there was another element in its construction, a sort of frill of something thin, hardly lace, more like the foam of a cloud. He touched the tool clumsily with his thumb and finger, and then he dropped the bonnet back into the corner again. He thought he understood well enough to know one again. He stood pondering a moment and looked at his watch. Yes, it was still early enough to try at least, though of course the shop would be closed. But the village milliner lived behind her little store. It would be easy enough to rouse her, and he had known her all his life. He took his hat as eagerly as he had done when as a boy Aunt Clorinda had given him a penny to buy a top, and permission to go to the store and buy it before Aunt Amelia woke up from her nap. He went rapidly out of the door, fastening it behind him, and walked rapidly down the street. Yes, the milliner's shop was closed, but a light in the side windows shining through the veiling hop vines guided him, and he was presently tapping at Miss Mitchell's side door. She opened the door cautiously and peeped over her glasses at him, and then a bright smile overspread her face. Who in the whole village did not welcome David whenever he chanced to come? Miss Mitchell was resting from her labors and reading the village paper. She had finished the column of gossip and was quite ready for a visitor. "Come right in, David," she said heartily, for she had known him all the years. "It does a body good to see you, though your visits are as few and far between as angels' visits. I'm right glad to see you. Sit down." But David was too eager about his business. "I haven't any time to sit down tonight, Miss Susan," he said eagerly. "I've come to buy a bonnet. Have you got one? I hope it isn't too late, because I want it very early in the morning." "A bonnet! Bless me! For yourself?" said Miss Mitchell from mere force of commercial habit. But neither of them saw the joke, so intent upon business were they. "For my wife, Miss Mitchell. You see, she is going with me over to Albany tomorrow morning, and we start quite early. We are going to see the new railroad train start, you know, and she seems to think she hasn't a bonnet that's suitable." "Going to see a steam engine start, are you? Well, take care, David, you don't get too near. They do say they're terrible dangerous things, and for my part I can't see what good they'll be, for nobody'll ever be willin' to ride behind 'em, but I'd like to see it start well enough. And that sweet little wife of yours thinks she ain't got a good enough bonnet. Land sakes! What is the matter with her Dunstable straw, and what's become of that one trimmed with blue lutestrings, and where's the shirred silk one she wore last Sunday? They're every one fine bonnets, and ought to last her a good many years yet if she cares for 'em. The mice haven't got into the house and et them, have they?" "No, Miss Susan, those bonnets are all whole yet, I believe, but they don't seem to be just the suitable thing. In fact, I don't think they're over becoming to her, do you? You see they're mostly blue." "That's so," said Miss Mitchell. "I think myself she'd look better in pink. How'd you like white? I've got a pretty thing that I made for Hannah Heath, and when it was done Hannah thought it was too plain and wouldn't have it. I sent for the flowers to New York, and they cost a high price. Wait, I'll show it to you." She took a candle, and he followed her to the dark front room, ghostly with bonnets in various stages of perfection. It was a pretty thing. Its foundation was of fine Milan braid, creamy white and smooth and even. He knew at a glance it belonged to the higher order of things, and was superior to most of the bonnets produced in the village. It was trimmed with plain white taffeta ribbon, soft and silky. That was all on the outside. Around the face was a soft rushing of tulle, and clambering along it a vine of delicate green leaves that looked as if they were just plucked from a wild rose bank. David was delighted. Somehow the bonnet looked like Marcia. He paid the price at once, declining to look at anything else. It was enough that he liked it, and that Hannah Heath had not. He had never admired Hannah's taste. He carried it home in triumph, letting himself softly into the house, lighted 3 candles, took the bonnet out and hung it upon a chair. Then he walked around it, surveying it critically, first from this side, then from that. It pleased him exceedingly. He half wished Marcia would hear him and come down. He wanted to see it on her, but concluded that he was growing boyish and had better get himself under control. The bonnet approved, he walked back and forth through the kitchen and dining room, thinking. He compelled himself to go over the events of the afternoon and analyze most carefully his own innermost feelings. In fact, after doing that he began further back and tried to find out how he felt toward Marcia. What was this something that had been growing in him unaware through the months, that had made his homecoming so sweet and had brightened every succeeding day, and had made this meeting with Kate a mere commonplace? What was this precious thing that nestled in his heart? Might he, had he a right to call it love? Surely. Now all at once his pulses thrilled with gladness. He loved her. It was good to love her. She was the most precious being on earth to him. What was Kate in comparison to her? Kate who had shown herself cold and cruel and unloving in every way. His anger flamed anew as he thought of those cutting sentences he had overheard, taunting her own sister about the clothes she wore, boasting that he still belonged to her. She, a married woman! A woman who had of her own free will left him at the last moment and gone away with another. His whole nature recoiled against her. She had sinned against her womanhood, and might no longer demand from man the homage that a true woman had a right to claim. Poor little bruised flower! His heart went out to Marcia. He could not bear to think of her having to stand and listen to that heartless tirade. And he had been the cause of all this. He had allowed her to take a position which threw her open to Kate's vile taunts. Up and down he paced till the torrent of his anger spent itself, and he was able to think more calmly. Then he went back in his thoughts to the time when he had first met Kate, and she had bewitched him. He could see now the heartlessness of her. He had met her first at the house of a friend where he was visiting, partly on pleasure, partly on business. She had devoted herself to him during the time of her stay in a most charming way. though now he recalled that she had also been equally devoted to the son of the house whom he was visiting. When she went home she had asked him to come and call, for her home was but 7 miles away. He had been so charmed with her that he had accepted the invitation, and rashly, he saw now, had engaged himself to her, after having known her in all face to face but a few days. To be sure, he had known of her father for years, and he took a great deal for granted on account of her fine family. They had corresponded after their engagement, which had lasted for nearly a year, and in that time David had seen her but twice, for a day or two at a time, and each time he had thought her grown more lovely. Her letters had been marvels of modesty and shy admiration. It was easy for Kate to maintain her character upon paper, though she had had little trouble in making people love her under any circumstances. Now, as he looked back, he could recall many instances when she had shown a cruel, heartless nature. Then, all at once, with a throb of joy, it came to him to be thankful to God for the experience through which he had passed. After all, it had not been taken from him to love with a love enduring, for though Kate had been snatched from him just at the moment of his possession, Marcia had been given him. Fool that he was! He had been blind to his own salvation. Suppose he had been allowed to go on and marry Kate? Suppose he had had her character revealed to him suddenly, as those letters of hers to Harry Temple had revealed it, as it surely would have been revealed in time, for such things cannot be hid, and she had been his wife! He shuddered. How he would have loathed her! How he loathed her now! Strangely enough, the realization of that fact gave him joy. He sprang up and waved his hands about in silent delight. He felt as if he must shout for gladness. Then he gravely knelt beside his chair and uttered an audible thanksgiving for the escape and the joy he had been given. Nothing else seemed fitting expression of his feelings. There was one other question to consider: Marcia's feelings. She had always been kind and gentle and loving to him, just as a sister might have been. She was exceedingly young yet. Did she know, could she understand what it meant to be loved the way he was sure he could love a woman? And would she ever be able to love him in that way? She was so silent and shy, he hardly knew whether she cared for him or not. But there was one thought that gave him unbounded joy, and that was that she was his wife. At least no one else could take her from him. He had felt condemned that he had married her when his heart was heavy lest she would lose the joy of life, but all that was changed now. Unless she loved someone else, surely such love as his could compel hers and finally make her as happy as a woman could be made. A twinge of misgiving crossed his mind as he admitted the possibility that Marcia might love someone else. True, he knew of no one, and she was so young it was scarcely likely she had left anyone back in her girlhood to whom her heart had turned when she was out of his sight. Still, there were instances of strong union of hearts of those who had loved from early childhood. It might be that Marcia's sometime sadness was over a companion of her girlhood. A great longing took possession of him to rush up and waken her and find out if she could ever care for him. He scarcely knew himself. This was not his dignified contained self that he had lived with for 27 years. It was very late before he finally went upstairs. He walked softly, lest he disturb Marcia. He paused before her door, listening to see if she was asleep, but there was only the sound of the katydids in the branches outside her window, and the distant tree-toads singing a fugue in an orchard not far away. He tiptoed to his room, but he did not light his candle. Therefore there was no light in the back room of the Spafford house that night for any watching eyes to ponder over. He threw himself upon the bed. He was weary in body, yet his soul seemed buoyant as a bird in the morning air. The moon was casting long bars of silver across the rag carpet and white counterpane. It was almost full moon. Yes, tomorrow it would be entirely full. It was full moon the night he had met Marcia down by the gate and kissed her. It was the first time he had thought of that kiss with anything but pain. It used to hurt him that he had made the mistake and taken her for Kate. It had seemed like an ill omen of what was to come. But now it thrilled him with a great new joy. After all, he had given the kiss to the right one. It was Marcia to whom his soul bowed in the homage that a man may give to a woman. Did his good angel guide him to her that night? And how was it that he had not seen the sweetness of Marcia sooner? How had he lived with her nearly a year, and watched her dainty ways and loving ministry, and not known that his heart was hers? How was it that he had grieved so long over Kate, and now since he had seen her once more, not a regret was in his heart that she was not his, but a beautiful revelation of his own love to Marcia had been wrought in him? How came it? And the importunate little songsters in the night answered him 1,000 times. Kate did it. Kate she did it. Yes, she did. I say she did. Kate did it. Had angel voices reached him through his dreams and suddenly given him the revelation which the little insects had voiced in their ridiculous colloquy? It was Kate herself who had shown him how much he loved Marcia. End of chapter 27. Chapter 28 of Marcia Schuyler by Grace Livingston Hill. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 28. Slowly the moon rode over the house and down toward its way in the west, and after its vanishing chariot the night stretched its wistful arms. Softly the gray in the east tinged into violet and glowed into rose and gold. The birds woke up and told one another that the 1st of August was come and life was good. The breath that came in the early dawn savored of new-mown hay, and the bird songs thrilled Marcia as if it were the day of her dreams. She forgot all her troubles, forgot even her wayward sister next door, and rose with the song of the birds in her heart. This was to be a great day. No matter what happened, she had now this day to date from. David had asked her to go somewhere just because he wanted her to. She knew it from the look in his eyes when he told her, and she knew it because he might have asked a dozen men to go with him. There was no reason why he need have taken her today, for it was distinctly an affair for men, this great wonder of machinery. It was a privilege for a woman to go. She felt it. She understood the honor. With fingers trembling from joy she dressed. Not the sight of her pink calico sunbonnet lying on the chair, nor the thought of wearing it upon so grand an occasion, could spoil the pleasure of the day. Among so large a company her bonnet would hardly be noticed. If David was satisfied, what difference did it make? She was glad it would be early when they drove by the aunts, else they might be scandalized. But never mind. Trill! She hummed a merry little tune which melted into the melody of the song she had sung last night. Then she smiled at herself in the glass. She was fastening the brooch in the bit of velvet round her neck, and she thought of the day a year ago when she had fastened that brooch. She had wondered then how she would feel if the next day was to be her own wedding day. Now as she smiled back at herself in the glass, all at once she thought it seemed as if this was her wedding day. Somehow last night had seemed to realize her dreams. A wonderful joy had descended upon her heart. Maybe she was foolish, but was she not going to ride with David? She did not long for the green fields and a chance to run wild through the wood now. This was better than those childish pleasures. This was real happiness. And to think it should have come through David! She hurried with the arrangement of her hair until her fingers trembled with excitement. She wanted to get downstairs and see if it were all really true, or if she were dreaming it. Would David look at her as he had done last night? Would he speak that precious word, dear, to her again today? Would he take her by the hand and lead her sometimes, or was that special gentleness because he knew she had suffered from her sister's words? She clasped her hands with a quick convulsive gesture over her heart, and looking back to the sweet face in the glass, said softly, Oh, I love him, and it cannot be wrong, for Kate is married." But though she was up early, David had been down before her. The fire was ready lighted, and the kettle singing over it on the crane. He had even pulled out the table and put up the leaf, and made some attempt to put the dishes upon it for breakfast. He was sitting by the hearth impatient for her coming, with a bandbox by his side. It was like another sunrise to watch their eyes light up as they saw one another. Their glances rushed together as though they had been a long time withholden from each other, and a rosy glow came over Marcia's face that made her long to hide it for a moment from view. Then she knew in her heart that her dream was not all a dream. David was the same. It had lasted, whatever this wonderful thing was that bound them together. She stood still in her happy bewilderment, looking at him, and he, enjoying the radiant morning vision of her, stood too. David found that longing to take her in his arms overcoming him again. He had made strict account with himself, and was resolved to be careful and not frighten her. He must be sure it would not be unpleasant to her before he let her know his great deep love. He must be careful. He must not take advantage of the fact that she was his and could not run away from him. If she dreaded his attentions, neither could she any more say no. And so their two looks met and longed to come closer, but were held back, and a lovely shyness crept over Marcia's sweet face. Then David bethought himself of his bandbox. He took up the box and untied it with unaccustomed fingers, fumbling among the tissue paper for the handle end of the thing. Where did they take hold of bonnets, anyway? He had no trouble with it the night before, but then he was not thinking about it. Now he was half afraid she might not like it. He remembered that Hannah Heath had pronounced against it. It suddenly seemed impossible that he should have bought a bonnet that a pretty woman had said was not right. There must be something wrong with it, after all. Marcia stood wondering. "I thought maybe this would do instead of the sunbonnet," he said at last, getting out the bonnet by one string and holding it dangling before him. Marcia caught it with deft careful hands and an exclamation of delight. He watched her anxiously. It had all the requisite number of materials, 1, 2, 3, 4, like the despised bonnet he threw on the floor, straw, silk, lace, and flowers. Would she like it? Her face showed that she did. Her cheeks flushed with pleasure, and her eyes danced with joy. Marcia's face always showed it when she liked anything. There was nothing halfway about her. "Oh, it is beautiful!" she said delightedly. "It is so sweet and white and cool with that green vine. Oh, I am glad, glad, glad! I shall never wear that old blue bonnet again." She went over to the glass and put it on. The soft ruching settled about her brown hair and made a lovely setting for her face. The green vine twined and peeped in and out under the round brim, and the ribbon sat in a prim bow beneath her pretty chin. She gave one comprehensive glance at herself in the glass, and then turned to David. In that glance was revealed to her just how much she had dreaded wearing her pink sunbonnet, and just how relieved she was to have a substitute. Her look was shy and sweet, as she said with eyes that dared, and then drooped timidly, "You are very good to me." Almost he forgot his vow of carefulness at that, but remembered when he had got half across the room toward her, and answered earnestly, "Dear, you have been very good to me." Marcia's eyes suddenly sobered, and half the glow faded from her face. Was it then only gratitude? She took off the bonnet and touched the bows with wistful tenderness as she laid it by till after breakfast. He watched her and misinterpreted the look. Was she then disappointed in the bonnet? Was it not right after all? Had Hannah known better than he? He hesitated, and then asked her, is it, that is, perhaps you would rather take it back and choose another. You know how to choose one better than I. There were others, I think. In fact, I forgot to look at any but this, because I liked it, but I'm only a man," he finished helplessly. "No, no, no," said Marcia, her eyes sparkling emphatically again. "There couldn't be a better one. This is just exactly what I like. I do not want anything else. And I like it all the better because you selected it," she said daringly, suddenly lifting her face to his with a spice of her own childish freedom. His eyes admired her. "She told me Hannah Heath thought it too plain," he added honestly. "Then I'm sure I like it all the better for that," said Marcia so emphatically that they both laughed. It all at once became necessary to hurry, for the old clock in the hall clanged out the hour, and David became aware that haste was imperative. Early as Marcia had come down, David had been up long before her, his heart too light to sleep. In a dream, or perchance on the borders of the morning, an idea had come to him. He told Marcia that he must go out now to see about the horse, but he also made a hurried visit to the home of his office clerk and another to the aunt's, and when he returned with the horse he had left things in such a train that if he did not return that evening he would not be greatly missed. But he said nothing to Marcia about it. He laughed to himself as he thought of the sleepy look on his clerk's face, and the offended dignity expressed in the ruffle of Aunt Hortense's nightcap all awry as she had peered over the balusters to receive his unprecedentedly early visit. The aunts were early risers. They prided themselves upon it. It hurt their dignity and their pride to have anything short of sudden serious illness or death or a fire cause others to arise before them. Therefore they did not receive the message that David was meditating another trip away from the village for a few days with good grace. Aunt Hortense asked Aunt Amelia if she had ever feared that Marcia would have a bad effect upon David by making him frivolous. Perhaps he would lose interest in his business with all his careering around the country. Aunt Amelia agreed that Marcia must be to blame in some way, and then discovering they had a whole hour before their usual rising time, the two good ladies settled themselves with indignant composure to their interrupted repose. Breakfast was ready when David returned. Marcia supposed he had only been to harness the horse. She glanced out happily through the window to where the horse stood tied to the post in front of the house. She felt like waving her hand to him, and he turned and seemed to see her, rolling the whites of his eyes around and tossing his head as if in greeting. Marcia could scarcely have eaten anything in her excitement if David had not urged her to do so. She hurried with her clearing away, and then flew upstairs to arrange her bonnet before the glass and don the lovely folds of the creamy crepe shawl, folding it demurely around her shoulders and knotting it in front. She put on her mitts, took her handkerchief folded primly, and came down ready. But David no longer seemed in such haste. He made a great fuss fastening up everything. She wondered at his unusual care, for she thought everything quite safe for the day. She raised one shade toward the Heath house. It was the first time she had permitted herself this morning to think of Kate. Was she there yet? Probably, for no coach had left since last night, and unless she had gone by private conveyance there would have been no way to go. She looked up to the front corner guest room where the windows were open and the white muslin curtains swayed in the morning breeze. No one seemed to be moving about in the room. Perhaps Kate was not awake. Just then she caught the flutter of a blue muslin down on the front stoop. Kate was up, early as it was, and was coming out. A sudden misgiving seized Marcia's heart, as when a little child she had seen her sister coming to eat up the piece of cake or sweetmeat that had been given to her. Many a time had that happened. Now she felt in some mysterious way Kate would contrive to take from her her new-found joy. She could not resist her. David could not resist her. No one could ever resist Kate. Her face turned white, and her hand began to tremble so that she dropped the curtain she had been holding up. Just then came David's clear voice, louder than would have been necessary, and pitched as if he were calling to some one upstairs, though he knew she was just inside the parlor where she had gone to make sure of the window fastening. "Come, dear, aren't you ready? It is more than time we started." There was a glad ring in David's voice that somehow belied the somewhat exacting words he had spoken, and Marcia's heart leaped up to meet him. "Yes, I'm all ready, dear," she called back with a hysterical little laugh. Of course Kate could not hear so far, but it gave her satisfaction to say it. The final word was unpremeditated. It bubbled up out of the depths of her heart and made the red rush back into her cheeks when she realized what she had said. It was the first time she had ever used a term of endearment toward David. She wondered if he noticed it, and if he would think her very bold, queer, immodest to use it. She looked shyly up at him, inquiring with her eyes, as she came out to him on the front stoop, and he looked down with such a smile she felt as if it were a caress. And yet neither was quite conscious of this little real byplay they were enacting for the benefit of the audience of one in blue muslin over the way. How much she heard, or how little, they could not tell, but it gave satisfaction to go through with it inasmuch as it was real, and not acting at all. David fastened the door, and then helped Marcia into the carriage. They were both laughing happily like two children starting upon a picnic. Marcia was serenely conscious of her new bonnet, and it was pleasant to have David tuck the linen lap-robe over her chintz frock so carefully. She was certain Kate could not identify it now at that distance, thanks to the lap-robe and her crepe shawl. At least Kate could not see any of her own trousseau on her sister now. Kate was sitting on the little white seat in the shelter of the honeysuckle vine facing them on the stoop of the Heath house. It was impossible for them to know whether she was watching them or not. They did not look up to see. She was talking with Mr. Heath, who, in his milking garb, was putting to rights some shrubs and plants near the walk that had been trampled upon during the wedding festivities. But Kate must have seen a good deal that went on. David took up the reins, settled himself with a smile at Marcia, touched the horse with the tip of the whip, which caused him to spring forward in astonishment. That from David! No horse in town would have expected it of him. They had known him from babyhood, most of them, and he was gentleness itself. It must have been a mistake. But the impression lasted long enough to carry them a rod or two past the Heath house at a swift pace, with only time for a lifting of David's hat, prolonged politely, which might or might not have included Kate, and they were out upon their way together. Marcia could scarcely believe her senses that she was really here beside David, riding with him swiftly through the village and leaving Kate behind. She felt a passing pity for Kate. Then she looked shyly up at David. Would his gaiety pass when they were away, and would he grow grave and sad again so soon as he was out of Kate's sight? She had learned enough of David's principles to know that he would not think it right to let his thoughts stray to Kate now, but did his heart still turn that way in spite of him? Through the town they sped, glad with every roll of the wheels that took them further away from Kate. Each was conscious, as they rolled along, of that day 1 year ago when they rode together thus out through the fields into the country. It was a day much as that other one, just as bright, just as warm, and yet, oh, so much more radiant to both. Then they were sad and fearful for the future. All their life seemed in the past. Now the darkness had been led through, and they had reached the brightness again. In fact, all the future stretched out before them that fair morning and looked bright as the day. They were conscious of the blueness of the sky, of the soft clouds that hovered in haziness on the rim of the horizon, as holding off far enough to spoil no moment of that perfect day. They were conscious of the waving grains and of the perfume of the buckwheat drifting like snow in the fields beyond the wheat. Conscious of the meadowlark and the wood robin's note, of the whir of a locust, and the thud of a frog in the cool green of a pool deep with brown shadows. Conscious of a circling of mated butterflies in the simmering gold air, of the wild roses lifting fair pink petals from the brambly banks beside the road, conscious of the whispering pine needles in a wood they passed, the fluttering chatter of leaves and silver flash of the lining of poplar leaves, where tall trees stood like sentinels, apart and sad, conscious of a little brook that tinkled under a log bridge they crossed, then hurried on its way unmindful of their happy crossing, conscious of the dusty daisy beside the road closing with the bumbling bee who wanted honey below the market price. Conscious of all these things, yet most conscious of each other, close, side by side. It was all so dear, that ride, and over so soon. Marcia was just trying to get used to looking up into the dazzling light of David's eyes. She had to droop her own almost immediately, for the truth she read in his was overpowering. Could it be? A fluttering thought came timidly to her heart and would not be denied. Can it be that he cares for me? He loves me! He loves me! It sang its way in with thrill after thrill of joy, and more David's eyes told the story which his lips dared not risk yet. But eyes and hearts are not held by the conventions that bind lips. They rushed into the inheritance of each other, and had that day ahead, a day so rare and sweet that it would do to set among the jewels of fair days for all time, and for any one. All too soon they began to turn into roads where there were other vehicles, many of them, and all going in the same direction. Men and women in gala day attire, all laughing and talking expectantly and looking at one another as the carriages passed, with a degree of familiar curiosity which betokens a common errand. Family coaches, farm wagons, with kitchen chairs for accommodation of the family, old one-horse chaises, carryalls, and even a stage-coach or two wheeled into the old turnpike. David and Marcia settled into subdued quiet, their joy not expressing itself in the ripples of laughter that had rung out earlier in the morning when they were alone. They sought each other's eyes often and often, and in one of these excursions that David's eyes made to Marcia's face he noticed how extremely becoming the new bonnet was. After thinking it over, he decided to risk letting her know. He was not shy about it now. "Do you know, dear," he said, there had been a good many "dears" slipping back and forth all unannounced during that ride, and not openly acknowledged either. "Do you know how becoming your new bonnet is to you? You look prettier than I ever saw you look but once before." He kept his eyes upon her face, and watched the sweet color steal up to her drooping eyelashes. "When was that?" she asked coyly, to hide her embarrassment, and sweeping him one laughing glance. "Why, that night, dear, at the gate, in the moonlight. Don't you remember?" "Oh!" Marcia caught her breath, and a thrill of joy passed through her that made her close her eyes, lest the glad tears should come. Then the little bird in her heart set up the song in earnest to the tune of wonder, "He loves me! He loves me! He loves me!" He leaned a little closer to her. "If there were not so many people looking, I think I should have to kiss you now." "Oh!" said Marcia, drawing in her breath and looking around frightened on the number of people that were driving all about them, for they were come almost to the railroad now, and could see the black smoke of the engine a little beyond as it stood puffing and snorting upon its track like some sulky animal that had been caught and chained and harnessed and was longing to leap forward and upset its load. But though Marcia looked about in her happy fright and sat a little straighter in the chaise, she did not move her hand away that lay next David's, underneath the linen lap-robe, and he put his own hand over it and covered it close in his firm hold. Marcia trembled and was so happy she was almost faint with joy. She wondered if she were very foolish indeed to feel so, and if all love had this terrible element of solemn joy in it that made it seem too great to be real. They had to stop a number of times to speak to people. Everybody knew David, it appeared. This man and that had a word to speak with him, some bit of news that he must not omit to notice in his article, some new development about the attitude of a man of influence that was important, the change of 2 or 3 of those who were to go in the coaches on this trial trip. To all of them David introduced his wife, with a ring of pride in his voice as he said the words, "My wife," and all of them stopped whatever business they had in hand and stepped back to bow most deferentially to the beautiful woman who sat smiling by his side. They wondered why they had not heard of her before, and they looked curiously, enviously at David, and back in admiration at Marcia. It was quite a little court she held sitting there in the chaise by David's side. Men who have since won a mention in the pages of history were there that day, and nearly all of them had a word for David Spafford and his lovely wife. Many of them stood for some time and talked with her. Mr. Thurlow Weed was the last one to leave them before the train was actually ready for starting, and he laid an urging hand upon David's arm as he went. "Then you think you cannot go with us? Better come. Mrs. Spafford will let you, I am sure. You are not afraid, are you, Mrs. Spafford? I am sure you are a brave woman. Better come, Spafford." But David laughingly thanked him again, as he had thanked others, and said that he would not be able to go, as he and his wife had other plans, and he must go on to Albany as soon as the train had started. Marcia looked up at him half worshipfully as he said this, wondering what it was, instinctively knowing that it was for her sake he was giving up this honor which they all wished to put upon him. It would naturally have been an interesting thing to him to have taken this first ride behind the new engine DeWitt Clinton. Then suddenly, like a chill wind from a thundercloud that has stolen up unannounced and clutched the little wild flowers before they have time to bind up their windy locks and duck their heads under cover, there happened a thing that clutched Marcia's heart and froze all the joy in her veins. End of chapter 28. Chapter 29 of Marcia Schuyler by Grace Livingston Hill. This recording is in the public domain. Chapter 29. A coach was approaching filled with people, some of them Marcia knew. They were friends and neighbors from their own village, and behind it, plodding along, came a horse with a strangely familiar gait drawing 4 people. The driver was old Mr. Heath, looking unbelievingly at the scene before him. He did not believe that an engine would be able to haul a train any appreciable distance whatever, and he believed that he had come out here to witness this entire company of fanatics circumvented by the ill-natured iron steed who stood on the track ahead surrounded by gaping boys and a flock of quacking ganders, living symbol of the people who had come to see the thing start. So thought Mr. Heath. He told himself he was as much of a goose as any of them to have let this chit of a woman fool him into coming off out here when he ought to have been in the hayfield today. By his side, in all the glory of shimmering blue, with a wide white lace bertha, and a bonnet with a steeple crown wreathed about heavily with roses, sat Kate, a blue silk parasol shading her eyes from the sun, those eyes that looked to conquer, and seemed to pierce beyond and through her sister, and ignore her. Old Mrs. Heath and Miranda were along, but they did not count, except to themselves. Miranda was all eyes, under an ugly bonnet. She desired above all things to see that wonderful engine in which David was so interested. Marcia shrunk and seemed to wither where she sat. All her bright bloom faded in an instant, and a kind of frenzy seized her. She had a wild desire to get down out of the carriage and run with all her might away from this hateful scene. The sky seemed to have suddenly clouded over, and the hum and buzz of voices about seemed a babble that would never cease. David felt the arm beside his cringe, and shrink back, and looking down, saw the look upon her sweet frightened face. Following her glance, his own face hardened into what might have been termed righteous wrath. But not a word did he say, and neither did he apparently notice the oncoming carriage. He busied himself at once talking with a man who happened to pass the carriage, and when Mr. Heath drove by to get a better view of the engine, he was so absorbed in his conversation that he did not notice them, which seemed but natural. But Kate was not to be thus easily foiled. She had much at stake, and she must win if possible. She worked it about that Squire Heath should drive around to the end of the line of coaches, quite out of sight of the engine, and where there was little chance of seeing the train and its passengers, the only thing Squire Heath cared about. But there was an excellent view of David's carriage, and Kate would be within hailing distance if it should transpire that she had no further opportunity of speaking with David. It seemed strange to Squire Heath, as he sat there behind the last coach patiently, that he had done what she asked. She did not look like a woman who was timid about horses, yet she had professed a terrible fear that the screech of the engine should frighten the staid old Heath horse. Miranda, at that, had insisted upon changing seats, thereby getting herself nearer the horse and the scene of action. Miranda did not like to miss seeing the engine start. At last, word to start was given. A man ran along by the train and mounted into his high seat with his horn in his hand ready to blow. The fireman ceased his raking of the glowing fire, and every traveler sprang into his seat and looked toward the crowd of spectators importantly. This was a great moment for all interested. The little ones whose fathers were in the train began to call good-bye and wave their hands, and one old lady whose only son was going as one of the train assistants began to sob aloud. A horse in the crowd began to act badly. Every snort of the engine as the steam was let off made him start and rear. He was directly behind Marcia, and she turned her head and looked straight into his fiery frightened eyes, red with fear and frenzy, and felt his hot breath upon her cheek. A man was trying most ineffectually to hold him, but it seemed as if in another minute he would come plunging into the seat with them. Marcia uttered a frightened cry and clutched at David's arm. He turned, and seeing instantly what was the matter, placed his arm protectingly about her, and at once guided his own horse out of the crowd and around nearer to the engine. Somehow that protecting arm gave Marcia a steadiness once more, and she was able to watch the wonderful wheels begin to turn and the whole train slowly move and start on its way. Her lips parted, her breath came quick, and for the instant she forgot her trouble. David's arm was still about her, and there was a reassuring pressure in it. He seemed to have forgotten that the crowd might see him, if the crowd had not been too busy watching something more wonderful. It is probable that only one person in that whole company saw David sitting with his arm about his wife, for he soon remembered and put it quietly on the back of the seat, where it would call no one's attention, and that person was Kate. She had not come to this hot dusty place to watch an engine creak along a track. She had come to watch David, and she was vexed and angry at what she saw. Here was Marcia flaunting her power over David directly in her face. Spiteful thing! She would pay her back yet, and let her know that she could not touch the things that she, Kate, had put her own sign and seal upon. For this reason it was that at the last minute Kate allowed poor Squire Heath to drive around near the front of the train, saying that as David Spafford seemed to find it safe, she supposed she ought not to hold them back for her fears. It needed but the word to send the vexed and curious squire around through the crowd to a spot directly behind David's carriage, and there Miranda could see quite well, and Kate could sit and watch David and frame her plans for immediate action so soon as the curtain should fall upon this ridiculous engine play over which everybody was wild. And so, amid shouts and cheers, and squawking of the geese that attempted to precede the engine like a white frightened bodyguard down the track, amid the waving of handkerchiefs, the shouts of excited little boys, and the neighing of frightened horses, the first steam engine that ever drew a train in New York State started upon its initial trip. Then there came a great hush upon the spectators assembled. The wheels were rolling, the carriages were moving, the train was actually going by them, and what had been so long talked about was an assured fact. They were seeing it with their own eyes, and might be witnesses of it to all their acquaintances. It was true. They dared not speak nor breathe lest something should happen and the great miracle should stop. They hushed simultaneously as though at the passing of some great soul. They watched in silence until the train went on between the meadows, grew smaller in the distance, slipped into the shadow of the wood, flashed out into the sunlight beyond again, and then was lost behind a hill. A low murmur growing rapidly into a shout of cheer arose as the crowd turned and faced one another and the fact of what they had seen. "By gum, she can do it!" ejaculated Squire Heath, who had watched the melting of his skeptical opinions in speechless amazement. The words were the first intimation the Spaffords had of the proximity of Kate. They made David smile, but Marcia turned white with sudden fear again. Not for nothing had she lived with her sister so many years. She knew that cruel nature and dreaded it. David looked at Marcia for sympathy in his smile at the old squire, but when he saw her face he turned frowning toward those behind him. Kate saw her opportunity. She leaned forward with honeyed smile, and wily as the serpent addressed her words to Marcia, loud and clear enough for all those about them to hear. "Oh, Mrs. Spafford, I am going to ask a great favor of you. I am sure you will grant it when you know I have so little time. I am extremely anxious to get a word of advice from your husband upon business matters that are very pressing. Would you kindly change places with me during the ride home, and give me a chance to talk with him about it? I would not ask it but that I must leave for New York on the evening coach, and shall have no other opportunity to see him." Kate's smile was roses and cream touched with frosty sunshine, and to onlookers nothing could have been sweeter. But her eyes were coldly cruel as sharpened steel, and they said to her sister as plainly as words could have spoken, "Do you obey my wish, my lady, or I will freeze the heart out of you." Marcia turned white and sick. She felt as if her lips had suddenly stiffened and refused to obey her when they ought to have smiled. What would all these people think of her, and how she was behaving? For David's sake, she ought to do something, say something, look something. But what should she do? While she was thinking this, with the freezing in her heart creeping up to her throat, the great tears beating at the portals of her eyes, and time standing suddenly still, waiting for her leaden tongue to speak, David answered. All gracefully 'twas done, with not so much as a second's hesitation, though it had seemed so long to Marcia, nor the shadow of a sign that he was angry. "Mrs. Leavenworth," he said in his masterful voice, "I am sure my wife would not wish to seem ungracious or unwilling to comply with your request, but as it happens, it is impossible. We are not returning home for several days. My wife has some shopping to do in Albany, and in fact we are expecting to take a little trip. A sort of second honeymoon, you know," he added, smiling toward Mrs. Heath and Miranda. "It is the first time I have had leisure to plan for it since we were married. I am sorry I have to hurry away, but I am sure that my friend Squire Heath can give as much help in a business way as I could, and furthermore, Squire Schuyler is now in New York for a few days, as I learned in a letter from him which arrived last evening. I am sure he can give you more and better advice than any I could give. I wish you good morning. Good morning, Mrs. Heath. Good morning, Miss Miranda." Lifting his hat, David drove away from them and straight over to the little wayside hostelry where he was to finish his article to send by the messenger who was even then ready mounted for the purpose. "My, don't he think a lot of her, though!" said Miranda, rolling the words as a sweet morsel under her tongue. "It must be nice to have a man so fond of you." This was one of the occasions when Miranda wished she had eyes in the back of her head. She was sharp, and she had seen a thing or two, also she had heard scraps of her cousin Hannah's talk. But she sat demurely in the recesses of her deep, ugly bonnet, and tried to imagine how the guest behind her looked. All trembling sat Marcia in the rusty parlor of the little hostelry, while David at the table wrote with hurried hand, glancing up to her to smile now and then, and passing over the sheets as he finished them for her criticism. She thought she had seen the Heath wagon drive away in the home direction, but she was not sure. She half expected to see the door open and Kate walk in. Her heart was thumping so she could hardly sit still, and the brightness of the world outside seemed to make her dizzy. She was glad to have the sheets to look over, for it took her thoughts away from herself and her nameless fears. She was not quite sure what it was she feared, only that in some way Kate would have power over David to take him away from her. As he wrote, she studied the dear lines of his face, and knew, as well as human heart may ever know, how dear another soul had grown to hers. David had not much to write, and it was soon signed, approved, and sealed. He sent his messenger on the way, and then coming back, closed the door and went and stood before Marcia. As though she felt some critical moment had come, she arose, trembling, and looked into his eyes questioningly. "Marcia," he said, and his tone was grave and earnest, putting her upon an equality with him, not as if she were a child any more. "Marcia, I have come to ask your forgiveness for the terrible thing I did to you in allowing you, who scarcely knew what you were doing then, to give your life away to a man who loved another woman." Marcia's heart stood still with horror. It had come then, that dreadful thing she had feared. The blow was going to fall. He did not love her. What a fool she had been! But the steady voice went on, though the blood in her neck and temples throbbed in such loud waves that she could scarcely hear the words to understand them. "It was a crime, Marcia, and I have come to realize it more and more, during all the days of this year, that you have so uncomplainingly spent yourself for me. I know now, as I did not think then in my careless, selfish sorrow, that I was as cruel to you, with your sweet young life, as your sister was cruel to me. You might already have given your heart to some one else. I never stopped to inquire. You might have had plans and hopes for your own future. I never even thought of it. I was a brute. Can you forgive me? Sometimes the thought of the responsibility I took upon myself has been so terrible to me that I felt I could not stand it. You did not realize what it was then that you were giving, perhaps, but somehow I think you have begun to realize now. Will you forgive me?" He stopped and looked at her anxiously. She was drooped and white, as if a blast had suddenly struck her and faded her sweet bloom. Her throat was hot and dry, and she had to try 3 times before she could frame the words, "Yes, I forgive." There was no hope, no joy in the words, and a sudden fear descended upon David's heart. Had he then done more damage than he knew? Was the child's heart broken by him, and did she just realize it? What could he do? Must he conceal his love from her? Perhaps this was no time to tell it, but he must. He could not bear the burden of having done her harm, and not also tell her how he loved her. He would be very careful, very considerate. He would not press his love as a claim, but he must tell her. "And, Marcia, I must tell you the rest," he went on, his own words seeming to stay upon his lips and then tumble over one another. "I have learned to love you as I never loved your sister. I love you more and better than I ever could have loved her. I can see how God has led me away from her and brought me to you. I can look back to that night when I came to her and found you there waiting for me, and kissed you, darling. Do you remember?" He took her cold little trembling hands and held them firmly as he talked, his whole soul in his face, as if his life depended upon the next few moments. "I was troubled at the time, dear, for having kissed you, and given you the greeting that I thought belonged to her. I have rebuked myself for thinking since how lovely you looked as you stood there in the moonlight. But afterward I knew that it was you after all that my love belonged to, and to you rightfully the kiss should have gone. I am glad it was so, glad that God overruled my foolish choosing. Lately I have been looking back to that night I met you at the gate, and feeling jealous that that meeting was not all ours, that it should be shadowed for us by the heartlessness of another. It gives me much joy now to think how I took you in my arms and kissed you. I cannot bear to think it was a mistake. Yet glad as I am that God sent you down to that gate to meet me, and much as I love you, I would rather have died than feel that I have brought sorrow into your life, and bound you to one to whom you cannot love. Marcia, tell me truly, never mind my feelings, tell me, can you ever love me?" Then did Marcia lift her flower-like face, all bright with tears of joy and a flood of rosy smiles, the light of 7 stars in her eyes. But she could not speak. She could only, after a little, whisper, "Oh, David, I think I have always loved you. I think I was waiting for you that night, though I did not know it. And look," with sudden thought. She drew from the folds of her dress a little old-fashioned locket hung by a chain about her neck out of sight. She opened it and showed him a soft gold curl, which she touched gently with her lips, as though it were something very sacred. "What is it, darling?" asked David, perplexed, half happy, half afraid as he took the locket and touched the curl, more thrilled with the thought that she had carried it next to her heart than with the sight of it. "It is yours," she said, disappointed that he did not understand. "Aunt Clorinda gave it to me while you were away. I've worn it ever since. And she gave me other things and told me all about you. I know it all, about the tops and the marbles and the spelling book, and I've cried with you over your punishments, and I love it all." He had fastened the door before he began to talk, but he caught her in his arms now, regardless of the fact that the shades were not drawn down, and that they swayed in the summer breeze. "Oh, my darling, my wife!" he cried, and kissed her lips for the 3rd time. The world was changed then for those two. They belonged to each other, they believed, as no two that ever walked through Eden had ever belonged. When they thought of the precious bond that bound them together, their hearts throbbed with a happiness that well nigh overwhelmed them. A dinner of stewed chickens and little white soda biscuits was served them, fit for a wedding breakfast, for the maid whispered to the cook that she was sure there was a bride and groom in the parlor, they looked so happy, and seemed to forget everybody else was by. But it might have been ham and eggs for all they knew what it was they ate, these two who were so happy they could but look into each other's eyes. When the dinner was over and they started on their way again, with Albany shimmering in the hot sun in the distance, and David's arm sliding from the top of the seat to circle Marcia's waist, David whispered, "This is our real wedding journey, dearest, and this is our bridal day. We'll go to Albany and buy you a trousseau, and then we will go wherever you wish. I can stay a whole week if you wish. Would you like to go home for a visit?" Marcia, with shining eyes and glowing cheeks, looked her love into his face, and answered, "Yes, now I would like to go home, just for a few days, and then back to our home." And David, looking into her eyes, understood why she had not wanted to go before. She was taking her husband, not Kate's, with her now, and might be proud of his love. She could go among her old comrades and be happy, for he loved her. He looked a moment, comprehended, sympathized, and then pressing her hand close, for he might not kiss her, as there was a load of hay coming their way, he said, "Darling." But their eyes said more. End of Chapter 29. End of Marcia Schuyler, by Grace Livingston Hill. Read by Trisha G.